Order, order. Before we come to the start of today's business, can I welcome in the gallery Her Excellency, the President of the German Bundestag. Right, we come to questions. Secretary of State of the Home Department, Dr. Danny Chambers.
Mr. Speaker.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will answer questions 1 and 20 together. Under the last government, net migration hit record highs after they lowered entry requirements and opened our borders. My definition of what is best for the UK economy is one where migration is controlled and where there is investment in skills and training for our homegrown workforce and not an over-reliance on overseas recruitment.
Dr. Danny Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her response. In Winchester Hospital, we have 104 different nationalities working there, and also throughout Hampshire, over 1/3 of the workers in the social care sector are born outside the EU. Now, we know statistically we're more likely to be cared for or treated by an immigrant than we are to be waiting behind one for a GP appointment. Does the Home Secretary recognise that the current visa rules for healthcare workers are actually driving away many of the people who are keeping our NHS and social care services running?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me say to the honourable gentleman, no one disputes the tremendous contribution that international workers make to our NHS. The picture he describes is replicated in constituencies across the country. We will always welcome that contribution. But overseas recruitment in the NHS is falling, but that is primarily because the NHS is leading by example and doing what we want all employers to do, which is look first at domestic recruitment to ensure that the skills and expertise of the health service is homegrown. I believe that these two systems can sit hand in hand together, but we do have to make changes at the same time.
Christian Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Hospitality, social care and the tech sector are all vitally important sources of employment and economic stability in my constituency of Edinburgh West. The companies in those sectors are telling me that despite their efforts to recruit domestically first, the Home Secretary's changes to indefinite leave to remain are making it very difficult for them to attract the skilled workforce from abroad that they need to keep the sector going. So will the Home Secretary reconsider, in light of that impact, and lighten the regulations to make it possible for these companies to survive?
Secretary.
Well, I do say to the Honourable Lady that we have to remember that at this point in our country we have over 1 million young people who are not in employment, education and training, and she should want, like all members should want, for us to turn that around and make sure there are employment opportunities in many of the sectors that she describes for those young people to have a positive economic future in their own country. And we are the government that has formalised that link between migration and skills reforms to make sure that companies are investing in the domestic workforce first and foremost before recruiting from abroad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a proud fact that 4 out of 10 of the world's greatest universities on the global rankings are in the UK, including Imperial College London's White City campus in my seat. So we punch way above our population weight and are genuine engines of growth, but the evidence does show that the withdrawal of the post-study work visa, coupled with the rumours about changes in ILR, are driving some of those brightest brains that cause those statistics to competitor countries. Would my right honourable friend meet with me, education ministers and my 2 vice-chancellors to thrash out a solution? There are real problems, but we don't want to scare off genuine innovators and wealth creators.
Secretary.
Well, again, I say to my honourable friend, firstly, this is the government that has increased routes at the very top end of the skills spectrum, like our global talent visa and other routes, to make sure we are attracting talent from all over the world. We have a good track record in doing so. We will continue that as we move forward. There is work to do with our university sector to make sure that students recruited to this country are on good courses, making a contribution, and then obviously we want to be able to make sure that we use the best of that global talent in the future as well. The changes that we are making are not about students. Students don't come to attain indefinite leave to remain in our country. They are for other parts of the migration system. I'll make sure, though, that she gets a meeting with the Migration Minister to discuss these matters in more detail.
Dr. Blash.
Mr Speaker, in Hartlepool we are reversing 30 years of globalisation and taking advantage of these unprecedented falls in immigration thanks to this Home Secretary and training our own. Whether it's through our Health and Social Care Academy, our Civil Engineering Academy, our Centre of Excellence for Welding or our Nuclear Trades Academy. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that rather than seeing this as an economic threat, falling immigration is an economic opportunity to train our own?
Home Secretary.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. It is imperative at a point where we have over 1 million young people not in employment, education or training that we do not make progress in this area. We would be letting our young people down if we do not take this opportunity to make sure that we are investing in our domestic skills workforce. This is a cross-government priority and the Home Office is playing its full part.
Shadow Minister Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The latest estimates indicate that 627,000 non-EU migrants, mostly from low-income countries, came to the UK between December 2024 and December 2025. Meanwhile, 61,000 Brits aged 16 to 24 left the UK, as did another 65,000 aged 25 to 34. In recent years, for every young Briton who has been employed, 27 young migrants from outside the EU have also joined the workforce. Does the Home Secretary accept that mass migration has wrecked economic opportunity for young people? And how will that inform any changes she makes to the immigration rules when almost 2/3 of 1 million non-EU migrants still came to this country last year?
Secretary.
Oh, Mr Speaker, the employment statistic that she has just used runs from January 2020 to December 2025, so I congratulate her on exposing the track record of the Tory government.
Douglas McAllister.
Question number 2, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
There were several large-scale events in London on the 16th of May, Unite the Kingdom being one of them, and I had several briefings with the Met, who took a robust approach to the Unite the Kingdom rally, and I was in the control room on the 16th of May to see the operation for myself.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What happens in our capital city has a knock-on effect across our entire country. My West and Bartonshire constituent, Lindsay, contacted me to express her deep concern and shock at the abhorrent displays at the Unite the Kingdom rally. Participants openly incited racial hatred with inflammatory speeches, but more significantly, provocative Islamophobic stunts involving mocking the religious dress of Muslim women. I understand those responsible were not arrested, and I share my constituents' disgust. Can I ask the Minister if she is satisfied with the Metropolitan Police response and what future action will be considered to prevent a reoccurrence?
Minister.
I'd say to my honourable friend that the Metropolitan Police Service maintained public order and kept Londoners safe on a day of very unprecedented large-scale events. 43 arrests were made at the United Kingdom rally and the Nakba 78 March for Palestine, and indeed in advance 11 foreign nationals were prevented from entering the UK to speak at the event and prevented by the Met from broadcasting into the event. So of course I understand the concerns that his constituent is raising, but I think the Metropolitan Police with their 4,000 officers on that day did a very good job.
Shukar Adam.
Mr Speaker, many in the Muslim community are feeling bewildered, besieged and absolutely beleaguered. When they exercise their democratic right to vote, and if the results don't go a certain way, they are accused of sectarianism. When they take to the streets to protest peacefully against a genocide, they are accused of hate marches, all the while witnessing not one but 2 Unite the Kingdom marches where there are open calls for their expulsion from this country with apparent indifference. So can I ask the Home Secretary, what steps is she taking to protect this community from further alienation, and what message does she send to those who invite hatred against them?
Minister.
I'd say this government, of course, is committed to tackling all forms of hate crime, including anti-Muslim hostility, and we are actively seeking to ensure the safety and protection of all individuals and communities. The UK has a proud tradition of racial and religious tolerance within the law, and this government is absolutely committed to building a strong and integrated society that I think we all want to see.
Michelle Khan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week I met with one of my constituents who had faced horrible racist abuse on the train home by those who had been on the Unite the Kingdom rally. As someone of mixed white and Middle Eastern heritage, she told me that for the first time she felt scared in her own country. Does the Minister agree with me that we have a responsibility to tackle racial divisions across our country and not ignite them? and that when the leader of Reform UK takes to the airways in the aftermath of heightened racial tensions to tell the public they must react with pure, cold rage, it is people like my constituents who pay the price.
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend, and I think the story of her constituent will not be the only one that we hear and that we know about. I noticed that Reform are very quick to slam into the TV stations as soon as something occurs, but they don't then come to this place to debate it in the normal way. Members of this House and beyond have a critical role to play in building the strong and integrated society that we all want to see, one not fuelled by hatred and division.
Mr. Smart.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister, I think, speaks for the whole House in thanking the Metropolitan Police for policing riots and protests that go beyond the realms of what's legally appropriate or acceptable. And that should happen to everybody, whatever the subject of their protest. I wonder if she agrees with me, though, that the rules regarding donations to fund these rallies, which one of the organisers, Stephen Yaxley-Lennon, has thanked his donors for, he's a prominent member of a political party, the rules should apply to him as much as anybody involved in politics about declaring those donations and the transparency that comes with the expectation of this House and my Hazel Grove constituents. Does she agree with me that anybody receiving money from domestic or foreign sources should declare them?
I'm not quite sure it fits in with policing of Unite, though. That's the trouble. Very good question, but not for today. Luke Charlton.
Mr. Speaker, several of my constituents have had their identity stolen with devastating consequences. Question number 3. I do apologise.
Number 3.
Mr. Speaker, we've launched a new £250 million fraud strategy focused on preventing fraud, protecting victims and strengthening enforcement. We're working closely with the City of London Police to establish referral routes so identity fraud victims can access identity repair services. And we will continue to develop guidance, tools and partnerships to help victims recover quickly and reduce repeat harm.
Luke Charlton.
The Minister for that answer. And several of my constituents have had their identity stolen, leading to devastating consequences. A serving member of our armed forces had his house purchase delayed after his credit file was risked. And too often we see identity theft is been bundled into other offences like computer misuse and not pursued at all. And so, having been a counter-fraud specialist, I know how widespread this has become. So will my right honourable friend meet me and campaigners to discuss the case for how identity fraud should become a standalone offence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend who speaks with real authority on these matters. He will know that the theft of personal information is already criminalised under legislation including the Fraud Act of 2006, the Computer Misuse Act of 1999 and the Data Protection Act of 2018. But to ensure these laws remain effective, we commissioned the independent review of disclosures and fraud offences, and the review has now been submitted its final report to government and will be published shortly. We will consider its findings carefully, including what further action may be needed to strengthen our response to identity fraud. I'm sure that the noble Lord Hanson would happily meet with my honourable friend.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At my constituency surgery on Friday, Mr. De Mesquita spoke to me about how he had concerns that report fraud were not passing on to local police forces information about those victims of identity fraud. Given those victims are often vulnerable and likely to be victims of other crimes, can the Minister let us know what he is doing to ensure that report fraud is passing on to local police forces details of victims of these crimes?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising this important point, and I give an assurance that I'll raise it with the noble Lord Hanson, who leads on matters relating to fraud. I hope he will see that the government have invested £250 million of investment into working with a range of different organisations to draw down on the levels of fraud that we're seeing. That includes, of course, law enforcement, GCHQ, banks, telecommunications and tech partners, and civil society. We've also invested £31 million for a new online crime centre, but I'll look carefully at the points that he makes and refer them to Lord Hanson.
Coates.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our immigration system must operate in a way that attracts the best and the brightest. Earned settlement will reward those who integrate and contribute to this country with shorter pathways for higher earners and those in public service roles, amongst others. We are now carefully considering responses to our public consultation before setting out next steps.
Laura Coates.
Thank you. Last month, I joined a very generous community event at Hirali Restaurant, a much-loved Sri Lankan restaurant in Aylesbury, but it's dependent on staff who are here on skilled worker visas. The proposed changes to ILR put many of my local residents, including Sri Lankans and Indians, in a very uncertain and difficult position. When they arrived, the clear path to settlement was 5 years. Now they don't know what to plan or to hope for. And it's equally difficult for their employers, whether that's the care sector, nurseries or hospitality businesses like Hirali. So can the Minister tell me what reassurance I can offer to these skilled legal migrants who are such an important part of our communities?
Minister.
Thank my honourable friend for her question. It sounds like a fantastic restaurant, but like the Home Secretary has already laid out, there are around 1 million young people currently out of education, employment or training. We are creating a system that's firm, that protects the economy, that protects welfare from rising further, avoids more pressure on our social housing demands, but is also fair, so it encourages and rewards genuine economic contribution and integration. We've consulted and had 200,000 responses and are working on a final solution, and that will be announced in due course.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Last week, the government voted against my amendment to the Armed Forces Bill, New Clause 5, which would have seen visa fees waived for the spouses and children of Armed Forces personnel and veterans. This was, of course, a Labour manifesto pledge, as it was a Conservative manifesto pledge as well, to ensure that the family of those who have fought to defend this country are allowed to reside here without being charged now £3,229 per person just to remain in the country following service. I understand that it's a Home Office issue rather than a defence issue that this hasn't been pursued. So could the Minister explain to me why this hasn't been progressed in 2 years, and could he give an update on whether this will be amended when the changes come out later in this year?
Minister, it's not quite.
Thank the honourable member for his question. As a veteran, this is an important question. I absolutely respect it. What I will say is I'm working with colleagues in the Ministry of Defence at this moment to deliver this important manifesto commitment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 5, please.
Minister.
As with new technology, decisions around procuring and using AI are a matter for operationally independent chief constables. The Home Office is supporting the police to adopt AI rapidly and responsibly. We have £115 million of investment over the next 3 years, which includes investing in the National Centre for AI, which will help the police make informed decisions.
Otter Ridley.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Palantir appears to have a habit of avoiding competitive tender and scrutiny by using free trials and locking up the contract specifications after getting a foot in the door. I congratulate the London Mayor for stopping the recent potential contract offered by the Met Police without competitive tender process. However, last week, the estimated £17 million contract for the National Firearms Licensing Management System was won by a bid from Palantir, offering just £7.5 million for a £17 million contract, which is just 44% of the expected price. This suggests either a massive error in estimation or Palantir buying the job, giving them unfettered access to whisper in the ear of all 43 police forces. Will the Minister pause the signing of the contract due this Thursday for appropriate scrutiny to take place to ensure that competitive tender process has been followed transparently?
Minister.
I can assure the honourable gentleman that Palantir aren't buying the job. In the Home Office, we have very robust processes which were followed in full. The current licence management system is approaching its end of life, and it is very important that we have a good one to maintain safety. There was an open and competitive process by the Police Digital Service and Blue Light Commercial, who do these things on behalf of policing. He's right, the contract is yet to be signed. They are the preferred supplier, and all of the right processes were followed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the new legal framework around facial recognition technician, and we've seen successful trials of this in Harlow. However, does the Minister agree with me that it's essential this technology is deployed lawfully, proportionally and with accountability, and this is taken into account when any government contract is granted?
I agree with my honourable friend that live facial recognition is an extraordinarily innovative new technology that helps us to catch really nasty criminals in my own constituency and in other parts of the country, and we are investing in it through our police reform agenda. We are also legislating for it because we totally recognise that there is some uncertainty about what it's used for and how it should be used. So we want to put that right, be really clear, put it on the face of legislation.
Jack Rankin.
Number 6, please, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Living in this country permanently is a privilege and one that should be earned, not granted by default. We're currently analysing 200,000 consultation responses and we expect to introduce major reforms in the autumn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January 25, I urged the Government to act on indefinite leave to remain to prevent the fiscal calamity of locking in the Boris wave. I thank the Ministers for their movement in this regard. It's important that we're transparent with the public about who is using visas as a route to a life on benefits. Can the Minister provide an estimate of the number and proportion of individuals holding ILR who are currently in receipt of universal credit?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As of January 2026, 222,000 people were actively claiming universal credit with ILR.
Joe Platt.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dodgy shops are blighting our high streets. I know we all see them in our constituencies. So this government has announced a new high street organised crime task force with £30 million invested in law enforcement action. This will fund more officers and a nationwide unit based in the National Crime Agency and strengthen powers to tackle these criminals.
Joe Platt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Home Secretaries. We welcome the creation of the Government's High Street Organised Crime Unit, and particularly its focus on strengthened partnership working between enforcement agencies. So in Lee and Atherton, communities can see this commitment, but are asking when they will see action on dodgy shops operating in plain sight. So given the national campaign I have launched with colleagues, will the Minister set out when enforcement will begin locally, how partnerships will be delivered and ensure these criminal enterprises are shut down without delay?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me say firstly, I welcome my honourable friend's important work in this area. Greater Manchester is one of 3 hotspot areas selected for an enhanced operational crackdown, in addition to the nationwide campaign. Obviously, can't comment on specific dates due to operational sensitivities, but the public can expect to see the start of a major offensive against dodgy shops beginning this year.
Dame Karen Bradley, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary will, I'm sure, be aware of the Select Committee's inquiry that we're conducting on the role organised criminality plays in the crime that we see on our high streets. We heard very compelling evidence recently about counterfeit goods and the role they play, and the role that forced labour plays throughout that supply chain. So could the Home Secretary explain what she's doing to combat forced labour? And I look forward to putting more questions to her when she appears before my committee before the summer recess.
Home Secretary.
It's always a pleasure to appear before the Home Affairs Select Committee. Let me thank her for her work and that of her committee on this important area. She will know that the recent money that we've announced will fund work for trading standards, for HMRC and immigration enforcement as well. And of course, if we pick up cases of forced labour, that will engage the modern slavery obligations that we have. So it is very much part of a full spectrum response to what we know is a complex issue. I've seen some of those counterfeit goods myself when I joined the police on a raid at the end of last week. It is a real problem and the government is making sure that we are funding every aspect of how we fix it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Extremism in the UK. Question number 8.
Mr. Speaker, the Government is delivering a fundamental reset of how we counter extremism. This includes publishing an annual State of Extremism report, which will arm frontline public sector workers with the information they need to tackle extremism in the UK.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Extremism in the UK is growing at an unprecedented rate. Extreme left, extreme right ideologies, alongside growing Islamist extremism, are being fuelled by increasingly brazen interference from foreign states. We need to be clear-eyed about these threats. At a recent summit hosted by Wilton Park, I heard how countries like Norway now treat extremism as a national security priority, linking it more to defence. So I'd like to ask if the Minister will consider establishing a proper mechanism so we can designate domestic extremist groups,
And will they commit to recognising extremism and social cohesion as a first-tier national security priority?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his attention to these important matters. As set out in Protecting What Matters, the government recognises countering extremism and enhancing social cohesion as a priority area, and we set out a range of commitments in order to achieve this. Although there is no explicit offence of extremism, the police have a range of tools and powers to counter the activities of extremists. We are fast-tracking the creation of a new state threats designation power, which will further clamp down on individuals and groups carrying out hostile activity for foreign states.
So, Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Minister will have seen footage of a recent attack on Helen Mirren, where she is described, and excuse my language, Mr. Speaker, a Zionist bitch. This is just another example of deliberate extremist intimidation aimed at frightening off anyone in public life from either supporting the existence of the State of Israel or defending the Jewish community. Now, whilst Helen Mirren decided not to press charges, does the Minister agree that the police should treat such assaults with the utmost seriousness, as they are attacks not just on the individuals, but on our shared values in this place of freedom of speech and freedom of expression?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and I think he raises an important point. And I have seen the footage, and I'm sure, like all right honourable and honourable members, will have been shocked but not surprised by it. Clearly, the police have got an important job to do in terms of cracking down on this kind of activity. But let me give him an absolute assurance of the priority that this government attaches to anti-Semitism. We've seen a range of abhorrent anti-Semitic attacks in recent time. We will do everything we can to stand against them.
Matt Vickers, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen the devastating impact of extremism on our country, with the Jewish community experiencing disgraceful attacks. Does the Minister share my concern that in recent elections, candidates such as Kate Hollern were threatened with beheading, and more recently we've seen convicted terrorists stand for election? What will he do to prevent this? And does he believe that individuals with terrorist convictions should be allowed to stand for election?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister, who I think does raise a very important point. He will know that as the Chair of the Defending Democracy Task Force, we're looking very carefully at the issues that he's raised, which are abhorrent. I think he makes a powerful point. The government is considering whether further action is required in this area, and I'd be very happy to work with him on it.
Jim Dixon.
Question number 9, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Through our Crime and Policing Act, we now have new and enhanced powers to enable local agencies to tackle antisocial behaviour offenders. And our Neighbourhood Policing Guarantee has ensured that every police force in England and Wales now has a dedicated antisocial behaviour lead and a local action plan in place to crack down on offenders who blight our communities.
Jim Dixon.
Can I thank the Minister for that answer? Residents in Darrant and in other parts of my constituency are facing persistent nuisance due to the antisocial riding of motorbikes and quad bikes in local woodlands over the last few years. And I know from my conversations with the new district commander for Dartford and Gravesham that they're starting to use the powers in the Crime and Policing Act 2026 to seize and crush vehicles and issue community protection notices to offenders. Can the Minister perhaps tell residents in Dartford how these new powers and other measures put in place by the government will finally tackle this antisocial behaviour at source?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? And of course, I think we all share the hunger to tackle this awful crime that blights communities. And through the bill that we have just passed, the Crime and Policing Act as it now is, we have strengthened police powers to swiftly seize vehicles used antisocially. We have stripped away the requirement to issue a warning, which enables officers to act immediately to take vehicles off the streets. We're introducing new respect orders, which can tackle persistent offenders in this space and in other spaces. And we've just consulted and will shortly be looking at what we can do to shorten the period for police dispersal so we can crush these things quicker.
Just Brumfellow.
you, Mr Speaker. In my constituency and across the country, we've seen a troubling rise in violence towards wildlife, often using catapults. And wildlife crime is not an isolated incident. It usually speaks to something else. In fact, studies have shown that 7 out of 10 victims of domestic violence who owned a pet said that their domestic abuser was also threatening or harming or killing those pets. So would the Minister please look at Holly's Law, which would create an animal cruelty register so we can seriously deter wildlife crime, which often leads to other violent crimes?
Minister.
We'll certainly look at anything that people are suggesting to tackle wildlife crime. I know that catapults and the use of catapults is a particular issue, and indeed I'm having a roundtable this week with lots of interested parties, including people who will, I suspect, be saying the same thing as the Honourable Lady. We do fund the Wildlife and Rural Crime Unit, which brings some more resource to this as well, but certainly will keep all options on the table.
Just Southwell.
Question number 11, please, Mr Speaker.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With your permission, I will answer questions 11 and 16 together. We have made the landmark commitment to halve violence against women and girls in a decade, and already this government has begun to implement domestic abuse protection orders, which have protected over 1,000 victims already, Raneem's Law, placing domestic abuse experts in 999 control rooms, and specialist rape and sexual offence teams in all police forces in England and Wales. Our ambition is clear, but there is much more work to be done.
Southwell.
Can I thank the Home Secretary for her answer? Harshita Brella was just 24 years old when she was murdered and her body was dumped in a car boot in Ilford. Nearly 2 years on, her husband, an alleged killer, has still not been arrested and is believed to be hiding in India. A few weeks ago, I was humbled to meet Harshita's parents who'd made the journey to trace her last steps. They deserve justice and they deserve closure. Does the Home Secretary share my horror at this vile murder, and will she meet me to discuss what further steps can be taken, working with the Indian authorities to bring Harshita's alleged killer to justice?
Home Secretary.
Mr Speaker, my deepest sympathies are with Harshita's family for their unimaginable loss. No one should have to go through what she and her loved ones have endured. As this investigation is live, I cannot comment further. I hope my honourable friend will understand that to do so could prejudice the investigation and the path to justice for Harshita and her family.
Ricky Ford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. At my recent market stall at Durham Pride, local Labour members and I spoke to many people about the government's Vogue strategy. The message we received was clear, that it's strongly welcomed but is long overdue. The clock is ticking and there's still no published timetable. So can the Minister tell me when the government will action the plan and the necessary grassroots consultation? And can she tell me how progress will be publicly reported so women and girls in Durham and beyond can feel reassured that this is a government that takes serious in stamping out violence against women and girls?
I thank my honourable friend for her question, but let me say to her first and foremost, this government's commitment is evidenced by the landmark commitment that we have made to halve the levels of violence against women and girls over a decade. It is a deliberate 10-year vision in order to do that, because it is a wider societal change that we are seeking to enact. We are delivering that transformational change to keep more victims safe. Work has begun. There is much more to be done, but as she will know, these matters are discussed regularly in the House, and I will of course keep members updated.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Home Secretary very much for her response. In the last 2 to 3 weeks in Northern Ireland, we've had two cases of horrific murders against women and their unborn child. On both occasions, heavy sentences have been carried out. In response to the Honourable Lady's question and answer to the Honourable gentleman, I think it's important that we have similar rules in Northern Ireland for those who carry out vile, horrific murders, killing their partners and their unborn children, that there must be a law and there must be a sentence that equals that.
Home Secretary.
Let me assure him, to the extent that the criminal law applies across the whole of the UK, those are, of course, things that we track as a government. I will, of course, look at the substance to see if there is a change in the law that he is discussing. We do, of course, work with our colleagues in Northern Ireland very closely, and I will make sure that the ministerial team discuss these matters with their counterparts in Northern Ireland.
Minister Alicia Cairns.
Mr. Speaker, can I put on record my sympathy to the families and colleagues of Sir Alex Younger? He was a true patriot. 2 years ago, this government pledged to halve violence against women and girls within a decade, but the minister responsible for delivering his promise has now resigned. In her resignation letter, she laid a damning charge that government progress came from the fear of embarrassment, from threats made in light of catastrophic mistakes, and that it was only when the Prime Minister's shameful decision to appoint paedophile apologist Lord Mandelson bubbled up that Number 10 would kick into gear and finally do anything about women and girls. 2 years in, we still don't know how this government is going to measure violence against women and girls, whether it's halved. So my ask is simple, something the government can do today. Extradite Andrew and Tristan Tate to the UK today to answer CPS charges that were laid in 2024. It is a political decision. A year since I asked them to be extradited. Do what is right. When they are in Dubai or Hong Kong, they can be extradited here, and if not, why not?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me say to the Shadow Minister, she will know, I know, that we would never comment on matters relating to extradition or any of those specific cases. I wouldn't ever want to say anything at this dispatch box that prejudices any future action. She knows that well enough. She's obviously made her point in relation to those two men, and I'm sure that point has been heard.
Dave Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 12, please.
Minister, welcome.
It's an honour to be by the side of the Prime Minister when he met fired victim survivors last week. I was proud that it was one of the first acts imposed to help facilitate the first meeting of this kind with these brave women. No one is above the law, and those who perpetrate or facilitate abuse must be held to account. I'll continue to engage with my honourable friends APPG so victim survivors know that this government is listening.
Dave Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the new Minister to her place and thank her for the work that she did in facilitating the historic meeting last week between the first time a sitting Prime Minister has met a group of survivors in this space. It was a great meeting, but survivors are very understandably very sceptical because they've been let down so severely by so many institutions for so long. So can she outline the steps that she can take in the short and medium term to make sure that those survivors start seeing some of the justice that they've been denied for far too long?
I thank my honourable friend for the work that he is doing as part of the APPG. As the Prime Minister made clear, the Government is committed to engaging with these survivors and ensuring that the concerns of fired victim survivors are addressed. I will be in contact with them shortly to follow up on the meeting that we had last week, and we will set out the form of engagement that we'll take, but absolutely we will make sure that this is a start of a process and not the end. These women absolutely need to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alongside my honourable friend, the member for Lichfield, I too was present at the meeting with the Prime Minister last week, and I welcome the Minister to her place and for her time at the meeting there. What we've heard consistently from survivors is that they were trafficked in many locations by many different people. Given that this does fit some of the category for organised crime, what consideration has the Minister given to getting the National Crime Agency involved with this investigation? This would really help build some of the confidence and trust but by survivors in the ongoing investigation.
Minister.
I thank the member for her work on the APPG and the vital work that she's carrying out supporting these women. Where there is evidence of criminal activity, it is the police's duty to investigate, and it would not be appropriate for me to comment on the specifics. My job and the role of government is to support the police to ensure that justice is delivered as swiftly as possible, and I am absolutely committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 13.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is taking decisive action to restore order and control at our borders. We've removed nearly 70,000 people who have no right to be here. We're overhauling our asylum system to reduce pull factors, and we've funded more officers to disrupt organised immigration crime with interventions at their highest rate and arrests linked rising by over 55%.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer and also for visiting my constituency of North Warwickshire and Bedworth recently. My constituents will strongly welcome the fact that the most recent data shows that small boat arrivals are massively down this year. But can the Minister confirm to me that this important progress is just the beginning when it comes to restoring order and control at our borders?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her question. When I visited her community, I heard in no uncertain terms on the doorstep just how important this is to people. It's the same for my community and the rest of the country. That's why we're stepping up the international action that we have, including the important new deal with France, but also domestically legislating through our immigration and asylum bill to create the system that I know her constituents wants, which is a fair one, but a firm one.
Chris Phillips, Shadow Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nigerian illegal immigrant Gift Oladele was recently jailed for the brutal rape of a teenage girl. He dragged her into isolated woods, leaving her terrified, and she now has recurrent nightmares. Oladele had committed previous violent sexual offences, and the Home Office rightly tried to deport him. Yet an immigration judge allowed him to stay because of Oladele's human rights. He then went on to violently rape a teenage girl. I believe the rights of women and girls to be protected are more important than the supposed human rights of foreign rapists to stay here. So isn't it time to leave the ECHR so all criminals like Oladele can be deported?
Well, let me start by saying I agree that that is an awful case, a truly awful case, and shows just how important it is that we do remove people who commit crimes. We've removed nearly 8,000 foreign offenders since we came to office. But the Honourable Gentleman's prescription to that problem simply doesn't match up to the solution. Leaving the ECHR will undermine returns agreements that we have around the world. Instead, our contention is that we can improve it. We know already we will legislate to narrow the domestic interpretation, which has sprawled around Article 8. He'll have seen the progress that we've made internationally around Article 3. That's the sensible case, rather than chasing a sugar high that he knows won't work. And the reason we know that to be true, Mr. Speaker, is because he didn't do it when he could.
Max Wilkinson, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brexit has seen off a number of Prime Ministers in this country, but as we approach the 10th anniversary of the referendum, the Prime Minister has apparently been given a period of indefinite leave to remain in number 10. Ministers are clearly feeling unusually generous. But are they aware, Mr. Speaker, of a report by the Oxford Migration Observatory showing that Brexit is actually a pull factor for dangerous small boat crossings? It is now obvious that this government's one-in, one-out scheme with France is never going to work at the scale required. So will ministers today restate for the official record that Brexit is a large contributor to the small boats crisis, and will they commit to pursuing a new comprehensive asylum deal with the entirety of the EU?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we're talking anniversaries, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish my fellow class of 2017 intake a happy 9th anniversary today. And our 9th anniversary has been full of Liberal Democrat spokespeople trying to pin every single thing on Brexit. I say to him, these conversations designed just to create division in the country do not serve common aims of making sure that we have a robust asylum system. We can do that through our ordinary collaboration with our neighbours on the continent. I do that frequently. My right honourable friend does that frequently. Look at the action that has delivered with France alone. I think that's the better way forwards.
14 Marpleg, Mr. Speaker.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question. The Government committed to new safe and legal routes in the Restoring Order and Control statement, and my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, announced that the student refugee route will open this autumn with arrivals in autumn 2027. We're working with partners to design new routes to ensure that they're safe and controlled, and we'll provide an update to the House in due course.
Whereas, Mr. Speaker, in recent years, families across Cornwall have been offering safe and welcoming homes to Syrian and Afghan refugees through the Community Sponsorship Scheme. Without using the words directly, manana or in due course, can the Minister specify when the Community Sponsorship Scheme will be extended as promised?
And I thought the honourable member was my friend, Mr. Speaker. But what he says speaks to the innate goodness of the Cornish people, as in my own community, as across the country, whether it's the Syrian scheme, the Afghan scheme, Hong Kong BNO, Homes for Ukraine. The British people have lent in when schemes have been ordered and controlled. We're working with stakeholders at the moment about what that looks like, but I would say to my honourable gentleman that it's crucial to to the success of that programme that we do get them right, which is why it does take a little bit longer and it will take us the time to get it right. But I make no apologies for that. And I will say that further details will be set out in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Alice Stahl in my Taunton constituency is doing vital medical work. In normal circumstances, his wife would be allowed to visit him on the appropriate visa. But because she is in Gaza and she would have to travel to Israel or to other cities to give the biometric information, she cannot travel to join him or visit him. Will the government change the rules in the way they did for the Chevening scholars so that people in Gaza can give biometric details in other ways?
Minister.
Oh, I can't speak to that individual case, but I would recognise that in areas of conflict where there aren't visa centres open, that of course leads to challenges. We have taken, I think, quite a pragmatic and flexible approach, not just with students, but also with medical evacuations as well. So if he's able to write to me, my honourable friend, the Minister for Migration and Citizenship, where we will look at that case accordingly.
Come to Topicals, Dr. Danny Chambers.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that we in this House have a duty to protect the children of this nation, but there can be little doubt that collectively we have failed to keep pace with the changing threats that they face. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the horror of online sexual exploitation and abuse, but we have now begun to change the story. Today we lay down the gauntlet to tech firms. We've told them that they must block nudity on children's phones. We know the tech is there. We know there is a way. The question is, do they have the will? The tech firms now have 3 months. The clock is ticking. If they do not introduce these controls, we will legislate and force them to do so. This is a landmark moment in the protection of children in this country, so may I end by paying tribute to the woman who has pushed for this harder than anyone else, my friend and former colleague in the Home Office, the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley. The children of this country will be safer as a result of her work.
Dr. Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also pay tribute to the member for Birmingham Yardley for her immense campaigning and work in this area. Could the Minister be more specific about what actions will actually be taken to prevent women and girls becoming victims of AI-generated sexual content? Because this really can ruin lives.
Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right. It can ruin lives. The Government has already been holding different platforms to account. He will know, of course, of our row with Grok and the action that we forced as a result of that. We are very alive to the online environment and what that means for deepfake images, for nudification apps, all our areas that we have already taken action on. This action today on device-level controls to block nudity for children is a game-changing moment, because it will prevent children from becoming sex offenders before they even know what sex is. It will prevent them from being victims of sextortion, and this is the right way forward.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, my local Jewish community does not have a dedicated building to meet and worship in. This means that they're not eligible for the government's expanded support for Jewish communities, which is primarily aimed at these fixed places of worship. I really welcome the government's expanded commitment, and I welcome and I'm grateful for their engagement with me on this. But could I ask the Minister, please, for an update, including on this idea of whether support could be extended to security guards?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend may be aware that I recently met with the member for Mid Buckinghamshire and the rabbi for South Buckinghamshire. She will know the Jewish Community Protective Security Grant Scheme administered by CST funds security measures such as CCTV, alarms and fencing, which requires a fixed site to install and maintain. However, I fully recognise the fear and concerns raised by mobile Jewish congregations, and we're working closely with CST to understand what more support we can give.
So, Secretary of State, Home Secretary Crisfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Police Anti-Racism Commitment, a copy of which I have here, published in March 2025 by the NPCC, asks police to reverse engineer the same arrest rates for different ethnic groups, even though offending rates are different. It expressly calls for different racial groups to be treated differently, saying, and I quote, "People should not treat everyone the same," and, quote, "not being colourblind. This is a formal policy requirement for two-tier policing." I've been raising this for over a year, and I've never had an answer, including from the Home Secretary last Tuesday. So let's try again. Does she agree that this racist and dangerous policy document should be immediately withdrawn? Yes or no?
Home Secretary.
Mr Speaker, he knows full well that the NPCC, which is independent of government, is rightly reviewing the wording of its policing anti-racism commitment to ensure that there is no ambiguity or suggestion of differential treatment. He speaks from a sedentary position. Let me just say, I've taken more action on preventing differential treatment in the criminal justice system than he or his party ever did.
Chris Will.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Still no clear answer. Now, moving on, we have repeatedly raised serious concerns with the government's Islamophobia definition. Now, South Wales Police has instructed staff to record anything that goes beyond, quote, legitimate discussion of Islam, even if there is no crime. This could then be disclosed on someone's DBS check. Police officers in South Wales will now have to decide what is or is not legitimate discussion of Islam. No other religion is treated that way in South Wales. This is completely wrong. Parliament has repealed rightly blasphemy laws. Criticising religion is part of free speech. So does the Home Secretary agree that this guidance is wrong and should be immediately scrapped? Let's try a simple yes or no.
Home Secretary.
Well, given that he represents a party and a former government that didn't take any action at all, either on dealing with hate crimes, anti-Muslim hatred, or other forms of hatred, I'm not going to take any lessons from him. Let me just make very clear from this dispatch box, the police, wherever they are, South Wales or anywhere else, must always police without fear or favour, and we are all and must always be equal before the law.
Liam Conlon.
Speaker, organised car crime has affected residents in Beckenham and Penge for many years, with cars stolen to order and quickly shipped abroad. Could I ask the Minister what powers and supports have been given to the police to crack down on vehicle thefts, and how she is working with manufacturers to ensure modern vehicles are harder to steal?
Minister.
Around half of vehicle crime involves manipulation of signals from remote devices, and through the new Police and Crime and Policing Act, we have criminalised the possession, importation, making, adapting and supply of the electronic devices used to commit vehicle theft, which will make a real difference in his constituency.
Max Wilkinson, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week we discussed the murder of Henry Novak, which has shocked this country and continues to. His father, Mark, as we said last week, asked politicians not to use the tragedy to stoke division and hatred. With that request in mind, Mr Speaker, and considering the need to maintain trust in policing, would the Home Secretary like to take this opportunity to urge Vice President J.D. Vance and the US Department of Justice to butt out of our politics, leave British law enforcement to Britain, and just as importantly, show respect for British victims of crime?
Home Secretary.
I would urge all commentators, would-be commentators, wannabes of every description, that they leave our criminal justice system to us. We've been going for a very long time, and we will carry on in that vein.
Serena Brackenridge.
Mr Speaker, following investment in police operations targeting predatory behaviour in Wolverhampton's nighttime economy, including the deployment of specially trained undercover officers alongside the much welcome support given by the late night Safe Haven and Night Guardians, what further action will the government take to strengthen prevention so women and girls feel safe in nighttime settings and other high-risk areas?
Minister.
Thank you. Women and girls must feel and be safe everywhere. That is why we have provided funding for policing to trial and evaluate Project Vigilant, where plainclothes officers are deployed to the nighttime economy to identify and de-escalate behaviours known to precede sexual offending. We're providing £13.9 million to improve policing's response to VAUG nationally, and new legislation means that someone causing intentional harassment, alarm or distress because of a person's sex can now face up to 2 years in prison.
Umbrello.
Police is amongst the 10 worst funded forces in the country. They face higher operating costs due to our rural geography, and during the summer have to contend with a population that increases by 40%. They have already had to make cuts worth £2.8 million over the last 3 years. Will the Secretary of State reform the police funding formula to properly account for rurality, lower council tax growth and seasonality?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman is a bit behind the times. We've already announced that we are reforming that, yes.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Academics, professionals and environmentalists have experienced dozens of arrests, yet no charges upheld. And when recently they had a vigil for the trees, there were more police there than there were protesters. Can the Minister meet with me to discuss the policing operations, the over-policing operations around my constituents who are literally standing up for nature, and ensure that we see off these draconian Tory policies which over-egg the amount of policing that is needed for environmentalists?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for the question? The right to peaceful protest and public assembly is a one that we, of course, must protect, but it has to be balanced with the need to maintain public order and keep the public safe. So if she wants to write to me with further detail, if she wants to have a meeting with me to talk about it, very happy to do that.
Just help the member if you can't understand it. If it was answering to the member on the front bench, went straight across both of us. That's what it was. So if you want to know the reason, that's why it was. No, that should be explained. John Lamont.
Mr Speaker, immigration remains too high, especially non-EU migration. Speaking to my constituents in the Scottish borders, many of them want to see a cap on the number of people who can come into the United Kingdom. So will the Home Secretary introduce a binding cap set by Parliament to bring immigration down once and for all?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Under the last government, we saw 2.5 million arrive in just 4 years. That's 1 in 30 people in the country at this very time. This government's brought migration down by 82% since its peak and 41% in the last year.
And votes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd really like to welcome my friend, the Minister, to her place today. Surviving Economic Abuse estimates that around 750,000 women are trapped in a joint mortgage with an abusive partner or ex-partner, with the only way out often being letting their home be repossessed or as abusers refuse to contribute to their share of repayments or they prevent the sale of the property. So I welcome the fact that the government wants to explore solutions, including what could be done by the Financial Services Bill. But what steps will the government take to stop joint mortgage abuse as part of its wider commitment to halving violence against women and girls?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for her question. So the VOG strategy and financial inclusion strategy set out ambitious commitments to tackle the issue of financial abuse. The government is determined to embed the prevention of violence against women and girls across all departments. Our VOG strategy and the financial inclusion strategy committed to explore how we can make it harder for abusers to use joint financial products, including joint mortgages, as a tool of abuse, and to better support victim survivors. Last week, the Economic Secretary to the Treasury and I hosted a roundtable with 16 banks and financial service organisations to underscore government priorities, share best practice within the financial services sector and agree how we can work together to deliver commitments in the VOG strategy and the financial inclusion strategy.
Mr Speaker. There's been an exponential rise of e-scooters, which are incredibly dangerous as some can reach speeds of up to 70 miles per hour. On talking to the police, they said to me that whilst at the moment they're having to adapt existing powers and that there's a lack of central guidance, I wonder if the Minister could outline to me if there's going to be some more central guidance that's actually forthcoming on the apprehension of individuals using these e-scooters. Thank you.
Minister.
And I'm working closely with the Department of Transport on these challenges, which I know many members across this House will have with e-scooters and the use of e-bikes. Making sure we have more neighbourhood police in our communities is the absolute core of this, and that's what this government is delivering.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute back to the Home Secretary, who worked incredibly hard on the issues that the government have announced today. The BBC carries the headline that we will stop children sending and receiving. Can she just, for the House, say that actually what it will do is also stop children ever taking naked images of themselves, and give us some assurances that her department is working on robust legislation and a legislative vehicle to make sure that this can happen?
Secretary.
Well, I very much thank my honourable friend for her question. She's absolutely right. It does involve the taking of those images. Let me clarify that for the House. And yes, we will follow through on that threat to legislate, and the Department is working at pace both on the content of the legislation and the appropriate vehicle in the second session.
Bacon.
Metropolitan Police officers has fallen by 3,000, is now at a lower level than it was in May 2016 when Sadiq Khan became Mayor of London. Overall crime in London has increased by 26%, knife crime is up by 27%. Now, it is true that policing in London is partially devolved, but over 70% of the funding to the Metropolitan Police comes from the Home Office, and that makes the Home Secretary a key player here. So what is she doing to reverse this dismal decline that we've seen in Sadiq Khan's decade of failure?
Minister.
The murder rate is at its lowest level ever recorded in London. The police have more money, more resources to tackle crime, and we are working very closely with them as they do that. And I would just gently remind the honourable gentleman that his party, when they recruited police officers, put them behind desks. We are putting them in our streets fighting crime.
Damian Griffith.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. With the news that the Stradey Park Hotel has now gone into receivership, what assurances can the Minister give my constituents in Llanelli that his department has no plans to use this premises for asylum seeker accommodation?
I can assure my honourable friend and colleagues across the House that we are closing hotels, not opening them.
My constituents hate seeing organised shoplifting, apparently with impunity. Norfolk Police recognise this, and they've identified suspects in more than a third of all these cases. But what's the point when the government's assumption is that any sentence shorter than 12 months will automatically be suspended? What's the government going to do about it?
Minister.
We are making some progress in this space. It may seem small, but there was a 1% fall last year in shop theft offences, and there was a 30% increase in the last year of of the Honourable Gentleman's government. So we are making progress. We're working very hard on prolific offenders in particular, how we target them more. We're using new technology. We're working with, of course, the private sector. Our policing bill brought in new powers. So we are going to tackle shop theft in a way that the previous government didn't. We're launching the Centre for AI soon, which is going to give us new technology that we can also use. We are bearing down on shop theft.
Mr. Speaker, sadly last week Dudley Town Centre fell victim to vandalism again. The new central seating area was damaged, impacting local businesses and footfall. I do welcome the government's effort to restore neighbourhood policing and our new police station, but what further steps will the Minister take to tackle antisocial behaviour like criminals like these to come off our streets and businesses can operate safely?
Minister.
We are working hard to introduce respect orders, which I think will be really important in this space. I'm very happy to come and visit the Honourable Lady and see exactly what the problems are and what we can do, but we are introducing whatever we can, the powers to tackle this kind of low-level, called by the previous government, antisocial behaviour that actually blights our communities.
Dr Neil Shaftesbury-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the Minister's response to my honourable friend from Broadland and Fakenham. But the reality is that every day shopkeepers are facing abuse, threats and being stolen from. A direct consequence of the fact that the Sentencing Act prohibits those with, or takes the presumption that those with a sentence of 12 months or more will not face prison, is that there's no deterrent. So can the Minister genuinely say that our streets are safer as a result?
Minister.
So firstly, we're introducing a new offence. We have introduced a new offence against assault of a shop worker, which the previous government failed to do. And of course, we're using every single tool in our armoury. Unfortunately, the previous government didn't provide the prison places that they promised. So we have to deal with the situation as we find it.
Joe Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The role of the Faith Liaison Officer is extremely important within Lewisham, and this post has been deleted. They're important with regard to preventing extremism, building community cohesion. They meet with faith leaders and have been integral, in terms of the interfaith peace walk. Now, I just asked the Minister to look again at this role and to see what more can be done, because it's important not just for Lewisham, but across the Met and across the country indeed.
As my honourable friend knows, it's a decision for the Met in terms of how they allocate their resources, but I do hear what she says, and I think obviously in light of the tensions that we have faced in recent months, I think there is a role for policing in building relationships with our faith communities, I'm sure.
Speaker, every few weeks a sorted far-right activist descend on my peaceful city of Perth to holler abuse at asylum seekers placed by the Home Office in hotels. They come tacked up on misinformation and loathing, and the people of Perth are getting thoroughly sick of it. Some who attend have even been served bans in their own communities, but yet they roll up in Perth, What will the Home Secretary do about these individuals? And will she consider something like buffer zones between the protesters and the hotels themselves?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising something that's very important. We know that across the country where there are those hotels, these are providing a focal point for people to do things they absolutely should not do and that we condemn in its fullest terms. Goal one is to shut those hotels. I think that's the priority, and I make that commitment to the community of Perth. But alongside that, we work with the local police, and I can support the honourable gentleman doing the same to make sure that those areas are supported and that all tools used as effectively as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're a patient people, a compassionate community in Bournemouth, but there is also a feeling in town that we are being asked to do more than our fair share with our 3 asylum hotels. Can the Minister please set out for my constituents that Bournemouth is uppermost in his mind as he is closing hotels, and that Bournemouth's asylum hotels are being prioritised for closure?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He raises this with me very, very frequently indeed, and for good reason. I totally accept his characterisation. The people of Bournemouth have 3 such hotels. That's an extraordinary pressure, not just on public services, but also on community tensions. I don't want them open a minute longer than they have to be. So, of course, Bournemouth absolutely is uppermost in our minds.
Sorry, Bradman.
The Race and Faith Network at Greater Manchester Fire Rescue Service earlier this year wrote to its firefighters targeting anyone who might be representing Reform UK at the local elections in what can only be described as an attempt at intimidation. Firefighters can legitimately stand at local elections, so does the Secretary of State agree that this kind of politicisation and institutional bullying is wholly unacceptable? And what will the Defending Democracy Task Force do to investigate this and stop it from happening again?
Listen very carefully to what the Right Honourable Lady said, and I will give it due consideration as the Chair of the Defending Democracy Task Force.
Good Steinback.
Speaker, the Government have cut the asylum backlog, reduced the number of people arriving illegally and shut more than half of the hotels opened by Tory ministers. Places in Scotland like Falkirk, Perth and Dundee must see further progress this year. When will the next phase of the hotel exit plan be, and how will ministers ensure it is equitable across the nations and regions of the United Kingdom?
Minister.
I am grateful for that question. I'm conscious and think also of the Cladden Hotel in Falkirk and the impact that has on the local community, again, because the honourable gentleman is rightly very dogged in raising that with me. I want to see that hotel closed. We are, of course, in the slightly better weather of the year, which puts pressure on services. Nevertheless, we want those hotels closed. We've made a commitment within this Parliament, but I would say to colleagues they will not be open a minute longer than they have to be.
Smart.
Mr. Speaker, Stephen Yaxley-Lennon has publicly thanked the donors who funded the recent Unite the Kingdom marches, which needed a significant police presence. We've heard mention several times this afternoon of equality before the law, Mr. Speaker. So does the Home Secretary agree with me that the laws regarding the reporting of donations, both from the UK and from overseas, apply to members of all political parties equally?
Transparency, I think, is the underscore of democracy. I think we need to make sure we have that, and of course we will make sure we're talking to our colleagues at MHCLG who run elections to make sure we're doing everything we should be doing.
Whereas, Mr. Speaker, the horticultural sector in Cornwall is worth about £100 million a year, but it's reliant on the seasonal workers scheme. The scheme numbers are announced annually at the end of the year, but the daffodil season in Cornwall begins in January. Can ministers meet with me to discuss an earlier announcement and a 2-year rolling scheme?
Minister.
Thank the honourable friend for his question. It's important that we do continue our strategy to bring net migration down whilst also maintaining agricultural industries. I've met with a number across the sector and, of course, happy to meet with him after this.
Sir Roger Gale.
Mr. Speaker, further to the answer given to the honourable gentleman, the member for Lichfield, earlier this afternoon, Mohammed Fayed is beyond the reach of terrestrial justice. But many of the ladies who he abused are still waiting for justice. The Metropolitan Police has been conducting an inquiry into the activities of those who aided and abetted Fayed for many months. Will the Home Office ask the Met to expedite this inquiry so that these ladies can at last have justice?
Minister.
I thank the member for the question, and I can absolutely confirm how close this is to my heart. Within the boundaries of operational independence, the Home Office is regularly engaging, rightly so, with the Metropolitan Police. These women absolutely deserve justice, and I will do everything within my power to make sure that they get it. Thank you.
Dr. Alpington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Surrey Heath constituent, Richard, has been unable to work now for 4 months because of delays from the disclosure and barring service. Things are getting desperate at home. He faces the prospect of defaulting on his mortgage this month. This is a 10-month delay from point of application to now. Can I ask one of the front bench team to look at this case in particular, to help him out, but also to try and take a hand of the DBS service more generally? Thank you.
Certainly very happy to look at the particular case. Perhaps you could write to me and I will look into it.
Final question, Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As if the government's announcement to water down the provisions of the Equipment Theft Prevention Act 2023 weren't disappointing enough, the secondary legislation to enact what's left of it still hasn't been tabled. Where is it?
Minister.
It's a shame the honourable gentleman is much nicer when we meet personally than in the chamber. He knows we are working on this and he knows that we will do it as soon as we can, but happy to have another conversation with him.
Point forward to Ed Morello.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my topical question earlier, I asked the Minister if they would, if the Department would reform the police funding formula to account for seasonality and rurality. The Minister said that that announcement had already been made. Actually, only a review into the funding formula has been announced, and I wonder if the Speaker will give me some guidance on how I can get information on what will be included.
I think you've put it on the record. I think the front bench has heard it. I think it was an error rather than a complete misleading the House. I think we can leave it at that. Point of order, Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In March, I requested 2 briefings from the Home Office as His Majesty's loyal opposition, one on Islamist terrorism and one on security threat in Northern Ireland. After months of chasing, at the end of last month, I received a reply from Private Secretary informing that we will need to decline the request of a briefing for Alicia Kearns on the security threat picture in Northern Ireland and the Islamist terrorist threat. It is not unreasonable, Mr. Speaker, to request 2 briefings in 6 months as the opposition. What advice can you kindly give and guidance on how we get the briefings we need so we can hold the government to account?
First of all, the Chair has no responsibility for this. What I would say is responsibility of government to ensure the opposition is briefed, and I'm sure that point will have been noted. Right, let us go to the urgent question when the front bench change over. Take care. Well done.
Mr. Speaker.
Right, we come to the urgent question. Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology if she will make a statement on the government's new policy announcements regarding children's online safety.
No, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has announced that this government will take decisive action to strengthen children's online safety, including new expectations on technology companies to introduce crucial safety measures on children's phones. The government is clear that children are facing unacceptable levels of sexual harm online, including grooming, sextortion and coercion into sharing intimate images. A single image can trap a child in a cycle of abuse, something I've personally heard of from young people, from families, from civil society, and I hold them in my mind and heart as we take action to stop this harm at source. To address this, we have set out expectations that technology companies introduce device-level protections for children. These protections will prevent children from taking, sharing or viewing nude imagery across all core device functionalities. This includes camera, messaging apps, search functions and file sharing, and these protections are built directly into the operating system. We recognise that companies have already developed and implemented nudity detection on devices. We want to work collaboratively with industry to build solutions, to call on companies to take action within 3 months. We have been clear that if industry does not meet our high expectations, we will not hesitate to legislate. Furthermore, the government's Growing Up in the Online World's consultation closed on the 26th of May. The government is currently reviewing the responses and will provide an update in the coming weeks.
Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question and for the Minister's response. Today and over the weekend, we see a Prime Minister who spent months completely disengaged from the digital threats facing our young people, suddenly experiencing an 11th hour Damascene conversion. This sudden rush seems driven entirely by a looming ballot box in Makerfield and a full-scale rebellion on his own backbenches. Now, we Liberal Democrats won't criticise someone for reaching the correct position, even if it's taken them some time. But unfortunately, this government's actual approach remains profoundly weak, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful that the Prime Minister has to beg big tech to stop the proliferation of child sexual abuse imagery. He could and he should make these changes anyway. So I make this appeal to the Minister and to the Prime Minister too, if he is watching. Just do it. Just bring forward the legislation. Why is he still asking big tech to cooperate with him when they've constantly shown total disregard for our children and young people? Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to also turn to the broader proposals which have been briefed to the newspapers over the weekend regarding a ban on harmful social media for teenagers. Liberal Democrats welcome these reports and urge ministers once again to move quickly and decisively. Only through a smart film-style age rating system can we protect children from harmful online content and algorithms. I'm delighted that it seems that in pursuit of a legacy, the Prime Minister is borrowing more Liberal Democrat ideas wholesale, tiered age-rated access, ending infinite scrolling and tackling online gaming, not just social media, despite ordering his MPs and his peers to vote repeatedly against many of these proposals during the passage of the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. But today, Mr. Speaker, it's not about who voted which way. I want to ask the Minister, and through him the Prime Minister, to remember the children who have lost their lives due to the harms they have encountered online, those whose mental and physical health and education has been harmed by what they've been exposed to online. It is for those children that we must work together to bring about change. The Prime Minister must stop begging tech companies to protect our children and start acting himself now.
Speaker, it is astonishing to hear the Liberal Democrats mention lack of action. On Grok, this government stood up to the richest man in the world, stood him down, and as a result secured protections for people in this country. On cyber flashing, on strangulation and pornography, on banning notification tools, on criminalising notification, on putting personal criminal liability on tech bosses if they don't act. I understand the Liberal Democrats are doing a strategy review to seek relevance, but I think that complaint is still too much.
Steve Mathers.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome this announcement, but isn't it shocking that these companies have to be told what is unacceptable,
Absolutely.
that sending and receiving naked images to children is something that they shouldn't already be doing? So I want to ask the Minister, is this a tech problem or is this an issue of a lack of understanding and actual decency at the heart of these companies?
And for a point well made, we have consistently been robust with tech companies on this question, and can I particularly pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley, in her leadership on this particular question. It is, to me, not a technology problem. We have the technology to act on this, and we're now going to deliver that in the real world as well.
Shadow Minister Peter Forge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the honourable member for Twickenham on having secured this important question, and perhaps suggest that the Minister should show a touch more humility with this important issue. His Majesty's loyal opposition would welcome measures to prevent under-16s from accessing harmful social media. After all, it has been our policy for quite some time, and we are glad that the government is finally starting to catch up. Because this government's record of kicking the can down the road on children's online safety contrasts starkly with the action on these benches. In the last government, we brought in the Online Safety Act, which is already cutting the number of children accessing porn. When it became obvious that more needed to be done, the Leader of the Opposition stood alongside parents and campaigners, calling for more. Only then did the Prime Minister leap swiftly into action by announcing a 4-month consultation on an issue so necessary and so blindingly obvious to the rest of us. And let us not forget that just 6 months ago, this Prime Minister was personally opposed to a ban. Now, with nothing else to show for his time in office, he has performed yet another U-turn and discovered that protecting children was his priority all along. Mr. Speaker, this is not leadership. This is legacy hunting. Thin gruel, Mr. Speaker, after so many missed opportunities. The Safer Phones Bill, the Data Use and Access Act amendment, my noble friend Lord Nash's amendment, opposed not once, not twice, but 3 times before they finally conceded.
That's the reality.
Labour constantly voted down the very protections they now say are required. So why now? Is it a genuine epiphany, or is it the by-elections? Or the rather inconvenient fact that a rival from the north has already staked out this ground, leaving the Prime Minister with little choice but to follow? Time and time again, this is a government that has to be forced to do the right thing, and only after they have exhausted every other option first. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want this to work. So I ask the Secretary of State, via the Minister, 3 questions. Will these protections extend to existing devices or only to new handsets? Because if it is the latter, I'm concerned that as only 90% of 12-year-olds have hand-me-down phones, it will leave the most vulnerable children as the least protected.
Welcome the Shadow Minister to the dispatch box, but it is 2 minutes. He's now nearly 3 minutes. So I'm sure that the Minister will have grasped what he had to say. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I firstly point out that the opposition and government took 7 years to pass a bill and then found that bill inadequate in law to be then proposing all the things that they have tried to do. This government, Mr. Speaker, is listening to the people of Britain. I have been around listening to thousands of young people and families, and they say they have a government listening and with humility getting the right action on this central question. They say on age assurance for adult content, this government has listened and acted robustly. They say so on Grok when the opposition was missing in action. On her particular question of the Shadow Minister's point around existing devices, I will point to him that a major provider has already applied age assurance at the device level for existing devices as well. We will learn the lessons and make sure that we're acting robustly in protecting young people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the announcement today. The Education Select Committee recently took evidence from social media and gaming companies which left every member of the committee profoundly concerned. They downplayed the issues, denied the scale of harm and overplayed the magnitude and effectiveness of their own responses. So we have very little confidence that big tech knows what is required and has any motivation to do it. So if, as seems likely, legislation is required after 3 months, can the Minister provide assurance that the drafting of that legislation is already underway so that we don't lose any more time before our children are safe online?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to say that time is of the essence here. I can confirm to her that we are working closely with the Home Secretary and the Home Office to make sure that we're ready to go if the companies don't act in the way they need to.
Dr Danny Chambers, Liberal Democrat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting my honourable friend from Twickenham this urgent question. And I have to say I'm very disappointed with the Minister's response by bringing in petty party politics when we have been consistently providing proposed legislation that would have taken months of. This could have been implemented months ago. And I speak on behalf of parents, children, teachers, carers, and actually the children themselves, when we ask, why is the Prime Minister pleading of tech companies about this? He's the Prime Minister. He should be leading the charge on blocking child sexual abuse material on smartphones. And it is absolutely baffling that we've now only reached this point. We saw the horrifying effects of Grok and other chatbots that are able to generate and share explicit content of women and children at the request of online users earlier this year. Now, children deserve far more than this dither and delay. The tech companies do not even deserve this 3-month ultimatum. The Prime Minister should not be begging. He should be telling the big tech companies no to the proliferation of child sexual abuse imagery and no to putting profit over the safety of children.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the honourable member perhaps didn't listen to his own side's questionings about politics, but let me say 2 things. One, when I go around the country and speak to parents and young people as well, they say to me that the fact that 116,000 people have engaged with our consultation shows that this is a question on which the British public has strong views, but also that it has a British government that is now putting those strong views directly into public policy action as well. And on the question of pace, I will simply point to the honourable member that it is pace that we're moving with on this question, and in particular the Prime Minister secured changes. When I went to Australia 2 weeks ago, they said to me, why was the UK the first place to secure changes on nudity blurring already on operating systems for a major provider as a result of the robust engagement we have had. I know the House is rightly questioning the pace of legislation. I'm interested in the pace of outcome. That's what we're delivering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a social experiment conducted by social media companies on our children for too long, and parents have been left trying to take the burden. Can the Minister, who I thank very much for many meetings together over many months, tell us the criteria for determining which platforms are going to be deemed safe or unsafe when determining what young people should have access to at what age? And in particular, reassure the House that this won't be left to parents, as YouTube, for example, are still pushing for. Thank you.
Well, can I, Mr. Speaker, first thank my honourable friend who has been a remarkable champion for young people and families on this question. I have deeply valued her input and expertise on it as well. On her particular question of definition, I won't preempt the particular decisions as a result of the consultation, but I will say to her that her representations on harmful functionalities are very much top of mind for me, and I can assure her very much that it won't be parents who will bear the burden of enforcement. It will very much be the platforms that we're making sure are responsible for enforcement and acting.
Father the House, Edward Lee.
Rather than trading party political points, can we all agree that these huge companies are rotting our children's minds with addictive algorithms? And whilst we know that banning things seldom works because people circumvent it and it leads to criminality, will the Minister and the Prime Minister go to these companies and say they are in the last chance saloon? Either they take decisive action, which we know they can do, or we will ban children from going on social media.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think in characteristic fashion, the Father of the House as wise counsel, I will be very much taking that to heart in the way that this government acts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's quite clear that these sociopaths that run these platforms have no concern whatsoever for the welfare of anyone, but particularly our children, and that the only message that they're going to listen to is if there's legislation put before this House that is going to act and send a clear message to them. So when are we going to do that?
Can I thank my honourable friend? And I think the point he makes about the inadequacy of what the tech companies have done so far is absolutely one that I feel the weight of as well. We are acting to make sure that young people in this country are secured from the harms they're experiencing. We have done that already by engaging robustly with the companies so far. As I said, already world leading in the fact that a major operating system has been reformed only in the United Kingdom to secure our children. If that doesn't happen, we are already working in parallel to make sure the force of the law is felt as well.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pity that the Minister has chosen attack as the best form of defence when so many across this chamber have raised this issue repeatedly over many years now as something of concern. Nevertheless, setting aside his bombast and hoping that it will be more thoughtful in the implementation of these welcome changes, can I ask, as part of the guidance, I know he's going to be issuing guidance, as I understand it, for parents about screen usage, particularly for very young children. Can I ask if part of that guidance will also be to parents about their screen usage in the presence of their young children? There's growing evidence that what's now called technoference is having a strong impact on the attachments that parents form with children in the very early months and years of life. And that's being felt, certainly in my constituency, in Andover and elsewhere, in primary school as they arrive. I think it would be helpful for parents to understand the impact this is having on them and their attachment to their children too.
Speaker, I think the honourable member makes an incredibly thoughtful point, something that I have heard an anecdote in engaging with young families as well. I am conscious that we are running a large-scale media literacy campaign to support parents in their understanding of social media and its impact on them and their relationships with their kids as well. I will take his comments and make sure that they're fed into the guidance that is prepared.
Becky Gift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Twickenham mentioned delay on this issue, and I wonder whether that's a shame that perhaps she didn't enjoy the same level of consultation that I and many of my colleagues on this side of the House did with our constituents. When I was in Ysgol Maes Garmon recently, consulting with groups of parents and young people, students there, I was surprised by how much commonality they had in what they asked for from this consultation. It was my privilege to present that to the Minister last week. Does he agree with me and indeed them that it's the responsibility of this government to call the tech companies to the table so that there is that opportunity for parents, young people, government and tech companies to all be working together to protect our young people.
Can I thank my honourable friend first and foremost for the depth of engagement she has done with young people and families in her constituency in representations that she has made to me. Mr Speaker, one of the things I have heard consistently from young people, both here and abroad, is that in the way we have engaged on this question, we have made sure that we're doing politics differently, that we're listening to the voices of young people and families and putting it right at the heart of our decisions. She has done that in her community. We will do that across the country.
It's funny how the thought of his legacy has suddenly spurred the Prime Minister on to take action to protect our children when he has resisted for so long. That being said, it is welcome that the Government is listening to the harms-based approach that the Liberal Democrats have proposed and are considering restricting different social media sites at different ages rather than a blanket ban that will have unintended consequences and be unworkable. But could the Minister confirm that the Government will include addictiveness as a factor when determining age restrictions for different sites, platforms, games and features?
In the spirit that has been recommended by the House, I will ignore the first part of political attack from the honourable member. But can I just point to her that I think the particular point she makes on addiction as a really important vector of harm is very much on our minds as we think about the appropriate action here.
Rachel Taylor.
Mr Speaker, parents and teachers across North Warwickshire and Bedworth are worried sick that tech companies are willfully allowing young people to share and access explicit content on their platforms and devices. They're crying out for help. Does the Minister agree with me that it's high time the tech giants are held to account and forced into action to keep young people safe, and the Government will legislate without delay?
Well, I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend. She has been also a remarkable champion in having engaged people in her community and representing those voices to me. We will make sure those voices result in quick as well as deeply robust action.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I think the Minister is aware my concern is about the interaction of whatever the Government may choose to ban and the workings of the Online Safety Act that we already have. I know the Minister recognises that that's an important interaction. Would he reassure me that the Government is fully aware of the need to ensure that whether it bans access to social media entirely for children or indeed bans specific functionalities, we will need to ensure we do not undermine the duty of care that the OSA requires of social media platforms and others?
Well, I think the honourable member makes an incredibly thoughtful point, given all his expertise and experience on this theme. He has made this point to me before, and I can assure him it is on my mind to make sure that whatever we do, that there is no levelling down of the force of the child safety duties under the Online Safety Act on the platforms. If anything, there's a levelling up.
Melanie Ward.
Mr Speaker, to test Instagram's claim that their teen accounts provide age-appropriate content, I set up a teen account as a 17-year-old boy called David. Without searching for anything, it took just 11 minutes of scrolling for David to be shown anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Does the Minister agree that this is a disgrace and is just one example of why it's time to stop asking social media companies to make their products safe and instead time to start requiring them to do so through regulation?
Well, my honourable friend makes an incredibly important contribution, and I was horrified when I brought together Jewish leaders to make sure that they got time with the companies to tell them the depth of prejudice that they experienced online and faced a very similar set of anecdotes as well. I agree with her. This government will continue to make sure that we're bringing the full weight of regulation and policy against the tech companies.
Christine Jardine.
Very much, Mr Speaker. And while we all welcome the fact that the Government is finally acting, I would point out to the Minister that not a single parent of the very many who have been in contact with me in Edinburgh West has requested that the Government ask the tech companies to behave differently. Every single one is concerned about their child. A child who is not the problem, who is the victim of the tech companies. Is it not time that we recognise that over decades, we've made this mistake with the press? We left them to self-regulate and we ended up with Leveson. We ended up with all sorts of problems. Why are we doing the same thing with the tech companies? We want change, we should demand change, and we should legislate for the change and not let the people who've created the problem decide when and how they're going to fix it.
Mr. Speaker, I was visiting young people and families in Leith in Scotland just a few weeks ago. The thing I heard more than anything else was the scale of harm that young people were experiencing in those families, but also a desire that we focus on the thing that stops that harm. And that is why we will, of course, act robustly on the consultation that we have done. In this instance, as I've mentioned before, we have already secured major changes. We will continue to do that, and in parallel, we will prepare legislation. What I'm interested in is that young people in Edinburgh and across the country are protected from the horrific harms.
Rodder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and could I welcome today's decisive action. Mr. Speaker, there have been the most appalling tragedies across the country, including my constituency, where parents have lost children due to online harms. I know that the Minister and the Prime Minister are working closely with parents. Could I urge him to continue to do this and to continue to carry out the type of engagement he's been carrying out and to listen to the example from Australia? And we look forward to hearing more decisive action in the near future.
Mr. Speaker, one of the big lessons of both the Australian experience and beyond is that policy in this context is not just about short-term impact, but about long-term norms. And we only achieve that impact if we bring parents and families with us. And so can I pay tribute to my honourable friend who's been a remarkable champion, in particular for bereaved families in his constituency who have experienced the utmost tragedy and through it shown the most remarkable resilience.
Tyngdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I welcome the government's belated intention to act on this area, does he agree that there is no need to wait for legislation if the social media companies actually started to enforce their existing requirements on age in order to participate online? There are many children under the age of 13 who are able to create accounts and interact despite the fact that this is completely against the terms of the platform.
The honourable gentleman is totally right in saying that social media companies have a requirement already to enforce age assurance thresholds that they face under the existing legislation. Where that is not acting, we're continuing to back Ofcom to make sure that it acts robustly, uses every single power that it has, and we will continue to review whether more is needed to make sure that is robust action indeed.
Mr. Speaker, it's over 20 years since I was one of half a dozen people who co-wrote the world's first code of practice to protect minors from age-inappropriate content. One of the biggest challenges we faced then was age verification. Can the Minister please assure us that the technology and the devices are now there and in place so that under 18s can age verify?
Well, I've been very conscious of my honourable friend's expertise in this domain, but I'm glad to hear her pioneering experience on the particular question of age verification too. The reason we've taken this action is because through the engagement we've done, we've made sure that the technology is now in a good place to do exactly that, to verify age at the threshold of 18 robustly. That is why we want to see it extended to make sure young people are secured online.
Shweta Braverman.
I've met victims of online sexual exploitation, and it is absolutely devastating crime that needs to be stopped. But I really fear that the government's plans are going to make things worse for everyone whilst taking little action to protect children online. The Australian model hasn't worked, and I fear that these government plans will effectively open the door to state-mandated surveillance and digital ID on the entire population. We all want children to be safe online. Brilliant technology exists, like parental control software and excellent other mechanisms.
Good enough.
We can use that technology. Can't we use that technology more rather than imposing an authoritarian ID database on the entire population?
Mr. Speaker, that is a remarkable mischaracterisation of what this government is looking to do, and I think the bulk of the House will feel the weight of what the honourable member has just said. But let me say very clearly, Mr. Speaker, there is a straight choice here between backing parents and their families in a context where they're experiencing remarkable difficulties in keeping up with modern technology, or backing platforms. And I'm astonished that the member has said that the Reform Party is backing tech billionaires and platforms, not parents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I don't believe that the tech giants will do as they say and act in the right way when it comes to this issue. So I asked the Minister what consideration he is giving to legislation, particularly when it comes to ensuring that all platforms can meet the same standards, but also that we can future-proof against new future platforms as well.
Well, I share my honourable friend's scepticism, so let me say two things. One, actions matter more than words. We have already demonstrated in action that we can move in a pioneering way, the world first action that we were able to get on a major operating system earlier this year, thanked something that has been praised by international partners as well. But secondly, on her particular point on law, as I mentioned at the outset, the Home Secretary and Home Office and I are working very closely to make sure that we're preparing law in parallel to ensure that no stone is unturned in securing our young people's future.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's belated move on social media, but can the Minister clarify, does the technology prevent photos being taken in the first place, or does it scan your device to prevent you sending photos? Because there are understandable privacy concerns. But can the Minister also clarify, his department's briefed the media that YouTube Kids will be excluded from any such action by the government. Can he explain why?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the first question, whilst we will continue to look at the most effective ways of making this happen, the existing technology largely uses classifiers that ensure, even at the point of taking of the images, that camera rendering can prevent those from being taken. So that technology exists already. On her second point, as a matter of course she'll be aware, I will not comment on briefings.
Or a Caxman.
I've spoken to many young people in Aylesbury and the villages about this. One boy told me about the content he'd seen, from terrorist beheadings to sexual abuse, and this is what he said to me. He said, please don't stop us communicating with our friends, we want to do that, but please stop us seeing this illegal and traumatising material, and please help us manage our addiction to these social media platforms. Does the Minister agree that the tech companies cannot be trusted with our children's safety or their futures, and that the government has to step in now?
I agree entirely with my honourable friend, and she has also been a persistent campaigner on this question, and I valued her input and conversations on it as well. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the experiment that we have allowed our young people to be a part of has not worked. We must put it to an end. We will do so robustly, imminently.
Vicky Slade.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the proposals announced today, but I am concerned that they appear to be limited to nudity. Children who have been the subject of self-harm or been encouraged to take their own lives, and those who've seen extreme violence, don't appear to be covered. My son George told me that without any attempt at trying to find it, he was fed the images of Charlie Kirk's murder pretty much as soon as it had happened. And I don't see anything in here to prevent something like that happening again. So can the Minister confirm that this will include extreme violence as well as those awful sights that are causing children to hurt themselves?
Well, I really value the particular harms the honourable member has raised. Can I assure her that extreme violence and self-harm content of the sort she's described are significant and priority offences under the Online Safety Act already? Platforms have a liability to make sure that that sort of content is rooted out proactively. And where that's not happening, the regulator has the powers to act against it, will continue to do so. The particular change being considered here is about a very specific classifier of nudity. It's much harder to build classifiers for particular types of violence. I will, of course, continue to work with her and any others interested to look at where more we can go.
Tom Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really welcome the government's position on this, and we know the technology is capable and present. I've spoken to those in the UK developing this technology, but it's been realised against headwinds because there is no pull. In every other area of product or technology, consumers are right to expect safety. That's built into our laws of product safety. That's not the case for digital, and currently there's no pull for this technology from the big tech companies. Does the Minister agree with me that we should be moving in a direction that creates this pull for innovation, for safety as a value, for technology that delivers safety, to be innovating and enriching our economy as much as the technology at the moment that is threatening healthy has done?
Mr. Speaker, safety by design is an incredibly important principle, and one of the things I valued both in its mention in the online safety legislation but also in our engagement with companies is that I think it's a very attractive and tractable way of driving change as well. I know my honourable friend has done extensive work on this. I'm looking forward to engaging with him in depth to make sure his ideas feed into our decisions too.
Sir Julian Lewis.
As long as children are given access to social media, I very much doubt that it will be possible to prevent them seeing harmful content. But given the very strong assurances from the Minister that he will certainly be taking action to prevent them seeing extreme content, can he explain to the House what sanctions will be available effectively to punish those social media companies that defy the legislation?
The existing legislation provides for significant sets of fines. There are over 100 investigations that have been conducted, millions in pounds that have been levied in terms of fines on companies for inaction as well. Under any prospective new regime, I will make sure that the enforcement levers are as robust as they can possibly be, because clearly the lesson from elsewhere is that compliance is critical to reshaping norms, and I want the companies and the bosses to feel the weight of it.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank parents, teachers and young people in Dartford who came together with me at the end of last month to discuss action around how social media companies are engaged in what has been described as the great rewiring of our childhood, and how to take action against that. And I was pleased to be able to provide a report to the Minister's Department after that engagement. There was near consensus that we wanted to see age restriction around social media access, a digital age of consent on data access, as well as more guidance for parents and families from trusted sources. Does the Minister agree that it's vital we take steps in all of these areas, as well as the very welcome announcement today on smartphones?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend for the engagement he has done and for sharing the lessons from it as well. Right across the three areas he talks about: age restrictions, the ability to be able to wield appropriate consent, as well as guidance for parents. I think the central theme is that parents and young people feel a loss of agency, and that is exactly the fundamental focus this government has, to restore the agency of people over platforms.
Seamus Logan.
Mr. Speaker, there remain serious concerns about the ability of children to currently use a live stream on social media and the potential risk and harms that may arise. And this has been raised by my honourable friend, the member for Aberdeen North, in the past. In addition, members will be well aware of the risks posed to children by strangers, who are in some cases adults with malevolent and illegal intent. Can the Minister confirm that live streaming and the protection of children from these predators will fall under the scope of the forthcoming government response?
Speaker, the honourable member makes incredibly important points about both live streaming and what is called stranger pairing, the ability for strangers to engage with young people online on a series of platforms. Live streaming and stranger pairing together has seemed to me a really important way in which international criminal networks have undertaken child sexual abuse as well. It is very much top of mind as we think about regulating functions and functionalities and features that I think are some of the most challenging aspects of what drives harm for young people.
Orrin Backham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for answering this urgent question today, and urgent it is. While the tech companies are spending millions of pounds congratulating themselves on how they're going above and beyond, children in Darlington tell me that the parental controls are really easy to work around. Can the Minister outline how these new settings on devices are going to be safeguarded to make sure that children can't use a toggle to toggle them on and off and access their functionalities again?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. She has been incredibly thoughtful on these questions before as well. And can I agree with her as well, which is that parental controls, in my experience with young people and families, have just not been easy to engage with, nor have they been completely effective in driving down the harm in question. And so in thinking about the effectiveness of what we've announced today, one, I think having age assurance at the device level in a way that is effective in some of the instances we have seen already, I think the evidence is pretty clear. Two, the technology appears to be pretty effective in understanding nudity and therefore blocking it. And the reason we're looking at that is precisely because we think it's radically more effective than doing it just at the level of the application. I will continue to bear her lessons in mind.
Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, this is an issue of real concern to parents as well as children. And as we look at the big tech companies, they often seem to resemble big tobacco companies in the 1960s, or certainly some of them do. We've had a lot of briefing from the government, and we've had an announcement not in this House. Will the Minister commit to coming to this House when the guidance is ready to set out exactly and very clearly as to the steps that the government are going to continue to take to give real reassurance to parents in my constituency who are so concerned about this matter?
Mr. Speaker, I think the government has already committed to a conversation as well as a vote at the floor of the House on the substantive question of the consultation. I will make sure that there is even fuller scope for engagement in the Chamber on the full set of questions that the member has raised. Thank you.
Just Bramford.
Mr. Speaker, many members across the House will have read Careless People, a book by Sarah Wynne Williams, a whistleblowing account of her time working inside Facebook, now Meta. She is now being silenced by Meta using lawfare when she sounded the alarm. These companies do not care about the people that use the platforms. They only care about keeping people on their platforms, especially our children. So what does the Minister know that we don't, that asking them nicely is going to achieve the intended results rather than legislating against them?
Mr. Speaker, one of the things I most valued in this role is being able to directly engage with whistleblowers from the range of companies and to hear both their understanding of what is happening internally, but more than that, the strength of their prescription. I am not relying on any internal privileged understanding. I'm relying on action, not words. The fact that we have already been able to secure a world-leading change in age assurance at the device level, protecting millions of young people in this country, is the action I'm relying on, not false promises or privileged information.
Minister, the tech companies are big, they are rich, they are clever, and they are playing a very long game. I do not doubt that in the next 3 months we will see some degree of compliance or movement towards what the government is asking for from those tech companies. My concern is that what will happen is then constant backsliding, where we will see them endlessly rowing back or not really quite meeting what they've agreed with. How will we prevent that from happening by any step short of legislation? And could legislation please be enforced by means of group class actions for children who are damaged by this? Because I think that is the only thing that tech companies might pay attention to.
Mr. Speaker, I think my honourable friend is right to say that the outcome of concern here is not whether there are some incremental changes, but whether our children are safe online. That is the outcome that is top of mind for me. We are looking at the quickest way of doing that. We are preparing legislative options alongside the engagement that we're doing. If we're not able to secure substantive change to deliver that outcome, we will not hesitate to legislate.
Lee Ingham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A little while ago, I ran a consultation in my constituency, which the Minister kindly attended, with 60 young people and teachers. And their position was, whilst they would welcome the action taken today, they want to see significant regulation of tech companies to make sure that, because a ban is easily avoided. So can the Minister tell me what more we are considering as a government to ensure we protect young people through regulation?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the firm lessons I learned from my honourable friend's engagement, and such depth of engagement she did as well from young people in Staffordshire, was the need to make sure that the changes we make online also reflect better opportunities offline. I know she provides extensive opportunities for young people in her constituency. We will make sure that when we're acting on this question, we're looking at the full range of their experiences.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm genuinely pleased that the government has at least come to the table on preventing the harms to all children from social media and online content, but it strikes me that this is rather piecemeal, and listening to voices on the official opposition benches, other parties in opposition, and the government's own backbenches, everything is pointing in the same direction, that we need an outright ban on social media for under 16. So when this House wants to act quickly, we've proven in the past we can, before any more children are harmed. Will you just bring the legislation forward?
With respect to the honourable member, I will say that there are a range of questions, not least looking at the scope of how we make sure harms on gaming and messaging platforms are not allowed to just go by, when we're looking at the precise way in which age assurance can be robust enough so that we don't just get young people escaping any changes as well. There are a range of implementation questions. We want to get this right by our young people and our families, not just given to political back and forth.
Sonia Kumar.
Madam Deputy Speaker, health misinformation and disinformation on social media is not harmless. It is a growing and serious threat to public health. We've seen already cases where harmful online trends have led to severe injury and, tragically, even death of children. What steps is the government taking to hold technology companies to account and online influencers to enable them to stop them from enabling them to spread harmful and misleading health content on their platforms, given the clear risks they pose for young people?
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a really important point that my honourable friend makes, and one of the things that we've been clear on is that regulated health advice should only be provided by regulated individuals in appropriate ways. That is something that the platforms need to ensure that they're complying with. We will work with the regulator to ensure that any such responsibilities are fully carried out as well.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At some recent roundtables that I held at high schools in Waveney Valley, one young person said that social media is dangerous for young people and the government needs to take more control over social media companies because of the harmful content, while a senior teacher said that the majority of what we are dealing with as safeguarding needs is via social media. So how will the Minister ensure that the out-of-control corporate tech giants are effectively regulated so only age-appropriate content can be accessed?
I think the central message that the Honourable Member should take away is that this government will make sure that we are restoring control in the hands of families and this government, democratic values rather than tech bosses. That is the outcome we will deliver imminently.
Jonathan Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Parents, teachers, young people themselves in mid-Derbyshire have spoken to me extensively about the harm which young people are receiving from being on social media and also from the issue of smartphones. But it is worth noting, Madam Deputy Speaker, that many young people do actually get their legitimate news content online. They also have a lot of access to educational material on places like YouTube. So we've got to be careful we don't push young people to more harmful places on the internet through this legislation. But can I just ask the Minister, what steps will he take to ensure that young people can still get their legitimate news online because they're not engaging with the traditional broadcasters or buying newspapers, and that they can get their educational content too, because we don't want to have any unintended consequences there?
My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. On all my travels across the country, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have tried to be very active on social media, but the only content that young people report having seen is on NewsRound. And so I think there are ways in which public broadcast, appropriate high-quality news and educational experiences can be delivered in innovative ways in schools as well as online. This government will make sure young people are kept informed as well as in receipt of educational experiences.
Mark Pritchard.
This country is in danger of losing a generation of young people to the bad and malign influences of big tech. And let me be clear, big tech can be a force for good. But is it not the case that the last government and this government are completely embedded with big tech? Big tech often is more powerful than many governments, bigger budgets than many governments. And some of the big tech owners actually don't believe in democracy, believe that democracy is bust and want to undo it. So there is an inherent conflict of interest between the government's position and big tech's influence and embeddedness in all government departments. But I just appeal to the Minister. It is incumbent on all of us. Parents feel powerless. They look to us as their members of Parliament to reflect their views. And today I'm reflecting my constituents' views, and we've heard it across the House. Guidance is not good enough. It has to be legislation, has to be class actions, has to be the big bucks. That's what they listen to.
Well, I think the Honourable Member makes an incredibly important point. And the first part of it is that, of course, we will act, including in law, to make sure that what we're focused on is outcomes for young people and families. But the second thing is critical, because the conversations I've had across the country reflect a deep understanding that, yes, we need robust action in the short term, but in the long term, Britain shapes technology rather than being shaped by it if we build British capability. And that is what we're focused on. In fact, just this morning, we announced a £1 billion hardware plan to make sure that the next generation of fundamental technologies, AI chips in particular, are built here, reindustrialising ourselves, but at the heart of it, making sure that we have the discretion to engage with international firms in the way that we want to.
Joanna Baxter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his response to the urgent question today, and I'm very grateful the Government is taking action on this vitally important issue. But we all know that the pace of change in technology is terrifying. So I wonder if the Minister can set out how the discussions with technology companies and online safety experts have focused on ensuring that device-level controls are not only effective and easy for families to use, but are adaptable to emerging online risks.
I think my honourable friend makes an incredibly important point that the speed of technology needs to be reflected in the speed of democracy. That is why we have moved so fast on engaging the country, getting a set of actions ready, acting imminently. But on this particular point on device-level changes, why we were one of the first countries in the world to secure some of the major changes that took place earlier this year on our operating system as well. She is totally right to point out that we need to look at not just where the technology is now, but where harms go as well, and I will continue to bear that in mind.
Anne Davis.
I welcome the Minister's announcement about blocking explicit images on children's phones, but really this just should have come much sooner. And I totally agree with the honourable member from Twickenham. Action needs to be taken now, not in 3 months' time. But what exactly will be measured at the end of this period? And what counts as failure? Are we really relying on the goodwill of tech companies bearing their inactivity so far?
Thank you to the honourable member for her question. Let me say a very clear sense of what the outcome is that we will measure it, which is that currently 91% of images engaged in child sexual abuse interactions are self-generated. That, to me, is the central focus for what this government is doing. We have already made a significant difference, as I said, in terms of ensuring our robust engagement delivers a pioneering first change on a major operating system. If that isn't delivered within the course of weeks, we will continue to make sure that the full force of the law delivers that outcome.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the growing link in evidence between smartphone overuse and symptoms like depression, anxiety and reduced student performance, areas like Blackpool are seeing double the national average when it comes to young people and self-harm. So what steps will my honourable friend take to ensure that device-level controls are effective and easy to use for those parents who may not be as tech-savvy? Good question.
A fundamental principle behind the changes both announced today and those that we're considering as a result of the consultation is simplicity. Because parents tell me across the country that they are working incredibly hard, they're trying to keep up with technology, but the technology continues to make it more difficult rather than easier for them to exercise control. And so that principle will motivate our actions. We will make sure that it is easy, effective, and that the burden of liability falls on platforms, not on parents.
Lincoln Job.
Speaker, why is the Minister here today answering an urgent question rather than bringing forward a government statement?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand that Home Office ministers made a statement at orals today. I'm very happy to answer any further questions to the extent that the House desires.
Josh Dean.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the vast majority of members in this place have had the benefit of growing up in a world without social media and with social media, but young people today have not had that benefit. They've grown up with lives intimately intertwined with the digital world and in lockdown were pushed even deeper online without being given a say. So whatever we do next, we must bring young people with us. And can I ask the Minister that beyond the recent consultation, what will his department do to meaningfully engage young people in this area of policy so that we can build a digital world that's safe for young people with young people?
Yeah.
Well, can I say that my honourable friend has been one of the most vocal people on this question, in particular on engaging young people. There are two things on my mind. One, the trust that I have felt, Madam Deputy Speaker, in engaging with young people in every nation and region of our country on these questions, whether it's over basketball, cricket, football, netball, and indeed toasting marshmallows with the Cumbrian Scouts. My trust has only been affirmed on this question. The second thing to say is that I think he is right to raise an important point, in particular for a series of young people from LGBTQ groups, but from rural groups too, who have talked to me about finding community online. And so we have to bear that in mind in ensuring that they have appropriate resources to feel supported in forming community as well.
Monica Harding.
Madam Deputy Speaker, at the G7 Digital Ministers meeting, it was reported that the US and the UK watered down stronger protections for children presented by France. My constituents in East Morton, as evidenced by the over 2,000 emails I received on online harms, want stronger protections. So can the Minister assure us that when it comes to online safety, he and the Prime Minister have the interests of children in my constituency at heart, rather than the interests of the US and big tech? And if so, why did the UK resist mandatory protection frameworks?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Great question.
Well, I won't be commenting on leaked briefings, but I will simply say two things. One, in my engagement, even in Australia, civil society said the United Kingdom has been the first country in the world to pioneer the changes to operating systems that are securing young people's future. That is because the only thing that matters to this government when we're thinking about children's safety is children's safety, to make sure that British children are kept safe. And we will continue to make that the defining principle for all our actions.
Serena Brackenridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tech giants have had the digital level controls capability to stop children taking, sharing or viewing naked images on their devices, but have failed to do so. I have very little confidence that they will suddenly have an epiphany and do the right thing without the pressure, enforcement and consequences necessary. So how will the Minister make sure that they will comply and legislate with urgency if or when they fail.
Well, I thank my honourable friend and I share her starting position of scepticism. The way in which we will ensure robust action is to make sure that, one, the outcome, which is a significant reduction in child sexual abuse material propagated through the mechanisms described, is achieved. And in the absence of that happening within the course of weeks, we are preparing law in parallel to ensure that that is not a way of deferring action, but it is simply a way of ensuring it.
Samuel Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and regardless of what has provoked this change of heart, I think that we can all welcome the fact that the Government is now recognising the harms which have been caused by social media to children and to families, and the evidence, of course, is very clear. I believe that most children actually will support this legislation on Friday. I chaired a debate in Robbinsville Special School, and a lively debate it was, and all of the very points were brought out about disruption, distraction, bullying, peer pressure, etc. But the one thing I would ask of the Minister is that we need action now, and he should not be put off by further promises from the big tech companies about self-regulation. But if we are going to have action, first of all, it should be enforceable, and secondly, there shouldn't be unintended consequences on free speech.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his point, and let me say to him what I heard from young people in Glengormley in Northern Ireland when I visited them as well. They said to me, one, that it was the first time that they had so systematically been engaged on this question as well, but two, that they wanted, yes, robust action, but action that actually worked in the real world, that they use different apps as well as using VPNs as well. So on the broader question of social media, this government is not just listening, it is acting robustly in a way that is distinctive. And on the broader question, on the specific question of device level interventions, the fundamental focus will be what delivers the most robust action quickest. If that is the law, we will pursue the law. If it is engagement in the way that we have delivered on already significant changes, we will do that, because the future of young people is the critical driver here.
Dr Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do thank the Minister for his statement. It really does feel like change is coming, and I know parents in Edinburgh South West will welcome that. On the proposals to restrict social media use access for young people, it's right that the Minister's been listening to parents, but I'd like to hear about the work he's doing with campaigning charities like the Lucy Faithful Foundation, because I think their knowledge and expertise is extremely important in this domain. And this also can't be about a government-led ban. We have to engage our young people, our schools, parents and charities in communicating the changes we plan. It would be good to hear more from the Minister on that. And lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the industry doesn't proceed with a voluntary ban, how long does the Minister think it would take to implement a full ban on the ground, actually in action? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for an incredibly important point that he makes. One of the reasons we have made sure that we're engaging young people and families alongside civil society is because there's a depth of experience right across this country as well. And if we're achieving change here, both on devices and more broadly on social media, not just today, but in norms, then we have to make sure that those who engage in places that matter with young people and families are right at the heart of that as well. So I will take his instructions to heart. I will make sure that civil society charities right across this country are at the heart of not just engaging with us on the decision, but in its communication.
Shaukat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to refer the members to my register of interest as a practising optometrist. Madam Deputy Speaker, myopia, short-sightedness, is nearing epidemic levels for our UK children, a crisis that was sharply increased by COVID, where screen time surged and outdoor activity collapsed. Research shows that nearly 1 in 3 of our UK children will now be short-sighted, and the rate is still rising. Short-sightedness after a certain dioptric level can lead to retinal conditions, which leads to sight loss. So can I ask the Minister, when developing any digital policies, consideration be given to the devastating impact of screen time on our children's eye health?
Well, the honourable member raises an important point. I'll make sure that it is considered fully in the evidence that we are including in making decisions on this question.
And finally, Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for his response to the UQ? I've always been a big fan of his style. But I also echo the points made by the Father of the House when he talks about the importance of holding social media companies to account. He won't be surprised to hear I've done extensive consultation with parents, teachers and young people in my constituency of Harlow about this very issue. And I would echo the comments made by the Chair of the Education Select Committee that I don't think that social media companies are taking their responsibilities seriously. However, would he agree with me that if we do look at some sort of ban for social media, something I think would be a good idea, it will only be effective if we make sure that there is the technology and that people cannot circumvent those age verification tools. That's really important.
Madam Speaker, not even my mother has complimented me on my style, so a visit to Harlow is imminent, I can confirm to the honourable member. He is totally right, and one of the reasons that we have taken time to make sure we're engaging with families and young people is to understand exactly how age verification technology, crucial to whether we look at a platform ban or features and functionalities limitations, age verification is crucial. We want to get it right, we want to get it robust so that young people in this country are kept safe.
Point of order, Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A few moments ago, I asked the Minister why he was coming here to answer an urgent question rather than bringing forward a government statement, and I believe his answer was along the lines of that he thought that Home Office ministers had already made a statement earlier on today. We're both new here, but given that statements tend to follow urgent questions, and there hasn't been one, and I've sat through Home Office OPQs, that the Minister may have inadvertently misled the House, and so I wondered what opportunities there are for the record to be corrected.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order? He will, of course, know that in the first instance statements should be made to the House. And, of course, today we've had an urgent question to address this issue. If there has been any inadvertent misleading of the House from the Minister's use of language, I'm sure the front bench has heard that and will want to clarify the matter for him. Minister?
I heard the Home Secretary deliver a statement at the start of Topicals. It may not have been the fullest format, but it was a very clear statement of the policy as well. But I'm, of course, happy to keep answering questions as long as the House likes.
Which I think brings us to the end of that urgent question. I'll allow a couple of moments for the front bench to swap over. Brings us to an urgent question on water companies. Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for the Environment if she will make a statement on the performance of the water sector.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this opportunity to update the House on the progress the Government has made on this important issue. In these divisive times, there are a few topics that unite all of us in the House, but water does. We all agree the status quo cannot continue, and that following 14 years of Conservative failure, this Labour government is turning this around. But of course, there's still lots more to do. I've been grateful to meet with many passionate campaigners and members of this House. Recently, that included an engaging meeting with my honourable friends, the member for Norwich South and Shipley. And just last week, I met with campaigners from Save Windermere and academics from the People's Commission on Water. People are right to be angry about the problems facing the water industry. Customers have been let down by rising bills, underinvestment in creaking infrastructure, supply interruptions and unacceptable levels of pollution in our rivers, lakes and seas. This is why on day one of this government we took action by updating the water companies' Articles of Association, which are the foundational legal documents that outlines their internal rules and purposes, and we put customers and environment at their heart. We also established powerful consumer panels to give customers voice. On week 6 of this government, we introduced fundamental reforms through the Water Special Measures Act, ring-fencing customers' money, banning unfair bonuses, introducing criminal liability for polluting water bosses and creating automatic penalties for wrongdoing. Within just a year of this government, we changed the guaranteed standards of service, doubling compensation for customers when things go wrong. Following that, we gave the Environment Agency more money and more power to monitor water companies, enabling them to deliver a record 10,000 inspections. And after that, we strengthened protections for vulnerable households by changing the reforms around Watersure to make sure that vulnerable people didn't face excessive bills. Now, no one solution is going to fix the whole water industry. And my focus, since I have had the honour and privilege of being in this position, is on what is the quickest and most effective way to deal with each of these structural challenges. And that is exactly why this government is delivering the once-in-generation reform for our Clean Water Bill, to reset the water sector and end the cycle of decline. And on this side of the House, we believe in experts. And that's why not only have we done all of this, but we supported the Chief Medical Officer in bringing together a wider expert panel through the Public Health Water Task Force, providing independent and technical advice on risks, alongside the fantastic work done by DEFRA's own scientific advisor, creating the Scientific Advisory Committee to look at what we can do around water. We will deliver on our promise to clean up the rivers, lakes and seas, not just today, but for generations to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, these changes are designed to address the structural challenges in the sector and deliver a cleaner, more resilient and more accountable water system for the future.
Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for their response and for putting up for me a bit of a broken record on this issue. I know she's well aware water is essential to life itself, to food, industry, nature, housing, energy, and now even the data centres powering the supposed AI revolution. And yet we've handed it a monopoly where no competition is possible to companies, many owned overseas, whose overriding priority is profit. And the result, Madam Deputy Speaker, is systemic failure. Not one major reservoir built and the old ones sold off, which is why last week we were back in the chamber over South East Water and the drought outages just weeks into the summer. Raw sewage poured into our rivers and seas 3.5 million hours in 2024 alone, fouling beaches where children swim. It's why 8-year-old Heather Preen died after contracting E. coli from raw sewage, and why thousands of our constituents are made sick every year. Then, when public anger saw the government ban bonuses, water execs raised their salaries and rebranded the payouts retention payments. That's on top of the $78 billion to shareholders, $60 billion borrowed, our bills up 40%, with 30p in every pound we pay, servicing their debts instead of fixing pipes. Madam Deputy Speaker, this was never a market failure. It is the market working as designed. Profits out, sewage in, cost of living up, security of supply decimated. Surely the Minister understands you can no more regulate privatised water companies than you can the tide. So I ask the Minister, how many more failures, how many more inquiries, how many more deaths before the government accepts these problems are systemic and give the public the option of taking their water back?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's right that he's been passionate about this for a long time. In fact, we've known each other a very, very long time, and I genuinely, and I've said this to him before, I admire and respect the passion that he has for this issue, and I know what it means to him. And in fact, he is the person responsible for bringing forward Julie Heather's mum to meet with me when they came to have a premiere of Dirty Business, which I found really passionate and moving. On the issue of reservoirs, he knows I'm going to agree with him. It's shameful that we haven't had one built. Our climate is changing. We're facing drought in the summer. We have too much rain in the winter, yet we can't seem to hold it. That's fundamental failure. He knows my thoughts on South East Water as well, and my feelings about competition, which is why I think we should be introducing more NABs. And as I mentioned last week, but I will mention again, we are committed that where a water company might want to transition to a new ownership model, such as not-for-profit, we are looking to develop a transparent process to look at whether that request should go ahead, a process that has never existed before.
Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour came into government promising major reform of England's water sector, but progress so far has been slow. Their Water Special Measures Act was largely rebadging many Conservative reforms. During its passage, we tabled many sensible amendments, including ones to ring-fence funding from enforcement fines to a bespoke water restoration fund, to guarantee that companies fixed locally the environmental damage they caused, to require Ofwat to create rules on financial reporting in its remuneration and governance rules, to reduce consumer bills if their companies were hit with enforcement fines, and to ensure that companies did not leverage too much debt. Sadly, the government failed to support those amendments and very much missed the opportunity to increase accountability through these amendments. We on these benches have been clear. No one wants to see water companies such as Thames Water collapse. While water supply would continue, failure would expose taxpayers to billions of pounds of liabilities and drive customer water bills sharply upwards without addressing the underlying issues. Yet we have seen the third party lead legal action that could have pushed Thames Water to the brink, and both they and Reform appear relaxed about the consequences for consumers and the public purse. Government has to be prepared to step in if a company fails, but that should be a last resort. So can the Minister update the House on the current situation at Thames Water? Last week, this House debated again further unacceptable water outages from South East Water. With further hot weather expected, what action is the government taking to ensure that water supplies are not disrupted again and that people, businesses, schools, hospitals and livestock owners will have sufficient water? Turning to the wider systemic issues in the water sector, can the Minister update the House on progress towards delivering new reservoirs and other strategic water infrastructure? And finally, can the Minister explain how the government is tracking investment commitments across the sector?
Thank you. And I think the shadow spokesperson managed to read his statement out without actually listening to the answer that I've given. But I'm always keen to update everybody on the action we have already taken. So just in case he missed it, happy to say it again. We've passed the Water Special Measures Act. We ring-fence customers' money so it cannot be diverted away from investment, secured £104 billion of private investment to upgrade our infrastructure, giving the EA more powers to monitor water companies, banned unfair bonuses, introduced criminal liability for water bosses, introduced automatic penalties, reduced the burden of proof for many offences so regulators are on the front foot, introduced cost recovery to shift the cost of pollution onto those who could pollute, banned the sale and supply of wet wipes, reformed our bathing water regulations, established the Water Delivery Task Force, more than doubled compensation for customers when things go wrong, and introduced strengthened protections for vulnerable households through reforms to the Watershore scheme. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd say we've done more in 20 months than that government did in 14 years.
Chair of the Environmental Audit Committee, Toby Perkins.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend is absolutely right to say that we are united by our anger about the systemic failures in the water industry, both in terms of regulation on financial regulation and environmental regulation, and the underinvestment that has been in infrastructure over a long period of time. The fact that Welsh Water, a not-for-profit water company, are also a poor performer when it comes to the environment shows it's not as simplistic as saying that profit is the only issue here. Now, my honourable friend has rightly, this government's rightly addressed one of the issues in terms of the amount of investment that is going in. There is higher bills. We need to see results for that. And we also do need to see this regulatory reform coming forward as soon as possible. But can she assure the House that the water bill that she brings forward will actually tackle both the environmental failures that we've seen and also make sure we've got a regime in place that prevents the kind of appalling indebtedness that we saw with Thames Water and the industry more generally prioritising those debts ahead of delivering for customers?
I thank my honourable friend and for the work that he does as chair of the Environment Audit Committee. And he's right to highlight the underinvestment in infrastructure. In fact, some of the problems we have around resilience are quite frankly because of the underinvestment in infrastructure, which is why we need to set resilient standards. And he's right to say that we need to see action that results from having those higher bills, which is why we formed the Water Delivery Task Force to actually hold the water companies to account for the promises that they've made on delivering infrastructure. And one of the things he mentioned about the point of having the integrated regulator is at the moment you have Ofwat looking financially, the Environment Agency looking at the environment, Drinking Water looking at Drinking Water Inspectorate. By abolishing them and bringing them into one, you will have an integrated regulator that at its heart places environment, customers and what's been missing for the last 14 years, public health, which is incredibly important. And finally, yes, I agree with his point on debt levels as well, and that was one of the things that was in the Sir John Miff Commission.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thames Water serves my Witney constituency and embodies the systemic failures of this sector. The company is in breach of its licence conditions by not holding any investment-grade credit ratings for nearly the last 2 years and by failing to inform Ofwat and the government of the change of control at the company. This government has stood by and let this happen. Now the government's only plan is to hand the company over to the very same creditors who have pillaged and continue to pillage the company. The government must now change course, put Thames Water into special administration and bring it out as a business mutually owned and operated by the interests of its customers and the environment. And I find it extraordinary the Shadow Minister comes across as a corporate shill, because I have provided him with information which is Thames Water's own independent expert information, which demonstrates that it will cost zero to the government in the medium term. I have provided that information, you've not responded. So please will the government now put the company into special administration?
Minister.
I thank him for his question, but I think it's a misrepresentation, of course, I'm sure by accident, to say that this government is doing any kind of deals. The government is working closely with Ofwat, who are evaluating the consortium's proposals, but of course this government will always put the best interests of customers and the environment at its heart. And as I've said many times in this House, we stand ready for all eventualities, including being ready to apply for special administration if necessary.
Helen Dollymore.
In Hastings, Rye and the villages, we've had sewage dumped in our sea. We've had 2 major water outages lasting 5 and 9 days. We've had the Hastings town centre flooded, and we've had last year, as she knows, 300 million plastic beads washing up on our beaches, all thanks to Southern Water. Their failures are making people sick, they are damaging local businesses, and they are tarnishing our livelihood as a seaside economy. That is why so many people of the people that I represent are fed up with Southern Water while having to pay more in their bills. They welcome the action that this Labour government is taking to ramp up regulation, to ban bonuses and much more, but they want to know what more can be done. The Water White Paper that she has brought forward talks about the importance of ownership, and it opens the door to the government looking at not-for-profit structures. Could she say a bit more about that?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, who is a formidable and incredibly impressive campaigner on this issue, and she has been through her work on the DEFRA Select Committee and continues to be, and now she's left it, and I honestly, I think she's been amazing. We've said in our white paper we're going to have a transparent process to look if a new model will go to head. Of course, as the Secretary of State has said herself, I've always been in favour of mutuals. I don't have a problem with not-for-profits, but we have to look at the clear process to look at whether that's in the best interest of the customers for any change to go ahead.
Sir Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Isn't the root problem here a profound failure of regulation over the last 25 years, for which Labour, the Conservatives and the Lib Dems all bear responsibility? Because we have regulated for lower prices and more investment, but we have not stopped companies loading up their balance sheets with debt, which means higher prices and less investment. I'm not a believer in nationalisation, because I know, having been Chancellor, that the state will never find the £104 billion that is now promised by the private sector. But if we're going to stick with private companies, do we not need to regulate differently so that we have lower prices and more investment?
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. It feels slightly odd, obviously, being on the opposite side of questioning each other still. But I will gently say, yes, I do accept the premise of his question. We need tougher and more effective regulation, and the way the regulation system has worked has failed. But I would have thought, as the second most powerful person in the previous government, he might have had an opportunity to act himself.
Chris Hinchliffe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On an almost weekly basis, we come to the Chamber to highlight the failures of the water sector in our constituencies. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to highlight a wider point today. For years, economic policy in this country has been based on trying to achieve growth by unlocking private capital, often from abroad. And in this essential sector, we now see the end result of water bankruptcy, environmental devastation, non-existent infrastructure, and the public left picking up the tab. So what conversations is the Minister having with colleagues across government, especially in the Treasury, about learning from this monumental failure?
Minister.
I thank my noble friend for his question and also for his passionate work on this. And I know how much he cares about over-abstraction and the damage that that's doing to our environment and to nature. Of course, on the Water Delivery Task Force, we have MHCLG ministers and Treasury representatives all looking at how we can make the most fastest and effective change to our water system. But that's particularly looking around water infrastructure, because as has been highlighted already in questions, one of the problems that we've had is the fact we've been unable to build the infrastructure we need, which is resulting to damage to the environment now.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since Mr Speaker allowed me to ask an urgent question on Wednesday last week, a question to which the Honourable Lady helpfully responded, it won't surprise the Honourable Lady to know that I've received quite a number of public comments concerning the performance of South East Water, most of which are not repeatable before the watershed. But two issues clearly have come to light and struck a chord. First, it really is time that the water companies were allowed to act as consultees in planning applications, because we are building house after house after house without saying where the water is going to come from. And of course, the water companies have a statutory duty to provide it. The second point that's come through loud and clear, which underscores something that the Honourable Lady said to me, is that it really is time that every modern house, every new house built, has a grey water system, because we are pouring water that we cannot waste literally down the drain.
I thank the right honourable gentleman and for his question last week as well. I think, as I mentioned last week, there is, as the Water Delivery Task Force, this does look at planning. So it is joint with MHCLG and DEFRA to look at where we're building homes. Do we have the right water? What water infrastructure is needed? In Cambridge, there's been some retrofitting of some properties to make them more water efficient. But I think he makes a very, very powerful point about the use of grey water, and it's one that's definitely on my agenda.
Yuan Yang.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. Tomorrow I'll be bringing Thames Water's management into Parliament to answer a simple question. What improvements will my constituents get in return for their increases in bills? My constituents don't feel like they're being treated fairly by Thames Water, and that makes it even more important that Ofwat reject the current deal proposed by their creditors to let them off the hook for their pollution of our rivers. Does my right honourable friend agree that fairness in the water sector means that polluters and their investors have to be the one who pay, not customers?
I thank my noble friend for her question. And she's absolutely right that it should be just a fundamental respect to members of this House, from all sides of this House, for water companies to inform members of this House what improvements they are doing and where. Each and every one of us in this House will have had emails from our constituents about water bills, concerns about rising prices. The least companies can do is inform customers where that money is going. Now, some are, I'll admit it, but so far, Thames Water have failed to supply my honourable friend with the information that she's requested. I don't think it's unreasonable for her to request it. And I repeat my sort of point to Thames Water, that if bills are going up, the least thing that customers should know is what are they going up to pay for?
David Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents are disgusted by the sheer volume of sewage dumping that's happening across the rivers Tower, the Usk and the Wye, and just 2 weeks ago local children became ill after swimming in the Tower, and the same happened last year in the Wye near Glaisbury. So will the Minister listen to the Liberal Democrat calls to require water companies to publish the volume and concentration of sewage being discharged from emergency overflows?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and this indeed was a point that came up repeatedly during the Water Special Measures Act, and fundamentally my response remains the same, which is the cost and the time spent on installing those monitors I think could be more effectively spent and used to stop it from happening in the first place, which is why we want to be focusing on delivering the Storm Overflow Reduction Plan, which is looking at £60 billion of investment to be delivered across England by 2050 to reduce the number of overflows. So rather than trying to measure the problem, we're trying to tackle it.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Several barriers of taking water back into public ownership have been floated, pardon the pun. However, the myth around costs has been debunked, and the impact on pensions has also been dealt with by leading academics. So can I ask the Minister, what will it take for this government to take water back into public ownership?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and again, I know how much she cares about this issue, and she's right to highlight concerns some of the unions have had around changes. In terms of nationalisation, as I've mentioned already, there is a process in which they can have a look at different forms of ownership in the white paper. They're not wishing to mislead her. That is looking at not-for-profits, mutuals, rather than nationalisation.
Mims Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I know you've had your own issues with water. With a dire ongoing flies issue in Chailey, water outages due to heat, cold, storms, lack of confidence in infrastructure and drought planning. Will the Minister comment if she thinks that Southern Water and South East Water remaining separate is acceptable, and if proper joint working and firm accountability through that partnership is the answer for my constituents who are struggling also with high bills? Thank you. Minister.
I have huge sympathy for the constituents of the Honourable Lady, and I remember when we were here at the previous situation in December and in January and the impact it had on all of them. Yes, she's quite right. They should be working more effectively together. One of the things which I'm keen to support them with is sorting out a proper legal agreement over the bulk supply water that goes from South East Water to South East Water. But fundamentally, they have a duty under the Water Industry Act to ensure a supply of water. If they fail to comply with that duty, then action will be taken.
Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Putney write to me constantly about the failings of Thames Water, bills going up but pollution still being the same, and I'm glad she's taking a grip of this with the task force in particular. It's World Oceans Day, and I met this morning with several groups who are campaigning and giving data about the impact that poor rivers have on oceans and the link that there is between that. Can the Minister assure me, as raised by these organisations across the country, that she's putting more effort and to support the Environment Agency so that they can monitor the water more and enforce the legislation that we have been passing?
Minister.
Happy World Ocean Day, everybody. That's a good day to have. And pay tribute to my honourable friend, because for years she led the campaign over banning the supply and sale of plastic-containing wet wipes, which is a huge cause of pollution, and that has been passed by ourselves, but not just because of the work of my honourable friend. And she's quite right. Obviously, where there's river pollution, that leads to problems with the oceans. And being Minister for Water, Flooding and for the Oceans as well, I have an interest in making it all work.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For over a decade, my constituent in Ferry Road in Thames Ditton, Holly, has watched Thames Water clean up raw sewage from her street, only to be told the system is not fit for purpose, with nothing ever fixed. And last week, in the heavy rain, human waste flooded 2 homes and spread to the local primary school. Thames Water's proposed solution is to wash it straight back into the river, which is unacceptable. And this is on the back of higher bills. So isn't it time that the government put Thames Water on a sustainable footing under special administration so that it can at last invest in infrastructure and Holly's nightmare can end?
Yeah. The Honourable Lady raises a shocking and awful case, which I'd be more than happy to have a meeting with her and look into. There's no excuse for sewage ending up in primary schools and be seen floating down the street, and I'm happy to sort of take that up.
Charles Atwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thames Water, which serves my constituency, has had a checkered history. It gets from bad to worse. And in terms of sewage spills, literally sewage on the streets of Ilford has happened almost too frequently. My question to the Minister is, when is enough for us to be able to take back control from Thames Water?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and yet another example of the current failure of the system, and he's right to feel angry about it. As I've said, when it comes to Thames Water, the government is working closely with Ofwat. We stand ready for every eventualities, and that does include being able to apply for special administration if that's necessary.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I'd like to record my appreciation of the consistent campaign waged by the honourable and gallant member for Norwich South, which included bringing the real-life activists on whom the Dirty Business docudrama series was based to the House of Commons where we could meet them. But arising out of the Minister's reply to him, I noted that she said about no new reservoirs being built. Does she think any new reservoirs could ever be built without government direct intervention?
Minister.
The right honourable gentleman raises an incredibly important point. And one of the things we've been doing through the Water Delivery Task Force is looking at all of the potential barriers there are in the way of just getting stuff done. So that's why it's so important we have MHCLG on there alongside DEFRA, because it's not just the question of financing, it's the question of planning. It's like everybody seems to want reservoirs, but lots of people don't seem to want them being built. And that seems to be the difficulty, is that part of it. So he's quite right. We have had to intervene more to look at sort of where are the blockages, where are the problems in which we come up to when we're trying to get something built, and how can we as government remove some of those so we can get on with it, because we know the climate is changing, we know we're going to have wetter winters, we know we're going to have drier summers, so this is becoming even more urgent.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister knows that for decades shareholder returns have been prioritised over consumers, the environment, infrastructure investment, and when these companies ultimately fail, it's taxpayers who are having to underwrite them. So given all of the empirical research shows that public ownership would lower financing costs, bills, improve accountability and pay for itself within 7 years, why on earth is the government still prepared to socialise the risks rather than bringing water back into public ownership?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and again for the passion in which she speaks about this issue. And I will just reiterate, my focus has always been what's the quickest and most effective way I can deal with some of the problems in front of me. There are questions over how much nationalisation will cost. We've had them before, but we do know there is £82.7 billion worth of debt, and that is the outstanding debt of the water companies. I think it's always difficult, and again, this is probably going beyond myself, Madam Deputy Speaker, into the Treasury to make priorities about what we spend money on. But that isn't for one moment to give the impression I'm happy with the status quo or that I think the current situation is good, because I simply do not. It's about how do we make the most effective change in the quickest way, which is why having that transparent process set out to look at not-for-profit mutuals and different models like that in the white paper is so important.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The suppressed report from DEFRA civil servants entitled Critical Systems Beyond 2030 concludes with high confidence that without transformational change, Britain's water and food systems face realistic risk of catastrophic failure. The report highlights that significant parts of the UK already face water scarcity, while high levels of industry debt and woefully inadequate infrastructure investment has undermined system resilience. Can the Minister assure the House that the water bill will require companies to build long-term climate resilience into reservoir supply networks and wastewater systems so communities are protected from the climate and water security challenges expected in the coming years and decades?
The honourable gentleman raises a really important point, and yes is the short answer. We need clear resilience standards and asset standards because we don't have them. But also, really importantly, as he's pointed out, those asset standards and resilience standards need to be fit for the future and not just for today. So that when we're looking at what should the standard be, we're thinking about, okay, well, what's going to happen to the climate in years to come in terms of overheating, in terms of flooding. So he's quite right, there is work going on that, and it's an important point that he's raised.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, we all know that our water company, Yorkshire Water Company, is a dirty business, flushing sewage into our rivers like the Wharfe and the Aire, with children and others being ill from swimming in the rivers. But is it also a broken business, with its debt over 4 times its revenue, and still last year paying over £50 million to shareholders? What financial studies have you done of Yorkshire Water to look at their viability? And isn't it time that the people of Yorkshire have the same say over the water company as the people of Wales?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's right, we share the same water company. On the question of debt, one of the things Sir John Cunliffe's commission came up with was looking at whether it would be appropriate for government to set a level of debt that companies can go beyond, because quite simply the gearing that we've seen happen in the last decade or so is completely unsustainable. It's making companies act in a way that I don't think is the right way in which to behave, and that's why one of those that was included in the white paper, that we need to be looking at debt levels for these companies and what is a sensible and realistic level for them to hold, and not one that undermines their ability to their sustainability or their ability to put customers and the environment first, which should be at the core of everything they do.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister, I know, is acutely aware of the terrible problems we have had with South East Water. I know we've discussed it recently. They can't supply water in the winter because it's too cold. They can't supply water in the summer because it's too hot. The Chair and the Chief Executive have both stood down, but this is a necessary condition for the company to be transformed, not the transformation itself. So I wonder if the Minister could give us any update that she might be aware of on how the recruitment process is going to appoint their successors, and what role the regulator and the department will play in that process.
I thank the honourable lady for her question, and I know she wrote to me about the specific difficulties her constituents have faced, and again I have huge sympathy with them. It isn't acceptable. The regulator, of course, will be having a close interest, because part of the problem, well, part of the issue South East Water has at the moment is that it's non-compliant with its licence because it has downgraded by Moody's. So Ofwat will be taking a very, very close interest in what happens with this company, because they are not currently compliant. I'm also very interested in what happens with this company. I've met the interim chair, and I know she's only been post a few weeks, and she's trying to sort of, restore relations with members of Parliament. So I'm keen to know from you all how that is going. But fundamentally, you're right. And as this was also echoed in the EFRA Select Committee, that what we need is not just a change in leadership, but a change in culture and fundamental change in leadership for that company.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, parents from my constituency who went to the South Coast during the half-term week described how they wouldn't let their children swim in the sea. Now, these are not necessarily beaches that are deemed to be unsafe, but such is the loss of confidence in our water industries that they've reacted in that way. There must come a time when we have to say we can't allow water companies to continue to perform in the way that they have consistently. And there must be a way of separating off the debt from the responsibility of running the water companies, so that we take responsibility of supplying water and leave those companies who've done extremely well out of the industry to pay off their own debts.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. And as summer comes, we all want to be enjoying our beaches, going for a swim, having a paddle, and not having to think about checking an app to see whether or not they are polluted. And he's right to be angry, and his constituents are right to feel angry about the current situation we have. One of the things we've told companies that they need to do, and that's in delivering their storm overflow reduction plan, they prioritise bathing waters and chalk streams to begin with, so that we can make those as safe as possible. It's why our reforms to bathing waters will help clean it up more quickly, because what we want to have is everybody going out and enjoying the great British summerside and the great British seaside. I've mixed summer and seaside there. Great British seaside in this summer.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I refer members to my register of interests as the chair of the APPG on infant feeding. With water scarcity prevalent across the South East and poor management of water companies seeing outages across the South, will the Minister consult with her colleagues in the Department of Health and Social Care to find a route to putting new mothers onto the Priority Services Register automatically? Because for formula-fed babies, there is no other option except a clean water supply.
Minister.
That's a hugely important issue. In fact, I have already begun to have some conversations, but that was looking at women when they're pregnant, because obviously when they're pregnant, they should be on the Priority Service Register. There are concerns, as you can imagine, around data sharing and information and giving permission, but it is a really important point, because obviously pregnant women will fall in and out of being priority, and same as I say with formula-fed babies as well. So it's something that's quite tricky because of the problems around sharing information, but it is something that's on my agenda.
Emma Lewell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. For over a decade, I've worked with campaigners in South Shields to stop sewage dumping in our sea. We are still waiting for Northumbrian Water's compliance plan that was promised to us last year. The industry is broken. Introducing regulations, penalties and blocking bonuses clearly is not working. Can my honourable friend please explain why, despite acting on rail, energy and other industries, the government is not acting on the strong expert evidence and calls from the public and campaigners to nationalise the water industry?
Minister.
My honourable friend has had and his constituents have had a terrible time in trying to deal with sewage pollution. And I know from the meeting that we had together with her constituents that it is not good enough that was promised. And I will urgently follow that up to find out what has happened with it. As I've already mentioned, we are looking in the white paper at that transparent process to look at various not-for-profit models.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Southern Water are preparing to dump sewage on a beach in Bembridge on the Isle of Wight in a new location. The Environment Agency say that this is okay because there is an old CSO pipe there, notwithstanding it hasn't been used in decades. Does the Minister agree with me that this is unacceptable? And if she does, what assistance can she provide, or her government, to stop this from happening?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman raises an important point, and it's one I'd be happy to look into and get back to. And if he wants to have a meeting with me to discuss it further, then we can make that arrangement.
Nav Mishra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my good friend from Norwich South for all the work he's done on this issue to protect the environment and customers. United Utilities is my local supplier, and I get vast amounts of correspondence from them about their poor performance. Just a couple of stats, Madam Deputy Speaker. 50.6 litres of water is lost per day per person in the United Utilities network through water leaks. That's second highest after Thames Water. And in the last 5 years, the average annual water bill for United Utilities customers has gone up approximately 51.6%, whilst at the same time, private shareholders in the water industry tend to be doing quite well for themselves. So can I please urge the Minister to support public ownership of the water industry?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I know this is something that he cares about and has raised with me before. On the issue of leakage, he's quite right to be angry about this, because this is water people are paying for that's ending up leaking and in the wrong places. One of the things we're tracking through the Water Delivery Task Force is looking at that leakage target. Can we go back to the point of how do we ensure we have the water we need for houses, for growth, for the environment, for everything else? Tackling leakage is one of the core things that we can take action on, and it's one I'm committed to doing.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Local people are appalled that there were nearly 95,000 hours of sewage pollution in Dwybo Meirionydd last year, to the point where there are dedicated local groups in the constituency, and I must mention Forum Llynpadon, who've stepped in, monitoring water quality in the magnificent glacial lake in Llanberis, home of the rare Torgoch char. But we can't, of course, rely on citizen scientists to fix the system in its entirety. So what update can the Minister give me on the UK Government's white paper plans to devolve further water powers to Wales, so that we therefore have the means to establish a separate, independent economic regulator and further, of course, prioritise sustainable water management over commercial interests?
The Honourable Lady raises an important point, and that lake sounds very beautiful. Conversations are ongoing with the new devolved government. As a government, you know that we support devolution wherever we can, but obviously because it's a new government and because it's recently being set up, but those conversations, I can assure her, are happening right now, and how we set that up so that Wales will have its separate regulator to England.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents have been profoundly failed by Thames Water for many years, with frequent leaks and bursts, inadequate investment in our infrastructure, clogged up roads, and to add insult to injury, skyrocketing bills. Thames Water is a failing organisation. Can I ask my honourable friend, the Minister, if she will confirm that the Government will not accept the proposal to exempt Thames Water from fines for 4 years? They should be held to the same standard of accountability as the rest of the industry, and if they fail, the Government should step in to place them in special administration with a view to bringing them back under public control.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and she is again a formidable campaigner on this issue, and I know both in public and in private she's raised it with me on many occasions, as she absolutely is right to do so. Yes, the rules apply to everybody. The previous Secretary of State stood here at the dispatch box and said that and made that commitment, and I make it again. Rules apply to everybody, and that has never changed and will never change under this government, and we are prepared and ready for every eventuality if that is needed.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. South West Water have pleaded guilty to illegal sewage dumping across my North Cornwall constituency, including at Bodmin and Harlyn. They'll likely get yet another fine and a slap on the wrist, a cost of doing business. The Water Minister kindly met with me recently, but has confirmed in writing that vital sewage upgrades will not take place until 2030. If the government won't push South West Water to speed up their investment plan, will she support my efforts to hold them to account for a group action legal claim?
Yeah, I understand why he's feeling frustrated about this. Each company will set out through the price review exactly what it's going to deliver and when, and make priorities. As I've already mentioned in the House, at the moment we're prioritising bathing waters and chalk streams and various other areas. But of course he is well within his rights as a Member of Parliament to campaign for his area to be moved up and have greater priority.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since 2003, my constituent has suffered multiple incidences every year of raw sewage flooding into his garden. United Utilities are disputing with him how the Guaranteed Standard Scheme works, and he is not receiving adequate compensation for this. His golden wedding anniversary was completely ruined when he had family over and the garden was literally full of excrement. This could not be any worse. It's an absolute disgrace, and our current system, although we have strengthened the regulations, is not sufficiently economically damaging to UU to force them to take the actions that would actually solve the problem for my constituent. Would the Minister please meet with me, with my constituent, to talk to him about this?
I thank my honourable friend, and of course I'd be happy to meet with her.
David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will know from our conversations that sewage pollution is a regular problem in Exmouth and Exeter East. However, the Lib Dems at East Devon District Council are proposing to build tens of thousands of new homes, and I do not have faith that South West Water will keep pace with all this new development. And we've been bitten before. In Cranbrook, a new town was built and the corresponding sewage treatment network was never built. So will she work with me and the Housing Minister to ensure that we apply a magnifying glass to any of these plans and to push back strongly if South West Water cannot keep pace with delivery?
The honourable gentleman is quite right that where we're building homes, we need to ensure that not only do they have an adequate water supply, but adequate wastewater supply as well. That is something that we're looking at for the Water Delivery Task Force, and I'm happy to look at the exact example he's given.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Greedy, privatised water companies have caused huge harm by treating our rivers and seas like an open sewer. And they've been ripping off the public whilst doing this, and at the same time, since privatisation, these water companies have handed nearly £90 billion over to shareholders. So would the Minister agree with me that just as it is now being done with the railways, the water companies need to be taken into public ownership so they can serve the public good and be run for the public good, not for private profit?
My honourable friend is right to be passionately defending customers and being angry about the fact that money has been diverted and not used in the most effective way, which he should be. As I have already mentioned, we are looking at setting up a transparent process to look at various models that water could be moved into, but they include ownership models such as not-for-profit.
Caroline Bowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, South West Water was fined nearly £2 million after pleading guilty for supplying water unfit for human consumption in my constituency in Brixham in 2024. I don't believe this fine does justice to the impact of the event. People became ill, some were hospitalised, the economic impact was massive. But repeated fines, some of which are never paid, are not delivering the results that customers want to see. A minister in a Labour government says the customer is the most important priority. So does she not agree that it's time to change the ownership model of the water industry? so that the customer is prioritised over profit made for overseas shareholders.
The Honourable Lady is right to point out the record fine that was handed out for not having drinking water at its adequate standard. And I pay tribute to the Drinking Water Inspectorate and the work that they have done. They do an incredibly good job in making sure our drinking water quality is some of the best in the entire world. When it comes to ownership, you'll have heard me say it, but I'll repeat it again. We are looking in the white paper at setting out a transparent process should water companies wish to transition to a different model.
Lee Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I commend the Minister for coming today to outline the various measures that's been done. But what it says to me is that fundamentally the model is broken. And what we need to do now is to remodel what's before us, to put people before its profits, because people should no longer accept that the public always pays the bills and the shareholder always takes the profit. And what we've done is we've privatised the profit, we've nationalised the debt. And that's the issue around water. So bearing that in mind, would the Minister agree with me that the change people want to see as a government take the right and radical approach and bring our water back into public ownership so it serves the people and we end shareholders being paid a dividend for failure of what is a natural monopoly and a basic human right?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's right to be angry at the service that many customers have faced after years and in the broken model of which that we've had for a very long time. And we do need that fundamental reset. We've done a huge amount of changes already since coming into government, and we as the Labour Party should be rightly proud of all of the changes that we have introduced. As I've mentioned, we are looking at that transparent process to look if a request to a new model should go ahead, but that is looking at models such as not-for-profit.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have many criticisms of the operating practices of Thames Water, but I'm very concerned, further to the point my honourable friend for Exmouth and Exeter East made, about the total dysfunctionality between the way the planning system interacts with water companies. This is a problem now. Before Buckinghamshire is even asked by this government to build 95,000 homes wrongly, we've seen a lot of development in recent years, where the village of Ickford, for example, the wagon to pump sewage out and take it away by road has already become the norm. So will the Minister agree with me that if the government is determined to build all these homes, that water companies should now get a statutory consultee status with all planning applications, because otherwise they're going to be chasing their tails rather than fixing the problems we've already got? Right.
This government is absolutely determined to build the homes that people need. And in fact, I'm sure that everybody here, and I know I have met with enough people living in overcrowded homes, desperate to be able to move into somewhere else. In fact, just on Friday, I was talking to a constituent where it was him, his wife, their 6-year-old daughter, their 2-year-old son, all in one-bedroom flat because there was no other alternatives available. And when we talk about objections to building homes, we never ask people living in overcrowded accommodation how they feel about the number of homes that we want to build. But on the fundamental point of the planning system and the water companies, he's right. That's what we're looking at through the Water Delivery Task Force. It is an important point, as I've already mentioned, to make sure that we have the water and wastewater capacity to build the homes this country needs.
Cat Eccles.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2025 there are over 300,000 sewage spills into our waterways up and down the country, and in March this year a section of the Stourbridge Canal had to be closed due to raw sewage spilling into the water from a broken Severn Trent pipe, killing hundreds of fishes. Does the Minister accept that the current model of privatised water companies is failing to protect our natural environment? And as sewage spillages continue, how will her department measure success in this area? And if there is no improvement, when do we say enough is enough?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady raises an important issue, and it's one I remember hearing about that specific incident. That is why under this government the Environment Agency has had over 10,000 inspections into water companies. Under the previous government it was only 4,000, so we have increased the number of inspections. We're also introducing MOT-style inspections so that when they go into the water company they can check through all of the infrastructure similar to an MOT, look at where the problems are and get the companies to tackle them before we actually lead to some of the awful examples that she's given where it ends up in the wrong place, causing damage to our environment.
Harry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, villagers in Rodmell in my constituency have been without water or had low water pressure for weeks, including during the recent heat wave, with little or no communication from South East Water. Just up the road, in Ringmer, residents are really concerned about large-scale house building plans with little account given to additional water infrastructure, despite pre-existing problems. So can the Minister tell me what action she is taking to press water companies to communicate properly with customers during outages? And can I press her again on water companies being statutory consultees in the planning system?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman is right to say that the communication that South East Water gave to customers was frankly not good enough, nor was its communication it gave to members of Parliament. One of the things we're trying to do through DEFRA is to support the work with the Local Resilience Forum to look at how we can improve that communication so everybody knows what's happening when, and that we can work as a coherent unit rather than sort of miscommunication going between the different parties involved. And just to repeat the answer I've already given, through the Water Delivery Task Force, we are looking at planning and water supply and wastewater supply together when we're making sure we build the homes our country needs. In fact, I say build the homes our country needs, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not build the homes our country needs, it's build the homes people, families, adults, children need. And when we talk about house building, we forget about the number of people living in overcrowded accommodation. I'm yet to walk up to somebody living in overcrowded accommodation, go and have a conversation with them and hear no when I say, would you like to live in a home rather in the one-bedroom overcrowded flat you're currently in? So let's remain focused on why we are building these homes. We're building these homes for families who desperately need them. But of course, as a responsible government, we'll build them in a way that doesn't put extra pressure on our water system.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to raise with the Minister what I've already raised with her in a letter about the impact of Anglian Water. Yes, another failing water company. And the fact that there was no water on the hottest day of the year for families in Woburn Sands and the Brick Hills. It is a disgrace. And just around the same time, there was a lack of water pressure and the Fire and Rescue Service in Milton Keynes had to bring in water to fight a fire because of the lack of water. Does she agree with me that each and every one of these companies has a story of failure and it's time we held them to account? And can I urge her to resist calls that makes failing water companies determine how many homes can be built in this country? Instead, we make them do the job that they are there for, which is to give water to each and every one of us.
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I couldn't have put it better myself. And she's right to be cross about problems around water pressure. And instead, we seem to be deflecting the problem by saying, oh, we shouldn't build the homes we need, instead of, no, we should absolutely build the homes we need. We should make sure the water companies deliver the water for them.
Richard Ford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2023, South West Water was fined little more than £2 million for 7 pollution incidents dating back 7 years at South West Water facilities, including at Kilmington. Now we learn that they've been fined less than £2 million for supplying drinking water in South Devon that left 140 people sick and 4 people hospitalised. This is a company that had a revenue of nearly £750 million last year. How is the Minister upholding the polluter pays principle when the polluter only has to set aside what for them is loose change?
Minister.
Well, of course, that was a record fine for not delivering safe and clean drinking water. But he's right, this is a really serious issue about what happens there. When it comes to issuing fines, that is for the independent regulators. But in terms of making the polluter pay, our changes to the Water Special Measures Act, where we are now able to recoup the cost of investigation from the company, means that we're able to carry out more investigations. So the polluter under this government really does pay.
Josh Dean.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The River Stort is one of our rare and precious local chalk streams, and my residents were rightly furious when they discovered that Thames Water has been pumping sewage into it for hundreds of hours. Now, when I asked Thames Water what they intended to do to remedy the situation, they told me they had an improvement plan in place. It would not be ready until 2028 at the earliest. That's not good enough. My residents won't stand for it, and nor will I. So can the Minister say a little more about what we can do to hold these water companies to account, to speed up the progress that they're making, and to make sure that we protect our rare chalk streams specifically?
Minister.
My honourable friend is right to point out how beautiful and how rare our chalk streams are. In fact, they're often known as our own rainforest, because they're one of the only places in the whole world in which you find a chalk stream, and that's here in England. And he's right to be angry about Thames Water polluting them. Under the rules that we have set under this government is to prioritise chalk streams and prioritise bathing waters as an issue of public safety and protecting the environment. And if Thames Water aren't doing that, then I'm very keen for him to write to me with the specifics, and I'll take it up with the company.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency of Wokingham, sewage was spilled from the Arborfield treatment works 28 times last year. And in the last few days, sewage has poured into the N Brook. Given the numerous repeated spillages of sewage in Wokingham and across the country, will the Minister back Liberal Democrat proposals for a mutually owned public benefit model for water companies, focusing investment on the environment, on customers, and replacing and repairing infrastructure, rather than lining the pockets of water company shareholders and senior managers?
Well, this government is of course determined to tackle the sewage scandal head-on and clean up our rivers, lakes and seas for good. We want to address the root cause pollution. We're shifting the focus to a dual approach, driving water company action and pre-pipe solutions, tackling sewer misuse and pushing for better rainwater management. These changes are more sustainable, enabling growth, delivering more benefits, reducing flood risk and protecting biodiversity. And we will hold companies to account for their promises made on their storm overflows discharge reduction plans.
Can I thank the Minister for her responses this afternoon? I will allow a couple of moments for the front benches to swap over. Which brings us to an urgent question on the humanitarian situation in Cuba. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs if she will make a statement on the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Cuba following the US naval and financial blockade of the island.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his urgent question. The United Kingdom is concerned about the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Cuba, particularly shortage of food, fuel and essential medicines, which are having a real impact on ordinary citizens. The United States' long-standing embargo continues to place significant constraints on Cuba's economy and its access to international finance. The UK has consistently opposed the embargo, including at the United Nations, for almost 30 years. At the same time, domestic economic challenges within Cuba also play a role, and sustainable improvement will require economic reform and greater resilience. We welcome confirmation from both the Government of Cuba and the Government of the United States that talks are underway to permit an urgent improvement of the current circumstances, and we urge all parties to move swiftly to an agreement that can alleviate the suffering of the Cuban people. We also welcome and encourage confidence-building measures that can help reach that goal, including the release of political prisoners and easing of restrictive measures. Our priority is the safety and welfare of British nationals in Cuba, alongside the resilience of Cayman and the Turks and Caicos Islands, and our two overseas territories in the region. We remain deeply concerned for the Cuban people and will continue to support constructive engagement, monitor humanitarian needs, and work with international partners to encourage solutions that ease hardship and promote long-term stability.
Jeremy Corbyn.
I thank the Minister for that answer, and I thank him for confirmation of Britain's consistent opposition to the blockade of Cuba. My register of interest entry will indicate my own interest in a recent visit I made to Cuba with the member for Leeds East, and during that visit we were able to deliver some medical aid, including a visit to a cancer hospital, and it's forever seared in my memory the sadness in the director's eyes as he was trying to deal with the catastrophic situation of loss of power and loss of medicines when he's dealing with people who are potentially terminally ill conditions. The blockade of fuel means that to buy any fuel on the open market on the streets of Havana would cost at least £10 per litre. Unobtainable, impossible for most people. Therefore, traffic simply doesn't flow. That means bus services don't run, very few taxis run. refuse collection is impossible, and so much else is absolutely impossible. It also means that because some of the electricity, quite a lot of it, is generated by use of oil, it means that there are power cut-offs of up to 20 hours per day. So the health risks are enormous, the education risks are enormous, and Cuba is really up against it. We had a fascinating meeting with the government and others about converting the economy much more into sustainable energy sources and the way in which they wish to take things forward. But the effects are really the US sanctions and blockade. The order of Donald Trump of January 26 and the long-term effects of the Helms-Burton Act means that the economy of the island is actually strangled the whole time. The loss of financial services, the loss of use of international credit card and card facilities means that, in effect, the tourist industry has halted. There is no tourist industry at the moment. There are no visitors to Cuba. There are at best 1 or 2 flights a day in an airport that used to be quite busy. None of this is necessary. And I think we should just recognise and thank the governments of Mexico, China, Canada, Japan and the EU for the support they've given. Britain has recognised Cuba for 124 years. Can we have some aid for Cuba, please, including oil?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his further statement? Just to reassure him, as I said from my opening remarks, this is the 30th year in which the UK Government has objected to the embargo. We will continue to do so, and we work through the United Nations on humanitarian aid relief to ensure that support does reach directly to the Cuban people.
Alan Gemmell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the Minister for his statement. The situation in Cuba is very worrying. Can the Minister set out what the UK Government is doing to ensure that aid reaches those who need it?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? He's right to raise the wider humanitarian concerns, and I can reassure him that via the World Food Programme and through UNICEF, the UK Government continues to provide as part of a major contributor to the UN Central Emergency Fund response, which ensures that disaster response efforts, as well as efforts in relation to the latest challenges, are supported for the Cuban people.
Shadow Minister Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for Islington, Right Honourable actually, Gentleman for Islington North for securing this urgent question, and to the Minister for his response. The imposition of tariffs is a bilateral matter for the US and Cuba. We are appalled by Cuba's record of abusing its civilians' political, civil and human rights. The Cuban regime's record is shameful. But we should be wary of narratives that seek to explain Cuba's current difficulties solely through external factors. The reality is that the Cuban people have endured decades of economic stagnation, political repression, and the denial of basic freedoms under a one-party communist system. Any assessment of the present situation must acknowledge that wider context. So, turning to the Minister's response, can he tell the House what recent discussions ministers have had with the United States administration regarding developments in Cuba and the United States actions? Can he also set out what engagement the government has had with the Cuban authorities? And in those discussions, have ministers raised concerns about human rights, political prisoners and democratic freedoms alongside humanitarian issues? And importantly also, and finally, is the government considering any humanitarian response? And if so, how will it ensure that assistance reaches the Cuban people directly and is not diverted for the benefit of a regime with such a poor record on human rights and civil liberties? The House would really benefit from a clearer statement of the government's overall policy towards Cuba at what is clearly a significant moment for the country and its people.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I thank the Right Honourable Lady for the constructive way in which she always engages in these conversations across the floor of the House. Just to reassure her that I would echo and indeed expand on the concerns in relation to the Cuban administration on its impact on human rights. And to answer the question directly around engagement, I have met with the Cuban ambassador since the beginning of this year to not only discuss the challenges the Cuban people are facing, but also directly challenge on the human rights conditions that the people are are facing within Cuba. Just to answer a question, Madam Deputy Speaker, on engagement, I can confirm that there are ongoing regular engagements between our British Embassy in Washington with US State Department officials, but also more specifically the Foreign Secretary, the Deputy Prime Minister and the former Permanent Under-Secretary of State have held regular engagement with both Secretary Rubio but also Deputy Secretary Landau, raising these points specifically around what the negotiations, discussions are happening between the Cuban and US administrations.
Paula Barker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK-Cuba Political Dialogue and Cooperation Agreement, PDCA, was signed in Havana in 2023 and ratified by the Cuban National Assembly in 2024. In the UK, it remains under cross-Whitehall consultation with no current timetable for parliamentary scrutiny. So will the Minister consider agreeing to a provisional implementation of the PDCA, as the EU did with its own agreement in 2017, to signal constructive engagement and deepen bilateral cooperation?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? I know how much she cares about this issue, and I was pleased to meet with her and other colleagues recently to discuss the challenges the Cuban people are facing. Just in relation to better bilateral relations, we are now looking to extend work in relation to climate and also wider environmental protections and also around science and technology. So we are looking more towards the bilateral relationship, and she is right to say that the political dialogue and cooperation agreement does remain under review.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Trump's reckless blockade is exacerbating the humanitarian crisis facing Cubans. It is the latest iteration of his might is right approach to global diplomacy with devastating impact. Now, 4 months in, Cubans are facing a backlog of 96,000 pending surgeries, 1 million people without reliable drinking water, empty petrol stations and a deadly summer heatwave. UN experts are formally condemning the blockade as energy starvation used as a coercive tool against civilians. With fresh sanctions imposed on Thursday, it will only get worse. And with Raul Castro now indicted, the parallels with Venezuela, where Trump used an indictment as a precursor to forcible regime change, are impossible to ignore. So could the government outline what conversations they have had with the US administration about the blockade, an assessment on what happens next, including the possibility of military incursions, and whether, as Spain and Canada organise emergency aid shipments, they will review our own aid contribution?
Can I thank her for her questions, Madam Deputy Speaker? Just in relation to engagement with the administration, as I set out to the Shadow Minister, there has been a continuous dialogue since the beginning of the year, whether with myself, with the Ambassador, or with the Foreign Secretary and the Deputy Prime Minister, with Secretary Rubio as recently as April. These conversations are ongoing, and particularly on aid, I can confirm that officials are working up options for how else the UK might support additional funding for the Cuban people, including through the United Nations.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently visited Cuba on a 3-day humanitarian visit where, amongst other things, we delivered aid to a cancer hospital. At the time that we were in Cuba, at that point, because of Trump's fuel restrictions, not a single drop of fuel had got into the country for 3 months. So Trump's fuel blockade was having a devastating humanitarian effect on millions of ordinary Cubans, and I saw that with my own eyes. I'm very disturbed and very concerned to see some of the threats emerging from the Trump administration, but I do welcome the fact that the UK government continues, as has been the long-standing position of our country, to vote against the blockade at the United Nations. Now, disputes between nations must be resolved through dialogue and respect for international law. So will the Minister confirm that he will use his efforts and the efforts of his office to ensure that diplomacy and dialogue are seen as the best way forward?
Minister.
I will, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman for bringing forward this urgent question? I think I certainly agree with him that the humanitarian situation in Cuba is bad and getting a lot worse. But perhaps where we might disagree, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the best way to bring relief for the Cuban people, in my view, and it's not a Western construct, I believe it's an international construct. Freedom, democracy and the international rule of law might be a better way of opening up Cuba to that humanitarian relief, political relief. This is, of course, a one-party communist state, a failed state. Can I ask the Minister if he would, again, emphasise the importance of the Cuban government releasing political prisoners, giving more freedom to its people, and allowing people to actually grow its own food, to grow their own businesses? And just on the humanitarian point, would you agree with the American administration it's best that humanitarian aid goes through the Catholic Church, charities or faith-based organisations, not through the regime?
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? Just in relation to the diplomatic point, as was mentioned by my honourable friend for Leeds, I do agree with him. We have had a bilateral relationship with the Cuban government for more than 100 years. That relationship has meant that we've been able to have more frank dialogue. It is through dialogue through the multilateral system and through the bilateral systems is how we'll bring about more prosperity for the people of Cuba. On the human rights issue, as I've already mentioned to a number of members across the House, I agree, we continue to have that dialogue in relation to the release of any political prisoners, but also more broadly, decisions around the future of Cuba should be for the Cuban people.
Torquil Crichton.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for his statement and the Right Honourable Member for Islington North for bringing this urgent question to the House. Cuba is on its last breath after a brutal 4-month siege that is as commercial as it is ideological in its nature. We're seeing Spanish hotel operators pull out of the country. We've seen Canadian companies like Blue Diamond and Sherritt, the Canadian nickel company, thinking again because of the threat of secondary sanctions. It seems the US President is attempting to sweep aside Canadian and Spanish interests in order to bring in US crony companies to reintroduce the spirit of colonialism which led to Castro's revolution in the first place. Can I ask the Minister what discussions the UK government has had with Spanish and Canadian counterparts to make it clear to the US government that this is not acceptable?
Minister.
We continue to have ongoing dialogue. I have met with Canadian and Spanish counterparts in recent months where Cuba has been discussed. In relation to US decisions in regards to what's happening within Cuba, they are, of course, as you will know, decisions for the administration. However, we continue to call for the dialogue, and as I mentioned in my opening statement, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we welcome the fact that both the Cuban and US governments confirm those negotiations are ongoing. But we continue to work in the multilateral space to bring about a resolution that works best for the Cuban people.
Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would hope that no one in this House would have any sympathy for the Cuban regime. It is highly unlikely that President Trump will pursue military action within Cuba, but it is far more likely that the US government intends to use Venezuelan oil as leverage over Cuba to force changes in their behaviours. So what is the Minister's assessment of the legal basis on which Venezuela's sovereign oil can be transferred and used as a bargaining chip by the US, and how would UK sanctions regime respond to that?
Minister.
She will know as a former chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee that we wouldn't discuss sanctions on the floor of the House. However, I'm more than happy to meet with her to go through some of the wider challenges, particularly in relation to conditions around Venezuela and the impact it's having on the wider region.
John McDonnell.
Just to say, it's not for the US to determine the future of the Cuban people, it's for the Cuban people themselves. And to use these methods to try and influence the regime where the UN Secretary-General has made it clear his view that Cuba is on the brink and children are already dying as a result of what's happening in the hospitals themselves. Some of the sanctions have affected the ability of the Cuban administration and Cuban companies as well to access banking and now, more recently, payment facilities. What discussion has the government had to be able to assist the Cuban administration to overcome these particular activities of the US government, which is actually endangering the whole of the Cuban economy at the moment?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? I would agree with him, and I hope he's heard me say that the decisions for the future of Cuba are for the Cuban people and not for any other foreign country, including the United Kingdom. Just in relation to additional assistance, conversations are ongoing, as I've given in previous answers, about what more we can do within the multilateral system. One piece of work that I can confirm to the House we're doing is around the particular challenge on fuel shortages, which has been mentioned by a number of members.
The FCDO is now providing a fuel management specialist to the World Food Programme, which is unblocking some of the wider fuel challenges which would be critical to the effective delivery of aid. So we are trying to work in a very practical sense, as I'm sure my venerable friend would agree, to ensure that we can work through it. On the wider point on banking, as I said in an earlier part of this answer, we are working with multilateral partners to see what additional support we can provide, to see where we can work joined up on trying to bring about a better future for the Cuban people.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to your office for granting this long overdue urgent question. And I want to congratulate the Right Honourable Member for Islington North for securing it. This is indeed an urgent matter for the Cuban people as they continue to endure a deepening man-made humanitarian crisis. Shortages of food, electricity, fuel and even vital life-saving medical supplies, as has already been referenced. And it's been caused by the Trump administration, who have unjustifiably described Cuba as a threat to US national security. So, can the Minister confirm that the Foreign Office will inform President Trump that the UK will vigorously oppose any and all attempts by the United States to use military force against Cuba, and to reconfirm that he is seeking to persuade the US administration to ease the measures that are currently contributing to this impending disaster for the Cuban people?
Can I thank him for his question? In relation to the diplomatic efforts, I have repeatedly said, and I'm happy to reiterate, that that work is ongoing. I've listed a number of meetings that have happened at the most senior level. In terms of his points on force, our dialogue is about peaceful resolution through political dialogue, not through increasing any conditions. On the wider point around what's happening in Cuba, as I said in my opening response to the Right Honourable Gentleman, we have opposed this embargo for the last 30 years. And I can't predict the future, but that has been the position of administrations from 1996 until today.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Deputy Speaker, US secondary sanctions on Cuba arguably represent a clear breach of international law. So what representations has the UK government made to the US about this, in the same way that they did with Greenland?
Minister.
Sorry, I thought there was a slightly longer question. I beg your pardon. Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? We continue to have this dialogue, as I've mentioned in previous answers, and we continue to be of the very strong view that diplomatic courses of action are the best way forward. We also continue to respect the UN Charter and the wider multilateral system, including on international rule of law. And we would expect, as a member of the Security Council and, of course, of the General Assembly, that all countries would follow that position.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I entirely agree with the Minister when he says that the future of Cuba should be decided by the Cuban people. What assessment has the government made of the likelihood of the Cuban government ever allowing the Cuban people to take those decisions?
Minister.
The Right Honourable Gentleman makes a fair point, and that work goes on constantly to try and work through how there can be a move towards the decisions of Cuba being for the Cuban people. I would point out that our bilateral relationship has been in existence for more than 100 years. And I say that not just for the sake of it, but it's because we've been able to have those frank and difficult conversations with them, because we've kept the relationship open. We will continue to have those difficult conversations, whether with the ambassador or with ministers in the Cuban system, because we want to do the very best we can for the Cuban people.
Brian Leishman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my thanks go to the Right Honourable Member for Islington North for bringing this urgent question this afternoon. Now, I don't think anyone can possibly debate that energy shortages will indeed prove fatal, as will the disease that will inevitably follow, and the hyperinflation of essential items that will price millions of Cubans out of buying goods. Does the UK government recognise that these American blockades are a lethal method of economic terrorism? And why on earth does the UK government not call out internationally our counterparts in the American administration for this?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I don't know if he's missed previous answers. We have spent very publicly the last 30 years voting against the very thing that he is complaining about. We have not supported the embargo in the international space where these decisions are taken, and that has been the position for successive administrations.
Dr Andrew Murison.
Deputy Speaker, trying to understand what America has been doing in its own backyard, what assessment has the Minister made of Cuba as one of the largest foreign contributors to Russia's illegal war in Ukraine? And what is it doing to better understand the position of Cuba as a potential hub for hybrid warfare in the area inspired by Russia, and as Russia's entry point for its malign activities in the wider Hispanic region?
Minister.
He's right to raise those issues. The work in this space continues, and we obviously work with the US administration as our closest ally in relation to defence and national security. And we will continue to challenge in this space and work with Five Eyes and with other security partners to ensure that work does not move away from the fact there are still these economic and other wider social challenges for the Cuban people. National security remains an absolute priority for us, as it should for all governments.
Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the Cuba APPG, I refer the House to the APPG Register. In September in Machynlleth, the Cuban ambassador and a Cuban doctor working in Birmingham addressed my constituents in Montgomeryshire on the medical situation in Cuba. Since September, the situation is worse. Nurses manually hand-pumping ventilators so sick babies can breathe, and plastic carrier bags being used instead of colostomy bags. We have the aid needed here. Will we defy Trump's monstrous blockade and get it into Cuba?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question, for the work he does as the chair of the APPG, and I've been pleased to engage with him since he took on that role. Just to reassure him, as I did in our meeting, we are using the World Food Programme, UNICEF, the UN Central Emergency Response Fund to ensure that the actual disaster, that the funding is given to the correct agencies to support the Cuban people. That is the point. We are using agencies that are trusted within the region and then providing additional support through the WFP so that we have fuel management specialists so that aid can actually be delivered to the Cuban people. He's right to be deeply concerned, as we all should be, about the humanitarian conditions that the Cubans are living in. It's our job as UK government to ensure that we find ways in which that aid gets directly in, and that is what we're doing.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. US sanctions on Cuba have been stepped up since Marco Rubio became Secretary of State in the US. Can the Minister talk about what representations the British government has made in Washington about the so-called Don Roe doctrine as it relates to Cuba?
Minister.
As I've said in previous answers, Madam Deputy Speaker, engagement remains at the highest levels, including with the British Embassy in Washington, with the US State Department, with Secretary Rubio, Deputy Secretary Landau, and again with Secretary Rubio for either the Foreign Secretary, the former Parliamentary Permanent Under-Secretary, and indeed the Deputy Prime Minister. This work goes on constantly in terms of engagement in relation to Cuba and many, many other issues in relation to US-UK bilateral relationships.
That brings to an end the urgent question. I will allow a couple of moments for the front benches to swap over. And the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill, Committee.
Now. Order. Under the order of the House of the 21st of May, we shall now move to Committee of the whole House. Order.
Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill.
Can I remind members that in committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker, but please use our names when addressing the Chair. Madam Chair, Chair and Madam Chairman are also acceptable. We will begin with Amendment 21 to Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the amendments, clauses stand part, and new clauses as on the selection paper. I call Dame Harriet Baldwin to move Amendment 21.
Well, thank you very much, Dame Caroline. And may I start by moving Amendment 21, which leaves out the word of or including and inserts predominantly of. This amendment would narrow the definition of a steel undertaking so that it had to be a business consisting predominantly of the manufacture or processing of steel or iron for the purposes or in connection with the manufacture of steel. If I may, I would like to speak to the other amendments in my name and those of my honourable friends. Before I perhaps do that, Dame Caroline, approach the bill with the serious concern that it deserves, because today's amendments really reflect some of the points that we made at second reading, that this bill is a chaotic, unplanned intervention that risks landing taxpayers with an open-ended and potentially unlimited bill. And without addressing those issues as we make this legislation, we need to really focus on the things that are currently making domestic production of steel unprofitable, such as the higher employment costs and policies in pursuit of net zero, such as carbon taxes and associated regulations and levies. So before I turn to the amendments in detail, I just want to put on record how much I respect the member for Stockton North and his real-life expertise in the steel business. He truly is a rare example of, on the government benches, of someone who has deep private sector experience and really knows his subject. So I salute that and want to put that on the record at the beginning. My own private sector expertise is as an investor. And so most of the amendments in my name and those of my honourable friends are trying to protect the taxpayer from some of the financial risks that the taxpayer is being landed with as a result of this legislation. Because the fact is, Dame Caroline, that nobody wanted to nationalise British Steel. The government told us last year when they brought in that emergency legislation, when they brought us all back on a Saturday for the first time since the Falklands War, that they did not want to nationalise British Steel. And I know they now claim to their backbenchers and to their union backers that this is something to celebrate as true socialism, but the reality is it's an outcome that the government itself wanted to avoid. And they failed to negotiate a good outcome with the Chinese owners of British Steel. And the Prime Minister and the Business Secretary went all the way to China and failed to get a deal. Whenever this government negotiates, the taxpayer loses out. We don't think the government should be nationalising British Steel because we don't think politicians should be running businesses. Since the government intervened last year, it has cost taxpayers over £1.3 million every day. This bill is deeply flawed, and it's in the spirit of goodwill that I offer the government the chance to adopt our amendments to it, and I'm sure they will want to agree to them because they're all very sensible. I give way to the other.
If I can just correct the record, I've actually been calling for British Steel to be nationalised for 7 years. I urged the previous Conservative government not to sell British Steel to the Chinese. And if the Conservative government had followed my excellent advice at the time, we wouldn't be in the pickle we're now in.
Well, the honourable gentleman has got his point on the record. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. It's interesting the honourable member from Reform actually once again outflanked Labour on socialism, but there we are. As a fellow West Midlands MP, I'm sure she will be as concerned as I am. My constituent, Mr Peter Hughes of Everidge, that is a West Midlands steel manufacturing company, has suggested that whilst these measures are positioned as protecting primary steel production, such as Tata Steel, they're inadvertently undermining the much larger UK steel processing sector. Does she share those concerns? And in particular, while raw material costs are rising, there are no equivalent restrictions on imported finished products. So in fact, this could be seen, inadvertently I accept, as a tax on manufacturing. Certainly it will damage UK manufacturing, Shropshire manufacturing and West Midlands steel manufacturing.
Well, I absolutely do recognise as a West Midlands MP. In fact, I was with my constituent, Mr Michael Outwin of Industrial and Tractor Limited in Worcester on Friday, and he is going to have to pay a 50% tariff. I did try to table some amendments to do with the tariff regime. Unfortunately, they weren't orderly, Dame Caroline, so I think I better limit myself just to agreeing with my honourable friend and saying how there are many types of steel that will be affected by the tariffs that do not seem to be made here in the UK, and therefore I'd like the Minister to clarify how he expects people to continue manufacturing from the steel that they've been importing for some time once these tariffs have been put in place. In terms of the amendments that we've tabled here, I'm sure everyone in this House would agree that the bill exposes the taxpayer to unlimited liability as it stands, and it exposes the taxpayer to an unlimited liability for an unlimited length of time, and it expropriates businesses that will deter inward investment into our country. You don't need to have to take my word for it, Dame Caroline. It's also in the government's own impact assessment that one of the potential impacts of this legislation would be that it chills the investment environment in this sector in our country. And so that's why we've tabled the amendments that we've tabled today. As far as Amendment 21 is concerned, this would ensure that the bill applies only to businesses that are predominantly engaged in the manufacture of processing of steel or iron for the purposes of steel manufacturing, rather than those merely including it. The way the bill is written at the moment is extremely wide, and as highlighted in the explanatory statement to our amendment, it narrows the scope to avoid dragging in businesses that only have very minor steel operations. The current drafting is just far too broad and it's indiscriminate, and it could exacerbate that chilling effect on business in this country. So by tightening the definition, and I'm sure the Minister will want to agree to this amendment, it responds to business concerns that the legislation could create collateral damage across supply chains and related sectors. It prevents government overreach and the unintended consequences across the wider industrial base. Turning to Amendment 14, this replaces the words includes but is not limited to with means. It's a subtle difference, but it restricts the public interest test strictly to the listed criteria. As it stands, the public interest test is very widely defined. It would stop ministers who could currently have the powers to expand the definition of public interest at will, ensuring that the trigger for nationalisation is both clearly defined and bounded in law. A vague public interest test increases the risk and makes the UK, again, less attractive to investors, especially in capital-intensive sectors like steel. Our amendment would limit the bill's chaotic, unplanned intervention with no set limits that risks an open-ended chequebook for state control. Amendment 15 requires the Secretary of State to commission an independent assessment, proving nationalisation is in the public interest before exercising transfer powers. Industry figures have warned that nationalisation could cost billions of pounds and burden British taxpayers with large contingent liabilities, reinforcing the need for independent scrutiny before action. So our amendment introduces an objective check before it potentially allows a multi-billion-pound intervention, ensuring that decisions are based on evidence rather than political expediency. We cannot have an indefinite and indeed an infinite bill without proper safeguards. Amendment 16 requires that nationalisation can only be considered in the public interest if the National Audit Office determines it delivers value for money for the British taxpayer. Our amendment introduces an explicit taxpayer protection test, ensuring that ministers cannot proceed unless the intervention is economically justified, not just politically convenient. British taxpayers shouldn't be asked to sign off on a blank cheque. We cannot have nationalisation in search of a rationale. Amendment 17 requires the Secretary of State to publish full details of the criteria used to judge whether nationalisation is in the public interest before exercising those powers. This amendment addresses the unchecked powers and lack of clarity in this bill. It ensures that Parliament and the public can effectively scrutinise the government's reasoning. Amendment 12 removes provisions allowing the government to extend the sunset clause for nationalisation powers. At the moment, these sunset powers can be extended time and time again. It ensures that those extraordinary powers remain strictly time limited. And again, I'm sure the Minister will want to agree to this amendment, because without it, we risk open-ended intervention with no clear exit strategy. Amendment 18 would require regulations relating to continuity obligations to be subject to the affirmative procedure rather than the negative. Given the enormous scale of intervention in this bill, this amendment addresses insufficient democratic scrutiny and strengthens the parliamentary oversight of potentially intrusive or costly measures. Similarly, Amendment 19 would require regulations related to enforcement to be subject to the affirmative procedure as well, rather than the negative. Finally, Dame Caroline, new Clause 8 requires the Secretary of State to publish a statement to Parliament on contingent liabilities before nationalisation. Nationalisation could saddle the state with significant contingent liabilities and long-term financial risks, making the upfront disclosure to Parliament absolutely essential. Of particular importance in new Clause 8 are paragraphs A and B in subsection 2. On A, we must ensure the government is required to be transparent on the value of hidden or future liabilities, including those which relate to their environmental, pension or operational risks that could fall on taxpayers. And on B, the Secretary of State must take steps to minimise taxpayer exposure to any contingent liabilities that are so acquired. We don't think that the British taxpayer should be exposed to unknown and escalating costs without clear disclosure. So in conclusion, taken together, our amendments and new clause will hold the government to account. We oppose this steel nationalisation bill in its current form. We oppose its potential colossal cost to the British taxpayer and the adverse impact on our steel manufacturing sector and related supply chains. By accepting these amendments and our new clause, the government will simply strengthen accountability and transparency, and I commend them to the House.
The question is that Amendment 21 be made. Before I call the Minister, just to set the record straight, sadly, plain old Ms Noakes. Minister.
Thank you, Ms Noakes. Thank you. And I'd like to start by thanking the Shadow Secretary of State, the Right Honourable Member for West Worcestershire, for her incredibly generous remarks at the start of this debate. I think we all try our best here with whatever expertise that we have, and I do recognise, of course, the expertise that she has in finance as well, and I certainly will aim to address some of the questions, serious issues that she raised also. At the heart of this bill and of this debate is the future of our steel industry, and I do think that the difference of opinion between ourselves and the opposition may be irreconcilable in terms of the use of nationalisation as a useful tool of industrial strategy. But it is a useful tool, though not one to be used lightly. And certainly it's important that it's used in situations where there is a market failure or otherwise some sort of private sector issue. And that is certainly the case here. And it was also the case that was recognised by the previous Conservative government when they briefly nationalised one of our steel companies as well before leading to a failed private sector ownership. Yes, I will, of course.
Yes, he's right. Greg Clark nationalised it. And as far as my constituents are concerned who work at Scunthorpe, and I'm sure my honourable friends as well, all we want is a viable Scunthorpe. We don't take an ideological line on nationalisation in this case. But can he commit, given the problems we're now reading about, electric arc technology in Port Talbot, can he give a commitment that the government is fully committed to the blast furnaces in Scunthorpe?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I can give even a slightly more fulsome answer than that. So the previous nationalisation you referred to by the then Secretary of State, I think that the particular issue there was that the nationalisation was effected merely to create a change of ownership, but without actually improving the quality of the business or attracting additional investment into the business at the time. And it's important to take the steel nationalisation bill in the full context of our steel strategy as well, which lays out, and our steel trade measures also, of course, which lays out a forward plan for the steel industry. So it's one of the tools that we would use in that way. The government has been quite clear in our steel strategy that we do see a transition to electric arc furnaces over time, and there are good reasons for that, not least because they're the most productive and efficient technology that's available, and they are a reliable and tried and tested technology. But of course, our intervention in the Steel Industry Special Measures Act last year and our ongoing support of the British steel business has been to ensure that we do have blast furnace produced steel, primary steel available as part of that transition. They are the only two working blast furnaces in the UK and they are currently our only source of primary steel. He raised also reports in the press about delays to the project in South Wales. Delays on such a large project are not unusual, but the specific issue there was around the groundworks, and certainly I'd be happy to expand on that more if it becomes part of the debate. But of course I'm in close contact with Tata Steel about that, and certainly from my experience of such projects, it is always difficult to understand what the duration of the project will be until you get out of the ground ultimately, and there are issues with the groundworks there. But perhaps I could just move on to address specifically the amendment and the issues that were raised by the Shadow Secretary of State. So in terms of the structure of the bill is itself modelled very much on the Banking Act, which received incredibly broad support. And the clauses in Part 1 are vital to the operation of the bill. And I would certainly urge the committee to reject attempts to remove those clauses. And whilst I understand the consideration that has gone into the preparation of these amendments, narrowing the scope of the bill in terms of what is in the definition of the steel undertaking would, in the government's view, actually introduce ambiguity rather than clarity in the scope. In practice, there are unlikely to be many undertakings that are operating at scale in both steelmaking and an unrelated business practice. And if there were, the government would look to exercise the power in such a way that focused on what would be necessary for operating the steelmaking business. And in addition, I mentioned the Steel Industry Special Measures Act, and of course the drafting of this bill follows on from the text of that bill, which is why the government is of the view that this amendment is not necessary.
Will the Minister give way?
Yes, certainly.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I fully support the need to buy British, but does he recognise that JCB in my constituency cannot source entirely the grade and size of steel required for their machines entirely from the UK, and a significant proportion of their steel comes from the EU? The proposed tariffs will apply to imported steel even when no UK alternative exists, so this is due to cost them millions. Will he urgently look into this and meet with me and JCB to look into this specific issue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So he raises the point about JCB specifically, and I think that I'm reasonably familiar with their business, and I think that their particular concern may well be around the sourcing of plate steels, and the steel trade measures, the tariffs and quotas that we announced are designed to ensure that the UK is not subject to subsidised steel, which will damage our upstream industry, and certainly helps to support the upstream sector. But of course, we need a strong upstream sector in order to have a strong downstream sector as well. And the issue, of course, with plate steels is that the DL plate mill in Scotland, which is capable of making many of these steels, has not been operating for some time. And I would certainly be happy to meet with him and with JCB to discuss that in more detail. But the general point, which was also, I would give way to the honourable gentleman if he wants to. Do you want to come in? I was going to address the point the honourable gentleman made, the general point about the business in his constituency too. I'm not familiar with that, the business in his constituency, but the general approach that we've taken is to ensure that the groupings of steel under the trade measures are subject to these tariffs where those steels are made or can be made in the UK, accepting that some of those steels are not made but could be made, including in operations such as DL. But it is not always possible to separate all of those steels out based on the groupings they have, and so that's the purpose of the quota. However, I am always interested to hear of specific examples like this. I had a meeting with a business last week for whom this was a concern, but actually once we discussed the issue in detail, we found that it wasn't an issue for them, and that was to do with some of the arrangements that were in place. So if you would like to share further details about that, I'd be very keen to hear about it. I'll give way in a moment, but first.
Grateful for the Minister to give way. Just for clarity, maybe I wasn't clear, it's a constituent of mine who runs that company. The company is actually in another constituency, but employs people throughout the West Midlands. But on that point, if I may ask him, could I write to the Minister then about that particular case so we seek more clarity? I'm grateful for that. On the point of tariffs, which he mentioned, can I just mention two very brief points, Madam Chair? Shropshire Chamber of Commerce said there is also growing concern that tariffs may be applied to certain materials and products that are not currently available for UK manufacturers. Be interested in view on that. And secondly, in addition, concerns have been raised regarding fabricated steel products that appear to fall outside the tariff regime. In practice, this could create an unintended incentive for steel processing and fabrication work to move overseas in order to avoid tariff costs. I wonder if the Minister would like to comment on that.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I am aware of that issue as well, and if you would like to include all of those issues in the letter, I'll be very happy to provide him with a response.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for allowing the intervention. I've been contacted by Coca Engineering, my constituencies, who supply Rolls-Royce, Leonardo and other defence companies. They can only use steels from certified electric arc mills of certain types and are worried about facing tariffs of 50%. After the 1st of July, once tariff-free goods have been used up. Would he similarly look at their concerns in terms of exemptions for steels that can't be sourced in the UK?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I'm very happy to take that response. He may also wish to let the business know that we've committed to a 12-month review of these tariffs. And as I said, they do apply to steels that are made or could be made. And I am aware that currently the Speciality Steels UK business is not operational as it's going through an administration process. And exactly the sort of high-quality aerospace steels that he mentioned, whilst they may not be made there, I think that's probably the most likely location where they will be made, subject to those certifications which are held by that business. And the official receiver is currently in exclusive discussions with that business with a potential owner. So it's possible that the company he refers to may see a UK supplier soon, but if he shares the details with me, I'll certainly be able to give him a more fulsome response. Absolutely.
Thank you for the Minister. And interestingly, there is also a Coca facility in my constituency, but I've had several other businesses write to me on this subject. I visited the London Screw Company in Halesowen only last week. They are really concerned that the 50% tariffs are going to increase the price of their products to the point that makes them uncompetitive. And whilst I'm pleased that there's going to be a 12-month review, I wonder if that comes soon enough for businesses like those in my constituency. And can the Minister give any other relief to them in the interim for those that may be on the verge of something more serious?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, thank you for raising the issue of the London Screw Company and also for the discussion that he had with me about that very particular company last week as well, who do look to me to produce an extraordinary high-quality range of products, and certainly better than I normally find for my DIY projects. So it's my intention to patronise that company in future, that's for certain. And we should all have more high-quality ironmongery, I believe. But yes, in a similar vein, I'd be very happy to offer further details on that if you'd write to me with that and ensure that my officials do look at it. But in the first instance, I think we'd look to see whether those steels are made or could be made in the UK. So unless there are any further questions about downstream steel producing, I could perhaps just move on to address some more of the comments that were made by the Shadow Secretary of State. In particular, she talked about the public interest test in Clause 2. And so some of the amendments that have been tabled today do set out to limit the test exclusively to the consideration of the three factors that are set out, whereas Amendment 23 seeks to expand them to include the prevention or closure of job losses in Wales. The three factors on the face of the bill do offer some additional weight by their inclusion, but of course any assessment of an intervention will need to be considered against them. But there may be a well-rationaled reason for an intervention that would move beyond that and doesn't sit squarely under those factors. So in our view, it would be sensible not to bind the hands of the government in that way. And I think, Madam Chair, that is a response to the issues that were raised by the Shadow Secretary of State, and happy to move on to future clauses and amendments.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Steel provides vital materials for our national infrastructure, from defence to renewable energy, and it creates thousands of jobs across the UK. So the Liberal Democrats welcome the action that the government is taking to protect British steel, to ensure that the blast furnaces in Scunthorpe don't go cold. But we're clear that the nationalisation of British Steel must be a temporary stop to rescue the business before it can be returned to the private sector. We believe in a thriving, privately run steel industry, supported and empowered by the government through an effective steel strategy. And while the Liberal Democrats support this step, the government must provide more detail on the plan, including how it will find private co-investors who can help to modernise the sites and put the money in to help create more jobs. They must also ensure that the key stakeholders, including industries that rely on steel, such as defence, are properly engaged with and represented through the process. We cannot afford another collapse of British Steel in a few years' time, and we must move on from interim short-term measures to create a robust long-term plan for the future of the plant and sustainable domestic steel production, with an emphasis on national security. Firstly, Madam Chair, I wish to speak in favour of Amendment 1 in my name. Fundamentally, this amendment is about parliamentary accountability. If the Secretary of State is to exercise a significant transfer power, Parliament should, at the very least, be told why that action is necessary and in the public interest. The amendment does not prevent the government from acting. It simply requires ministers to explain their reasoning before exercising the power, providing far greater accountability and transparency. Requiring a statement to both houses helps ensure that the use of these powers is proportionate, justified and open to democratic oversight. The government already argues that these powers would only be used where necessary, and if that's the case, there should be no objection setting out those reasons clearly before Parliament. This is a modest and reasonable safeguard. It does not create a veto or impose an onerous process. It merely asks ministers to account for their decisions. I wish to speak also in favour of Amendments 2 and 3. These amendments seek to ensure that regulations relating to property transfers and share transfers are subject to the affirmative procedure rather than the negative procedure. The transfer of property or shares by ministerial regulation is not a minor or purely technical matter. These are the heart of this bill that give the government significant powers with substantial financial, operational and public consequences. Given the importance of such decisions, would the Minister not agree with me that it is entirely appropriate that Parliament should approve the regulations rather than having to rely on the limited scrutiny afforded by the negative procedure? The affirmative procedure would guarantee a debate and a vote in both houses, ensuring proper democratic oversight before these powers are exercised. At its core, these amendments are about reinforcing accountability, transparency and parliamentary sovereignty in the exercise of delegated powers, and I urge members to support this measure. Furthermore, New Clause 2, also tabled in my name, would establish a stakeholder advisory committee to ensure that decisions made under these powers in this bill include input from the relevant groups and those who will be most affected. The exercise of principal transfer powers could have major implications not only for the steel undertaking itself, but for workers, local communities, supply chains and strategically important industries across the country. The proposed committee would bring together voices from industry, the workforce and local authorities, ensuring that decisions are grounded in practical expertise and real-world consequences. The inclusion of sectors such as defence and critical national infrastructure is particularly important given the strategic significance of the steel supply to national resilience and economic security. A structured advisory mechanism would improve transparency, strengthen confidence in decision-making and help ensure that interventions are sustainable and effective. This new clause is about ensuring that the public interest is determined not behind closed doors, but with the benefit of broad expertise and stakeholder input. And I wish to speak also in favour of new clause 3. This addition to the bill recognises that intervention in a steel undertaking cannot simply be about ownership or transfer powers in isolation. It must be about people, about jobs and about the long-term future of industrial communities. If the government exercises these significant powers, it should also be required to set out a clear strategy for protecting workers and supporting economic transition. The steel industry is not only strategically important to the national economy, but often central to the identity and prosperity of the local communities within which it's situated. Workers in these industries possess highly valuable and specialised skills. Any transition strategy should therefore prioritise the protection of skilled employment wherever possible. Where change is unavoidable, there must also be a serious commitment to retraining, reskilling and redeployment opportunities so that workers are not left behind. This amendment would help to ensure that government intervention is accompanied by a coherent industrial strategy rather than another short-term fix and crisis management. Steelmaking is of vital strategic importance to the UK. It creates thousands of jobs across the country, is central to many communities, and we rely on it for essential parts of our national infrastructure, from defence and transport to clean energy generation and advanced manufacturing. While the Liberal Democrats are supportive of the government's pace and urgency in action to protect British steel, nationalisation must be a temporary step, and the government must ensure there's adequate transparency and accountability throughout this process. I therefore urge the Minister to support these amendments to ensure that this legislation can deliver the necessary support to the steel industry while balancing the needs of local communities and workers and ensuring that the necessary steps are taken to ensure thorough parliamentary accountability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sarah Champion. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you know that for over a decade I've been urging successive governments to back the British steel industry. So it is genuinely a pleasure to be here today as this government does just that, and I support this historic bill. Steel is essential for the UK's economy. It supports thousands of well-paid, skilled jobs, and it plays a crucial role in ensuring Britain's security, particularly in an ever more volatile and uncertain world. Yet for years, the industry has been allowed to wither. Production has fallen, plants have been lost, and with them jobs, capability and capacity. We simply cannot afford to allow this precipitous decline to go on any longer. Rotherham is a steel town. It has seen the consequences of past governments' neglect up close. Speciality Steels, which is based in Rotherham and Stocksbridge, should be a crown jewel in our economy. But it has been allowed to lurch from crisis to crisis, choked of investment, left at the mercy of unscrupulous ownership, unfair competition and a lack of vision. The plants currently stand still, shuttered, amidst the fallout of Liberty's collapse, their workers furloughed, uncertain about what their futures will hold. And I would be grateful if the Minister is able to update the House on the current state of the sale, now in its final stages. But my concern is not just limited to speciality steel. Steel in Rotherham is at the centre of our local economy, and the crisis has had a substantial impact up and down the supply chains. The Minister's ambition for steel's renaissance can also be a rebirth for local businesses and local communities, but this requires investment, foresight and commitment. The government steel strategy sets out a strategic vision for the industry and, crucially, delivers real and profound change for the sector as a whole. With £2.5 billion of investment in the sector and an ambitious but achievable target of 50% steel used in Britain to be produced here, the strategy is a blueprint for a revitalised domestic steel industry, one that has been roundly welcomed by the sector. Perhaps most importantly, the strategy sets out a new approach to steel imports. Time and time again, myself and other steel MPs particularly have warned that failure to tackle cheap, often state-subsidised and heavily polluting imports would destroy any attempt to increase domestic production. Without a level playing field, British Steel cannot hope to compete. It's therefore welcome that the government has acted to protect UK steel producers from unfair competition through a range of new trade measures, quotas and tariffs. And whilst this is good news for steel producers themselves, We do need to get the details right, and I thank members across the House for raising some specific examples of this. Alongside steel producers, Rotherham also hosts a large number of steel stockholders and downstream businesses. I have raised with the Government a number of instances in which trade measures have been introduced on products that are either not currently produced in the UK or where UK production and capacity is far below demand. I would therefore urge ministers to act to ensure that these businesses are not impacted unfairly and that trade measures conform to the realities of a UK market. To do otherwise risks inadvertently harming the very industries and communities the Government is seeking to defend. While the bill we are discussing today will not have a direct impact on steel production in Rotherham, it does send an important signal. I'm proud that the Government is taking resolute action to ensure that it has the necessary tools at its disposal to safeguard the future of British Steel in Scunthorpe. I hope that this will set a precedent as the situation with speciality steels develops, and that the Government will take similarly decisive action should this prove necessary.
Hear, hear.
With the right support, British Steel can and should play an ever greater role in our economy, in infrastructure projects, and crucially in our national security.
Hear, hear.
I know that steelworkers in Rotherham will be relieved to have a Government that is so clearly on their side, on the side of good jobs, a dynamic economy, and most importantly, a Government that backs British Steel. Thank you.
Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I want to focus my remarks on clauses 1 to 3 of the bill and the breadth of the powers that they give to the Secretary of State. And I want to start with the meaning of a steel undertaking in clause 1, that being one that carries on a business consisting of or including the manufacture or processing of iron or steel. And as the Minister knows, I raised in an intervention on the Secretary of State during second reading, and as indeed my right honourable friend who speaks from the front bench mentioned earlier, it appears from the wording of this bill that that could include undertakings which have as little as 1% of their business in iron or steel. Now, I take the Minister's point earlier that that may be vanishingly unlikely and that the majority of the enterprises we're concerned with are predominantly engaged in the manufacture of steel. But we do, I think, have to make sure that the legislation we pass is fit for purpose, not just in the usual case, but in all anticipated cases. And so I hope the Minister will consider seriously my right honourable friend's amendment, because it seems to me to be a sensible one to ensure that we are not encompassing here the possibility of any undertaking being liable for nationalisation in pursuit of what may be perfectly rational government policy to protect domestic steel manufacture when that undertaking produces very little of its output in the iron and steel industry. And I hope again that the Minister will seriously consider the content of Amendment 21, so that steel is a predominant feature of a business in scope of this bill and not an incidental one. Clause 2 gives the Secretary of State authority to exercise a principal transfer power if the Secretary of State considers it necessary to do so in the public interest. And of course it is the Secretary of State's judgment about the public interest that counts here. So we do need to be confident that the Secretary of State's power to do so is appropriately constrained. Now, as has been discussed, Clause 2.2 does set out some examples of where the public interest test may be met. But there is plenty of breadth even in those scenarios. In Clause 2.2c, for example, the Secretary of State may decide to nationalise a steel undertaking where he considers to do so would support, and I quote, the economy of the United Kingdom or any part of the United Kingdom. And again, the Minister will recognise I raised this point too at second reading. And the question must surely be how small a part of the UK will do to satisfy that criterion. The closure of one steel-related facility will have obvious economic impact on the town or immediate area in which it's located. Is that sufficient to meet the Clause 2.2c criterion? and justify the Secretary of State in deciding to nationalise the whole undertaking. The current wording would appear to allow that, and would mean that any decision to close any steel plant or any other steel-related facility relating to the manufacture of steel would render the company that owns that facility liable to nationalisation. So we need to ask, is that what the government intends here? And if so, what are the likely consequences on industrial investment into this country? If that is not what the government intends, and it may well not be, then surely the language here should be tightened. But of course, Madam Chairman, the definition of public interest in this bill is wider still, because the three examples given in Clause 2.2, A through to C, are just that. They are examples. The bill, as drafted, allows the Secretary of State to nationalise on the basis of any other definition of the public interest he may choose, undefined in the bill. So I support my right honourable friend's Amendment 14, which would limit the definition of public interest to the three subjects listed in Clause 2 as examples. But I do say to the Minister that I think the government would be wise to think again and tighten the language even within that text in the bill. In Clause 3, the Secretary of State purports to limit his powers by use of a sunset clause. The problem is, he also proposes to allow himself to reset the sunset, and to do so indefinitely under Clause 3.3. And that, I'm afraid, Madam Chairman, makes a mockery of the concept of a sunset clause. Of course I'll give way.
I'm most grateful to the honourable member. The very reason why the government needs the ability to extend the sunset clause is because if the government listened to the amendments from the Conservative Party, the delays from various items would be so great you could go beyond the 2 years. So of course he needs the ability to extend the sunset clause.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, and I recognise he doesn't normally engage in the detail of legislation, but if he did, he would know this is committee stage and we look at the detail. What the government could perfectly properly do is pass the legislation as amended by my right honourable friend, and if it felt at the end of the sunset clause period that it needed further powers, could come back to this House with further primary legislation and seek our consent to do so. The difficulty with what we have before us is that the Secretary of State has himself the power to extend by regulations the sunset clause indefinitely, over and over again. That's what the wording of this bill says, and that seems to me to be something we should not accept here. What we should do is reinstate what the natural and ordinary meaning of a sunset clause is, which is set out in Clause 3.1, by removing the rest of that clause. If the Secretary of State wants, as the honourable gentleman suggests he may one day want to do, wants to extend those powers, then he should seek the authority to do so in primary and not secondary legislation. And of course, Madam Chairman, these deficiencies in the bill are cumulative. A power to extend indefinitely the Secretary of State's proposed powers here is more pernicious because the powers are so broad. The huge latitude he would have to define the public interest matters more because the bill may apply to many more companies than might have been thought when hearing the government's original intentions for the bill. Plus, of course, the Secretary of State's consequent powers, which are set out in the rest of the bill, having decided to nationalise, to make that initial transfer decision, are mostly constrained only by the scrutiny of secondary legislation. So the initial decision, the initial transfer decision, is all the more important. So it's my view, Madam Chairman, that the Secretary of State's powers as defined in Clauses 1, 2 and 3 are simply too wide and need to be constrained. But the government, I think, makes two substantive arguments in response to that view. So I want to address those arguments. The first argument, and the Minister made it a little earlier, is that the government is only doing what a previous government did in the Banking Act of 2009, and that the powers it seeks to take here are no wider than those taken in that Banking Act. Well, Madam Chairman, I don't agree for three reasons. The first reason is that the powers in the Banking Act were premised on the existence of a special resolution regime where the bank in question was already in financial trouble. As far as I can tell, the steel bill before us does not require the relevant steel undertaking to be in any trouble at all for nationalisation to be an option. Secondly, the Banking Act provides for a temporary transfer to public ownership. This steel bill does not use the word temporary, and again, I can find nothing in this bill which prevents a nationalisation being permanent. And third, the Banking Act requires the Treasury to consult before using its powers under that Act. There is no requirement for the Secretary of State to consult anyone in this bill. So it just isn't, I'm afraid, like the Banking Act. The government's second argument, which I've discovered lurking in the memorandum of the Department of Business and Trade to the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee, is that broad powers like the right to define the public interest, I'm sure we've all read it, are buttressed, and I quote, buttressed by administrative law, including the need for interferences with property rights to be proportionate. And of course that is so. The courts may intervene if the Secretary of State were to try and use his powers irrationally or unreasonably. But, Madam Chairman, Parliament should not be subcontracting our work to the courts. If legislative powers, as drafted, are too broad, then it's up to the legislature, us, first and foremost, to constrain them. And the Secretary of State has consistently maintained, as has the Minister, that he only wants the powers needed to act where government action is unavoidable, and only the powers to do what is necessary for the period that they are needed. But the powers that he has in this bill as drafted go well beyond that, and they could and should be restricted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I just want to start off by saying that I find it absolutely incredible when people turn around and say our government shouldn't be intervening, our government shouldn't be running services, or yet they're happy to allow other countries' governments to be running our services, our utilities. And to be honest, I get a little bit tired of it, because it's essential, I think, that if we're going to save industries, save sectors and save jobs, that we do. And that's why we're right in doing this. Madam Chair, I'll stand to speak on Amendment 21, a new Clause 8, a new Clause 5. It was a privilege to be recalled here on a Saturday last year to pass the Emergency Steel Industry Special Measures Act to save the Scunthorpe Works, and I'm just as happy to be here today in order to see this go through the first day of the committee stages. Since then, it's become clear that public ownership is in the national interest. Corby is a town literally built on steel, steel that built this country. At one time, Corby Steelworks was the largest combined steelworks in Europe, and whilst I recognise that this doesn't nationalise the steelworks in Corby, what it does do is it makes sure that the sector itself does well, and where that happens, obviously, that will ensure that the other aspects of steel does well. In 1967, it was this party that nationalised the steelworks and put British Steel in charge. We did so because it knew that homemade steel was essential for our national security, for our economy, and for thousands of jobs. In 1980, a government that failed to see those opportunities closed the steelworks, and with it, tens of thousands of jobs went, and almost a third of the people in my constituency became unemployed. That's why it's so important that British Steel is allowed to continue. This bill marks a reversal in direction. It shows what can happen when you have a vision for our economy and the dedication to see that vision through. How could the last government shape our economy and create jobs when it failed to even create an industrial strategy? This government does have a strategy. The government's decade-long industrial strategy and the steel strategy announced in March shows that. It provides £2.5 billion through the National Wealth Fund to help rebuild our steel sector so that we can move towards 50% of all British demand for steel being made in this country. Ensuring our security in an unstable world with the capacity for our own virgin steel supply. That's what this leads to, and that's what is going to happen as a result of it. Where British Steel Working powered the first industrial revolution, it can do so again, building the renewables and the technology for the future. We still have a steelworks in Corby, and we want to make sure that Corby and the towns like it across our country can have a new and secure future, and I believe the passing of this bill will ensure that that happens.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a pleasure to stand up and support the government in this bill because, of course, we all know that the ability to make primary steel is absolutely in the public interest and therefore it automatically meets the public interest test. We cannot, Madam Chair, be the only G7 nation without the ability, using a blast furnace, to make primary steel. And if this does not go ahead, then that is the consequences of that decision. Because if you follow the Conservative Party's line of thinking and just rely on the private sector, well, they tried that for some 14 years. And the reality is that because of the state of the blast furnaces that need investment in relining and renewing and rebuilding, that actually the private sector has said it's not there yet, but it could be. So what we need actually is a period of time within which this has the commitment of the public sector in order to ensure that a thriving primary steelmaking capability can exist. And we face real danger, Madam Chair, because we heard only over the weekend that the plans for a new electric arc furnace down at Port Talbot have been delayed by at least 9 months, possibly much longer, a failure to secure a grid connection. I fear that's just the beginning. There could be concerns about the reliability of a connection. There will be concerns around the price of electricity. And whilst we hear from Tata UK they are completely committed to opening such an electric arc furnace, I fear that the issues and the considerations of Tata India's board will be very different. Because if an electric arc furnace in Port Talbot does not open, then they will still sell us steel, but steel that is made in India. That might suit Tata. It does not suit the workers in Wales and beyond. And we've just heard previously from another honourable member that the electric arc furnaces at Rotherham, of course, are not operational. So we face the real risk, Madam Chair, of having almost no steel manufacturing capability, whether it be from the electric arc furnace or whether it be from the blast furnace. And that would be deeply humiliating as a G7 nation to end up with almost no steelmaking capability. And it therefore, I believe, is absolutely vital. And before I come on to the new clause that we put forward, there's just a couple of technicalities I would like to refer to within the specifics of the bill. Clause 44 with regard to pension rights does refer to the ability to amend the rights and liabilities. And I do think that members of British Steel pension funds would just want the confirmation that actually there is no intention to amend the existing rights of the workers, be they current or past serving members. And I hope the Minister can address that. But our clause, Madam Chair, was about the necessity alongside this bill, and we need to get on with it, because, as others have mentioned, there is obviously, in a sense, a period of, we're almost in a sort of pause moment, whereas what we need actually is investment, which is why the proposals from the Conservative Party are the exact opposite of what is required. What is required is a vision, a strategy, a commitment to these blast furnaces, and alongside it, the possibility, the probability, the need for a new plate mill in order to ensure that we can have greater manufacturing capability, because other members have highlighted the concerns that we don't currently have enough of that capability. We can, we should, we must. So we need a 10-year. I will, of course, give way to the honourable member.
I'm extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I understand the logic of his argument. But he's referred several times to the proposals being made by the Conservative Party. Within the context of committee stage of this bill, there are a series of proposals being made by the Conservative Party as outlined from the front bench. They come to this, don't they, that the government should not be able, any government should not be able to define for itself a very, very wide definition of what a steel undertaking should be, that it should not be able to define for itself without restriction what the public interest may be, and it should not be able to extend indefinitely without parliamentary authority the effect of this bill. Can you tell us what he objects to in those proposals?
Well, indeed, I'm grateful for his intervention, but my objections is that the consequence of the Conservative Party's amendments will be to delay the investment that is required to get on with it. People have expressed concern about the current losses. The last thing you should do is create bureaucratic delays that prevent the investment in order that we can get on and turn the cash flow around from currently being negative to being positive. Of course, I give way to the honourable member.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I've already made clear to my constituents that I do not oppose the bill, but I do support the opposition front bench in trying to constrain the cost of it. Can the honourable gentleman give a specific figure, or is it the reform policy to just spend?
Yeah. But actually, the consequence of the Conservative Party's amendments will be to delay the vision and the investment that is required, and therefore will actually increase the losses. And that's why they should be ignored. If you're going to do a job, for heaven's sake, do it properly and get on with it. And that is the difference here. We need these blast furnaces to be refurbished, to be relined, and we need a plate mill. We need proper committed investment. Because if you have that, and then, Minister, if you have a pro-British Steel procurement strategy at all levels of the public sector, from warships to the railways, to even on planning conditions for a new Chinese embassy. Let's make it with British steel from Lincolnshire, not cheap Chinese steel from far away, of course.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman giving way. I'm trying to understand how the three areas of concern, to put constraints on government powers, would in any way lead to a delay. In terms of this undertaking, I think any constraints imposed would not stand in the way. So what way is there a delay? I may have just not understood sufficiently the linkage between such constraints on government powers in other undertakings and how on earth that would impact this particular one.
It's my judgment that what the Conservative Party's amendment does is to prevent the government with getting on to set out the vision and actually to place the investment that is required and to give the confidence to everybody that there will be a steel-making capability of the primary steel kind, because once we get that investment in what I call the sort of the core asset in Scunthorpe, then with a refurbished, renewed blast furnace ready for the next 50 years, then with brilliant management from the private sector, then you will start to attract the private sector capital, which, of course, in a sense, we all want to bring in. But there is a moment where it requires a proper element of seed investment and commitment and courage from this government to get on with it that was so lacking in the previous administration. I give way.
I agree with a lot of what my honourable friend says. Will you agree with this, then, and we can agree, surely, on this point, that what is really killing Scunthorpe is the insane green energy policies, that we have the highest energy costs in Europe. And if we had a sane energy policy, then we could actually start to make a profit at Scunthorpe.
Well, the Father of the House is, of course, absolutely spot on that. And the net stupid zero policies have been so catastrophic across the piece. And it's those very policies that I fear is the reason why people are concerned about the possibility of opening an electric arc furnace. And that, therefore, puts even greater pressure on the need to have a blast furnace capability, renewed, brilliant, wonderful, for the next 50 years. If we achieve these things, Madam Chair, then we can bring in, as I say, private sector capability with a pro-British procurement strategy, and that will give the confidence to all. And there's been a previous mention also about that this bill would prevent other investment from the private sector. The discussions that I've had with overseas pension funds, overseas sovereign wealth funds, is exactly the opposite. Indeed, it says that actually, with this sense of commitment, what I like to call a joint venture between the core asset owned by the public ownership, then actually you will attract more international investment, knowing that there's that long-term commitment as opposed to a bit of a wibbly-wobbly flip-flop approach from previous regimes. So that's the reason, Madam Chair, that we need to get on with this. We need to ignore any delaying amendments. Let's have the vision, but my new clause was requiring the government within 3 months to set out that 10-year vision, that 10-year commitment to the blast furnaces and others within the steel undertaking in order to ensure that we have a vibrant and then ultimately viable primary steel-making capability in the United Kingdom.
Alan Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking today in support of this bill and to comment on a number of the proposed amendments, and I do so as a member of this House representing a proud manufacturing constituency. That includes a number of industries that rely on steel in a variety of ways, from the rail industry to advanced manufacturing to the cluster of innovative defence and space-related companies at Net Park and Sedgefield. And of course, steel is not only used primarily by some of these companies, but is extensively used in their supply chain. So it really does underpin manufacturing, not just in my seat, but across the North East and across many constituencies in the country, as we've heard today. And I've also campaigned successfully to protect sovereign supply of key materials in my constituency and the wider economy. And given the importance of steel to our national security and national critical infrastructure, it's crucial that we get our approach to steel right. So, Madam Chair, what does this mean? Well, firstly, as a number of honourable members have said across this House today, we need to make sure that the government can act quickly and with agility. And that's why I've got concerns about several amendments which could, as other colleagues have raised today, could slow down the government's ability to act decisively. So this appears in a number of amendments, but for example, Amendments 2, 3, 18, 19, New Clause 2, seek to impose additional requirements onto ministers before they can act using the provisions of the bill. And others have gone into the specifics of some of these clauses. But my concern, Madam Chair, is that when considered in the round, these proposed changes would have the cumulative effect of hampering the government's ability to act and to act swiftly. And it's critical that ministers can act, because that is the key purpose of this bill. That's why we're here debating it today. So, Madam Chair, why is it important that ministers can act quickly, and why might some of these amendments be a challenge? Because, as we're discussing, when a steel plant is facing significant challenges and the government is minded to intervene, ministers, in my view, need to achieve three things. Firstly, they need to be able to provide certainty about the future of the business, which helps sustain the workforce, gives certainty to its supply chain and reassurance to its contractors. And we've seen members who've talked from their private sector experience, myself working regeneration and housing previously, when there is doubt about the future of an industry or a particular business or a particular commercial concern, we know that when business confidence starts to fall, if action isn't taken quickly, the lack of confidence in the supply chain, the contractor chain, can do serious damage. The second priority for ministers must be to minimise risk. And we know, not just in this process, but in other similar processes undertaken by the public and commercial sectors, that the longer the process, the higher the commercial and legal risk, and the more likely it is we won't get the outcome that we desire. And it was that desire to act swiftly and show significant national leadership that, as honourable members have mentioned earlier, is why we were all recalled last year on a Saturday to intervene quickly in the steel sector. And thirdly, Madam Chair, and this is crucial, the reason that speed is important is if this is agreed, it's important that ministers have got the powers they need to enact the will of Parliament quickly. Quicker intervention in circumstances like this, given the factors we've discussed, is likely to be more successful, particularly in complex cases, as we see at British Steel in Scunthorpe. Now, moving on, Madam Chair, of course.
He makes the point about the need for speed in these circumstances, but perhaps you could explain to the House why the endless resetting of a sunset clause contradicting the whole purpose of a sunset clause, plays into the need for urgent action right now? Or does he agree with me that it's something that should be looked at again and doesn't need to delay any of the effective action which he's calling for?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the honourable member for his intervention. Well, I think ministers will speak for themselves, but I think are seeking the flexibility to act in the national interest and do so appropriately. I think my concern is more with some of the clauses that add lots of prerequisites to what needs to happen before ministers can act. My view is, in the limited and hopefully rare circumstances where ministers do feel the need to exercise these significant powers, my view is they need to be able to act quickly, and that's what we're discussing today. Now, Madam Chair, a number of the amendments relate to concerns around value for money, which, of course, is an incredibly important consideration. But I do think it's important for all of us to remember that one of the key reasons we're here today is precisely because ministers have said they want to do more to ensure value to money to taxpayers delivered in the government's potential intervention in British Steel Scunthorpe. And that's why my honourable friend, the Industry Minister, was clear in May the government intended to bring this legislation forward precisely because ministers were unable to agree suitable terms with the current owner of British Steel that represented, in his words, a responsible use of public money. So value for money has been a key driver of ministerial action on this matter and the reason we're debating this issue in the Chamber today. Now, turning to new clause 5, Madam Chair, which the honourable member was just describing, I have to say I'm sort of slightly astonished that Reform, a party with no plan for steel, has put an amendment demanding a plan for steel. And I'm pleased to tell honourable members in Reform who are here today that we've already got one. The Labour government, as the Minister mentioned in his comments, published the UK Steel Strategy in March this year, and this clearly addresses a number of the important points that the honourable gentleman mentioned quite rightly earlier, including, specifically, the need for the public sector to buy more steel. And a year ago, in June 2025, the Cabinet Office published guidance, Procurement Policy Note 22, that required public bodies, nationally and locally, and their executive agencies to ensure that UK-produced steel is routinely considered in public procurement, and that this is done at an early stage in the process. So I think the mention of public procurement around steel in that amendment is redundant. Ministers have already issued clear guidance on that and some time ago. The second problem, I think, with new clause 5 from Reform is it sort of misses the point of the bill. The bill isn't, this bill isn't about a national strategy on steel. One was published, as I've just mentioned. The proposed law before us today deals with specific questions of ownership and government intervention in specific steel undertakings. And my concern is that Part 2 of new clause 5 risks fundamentally undermining any steel company that might be acquired by government. Why? Because in requesting that internal strategies, investment plans, the various things mentioned in the amendment are published, the amendment risks asking the government to release highly sensitive commercial information about that new public corporation into the public domain, and information which, having spoken to people in the sector, other commercial steel operators will be unlikely to publish. But a broader point I'd make, not just on this amendment, but some of the wider discussion that's been had, not just today, Madam Chair, but more widely about the bill, as I do think at the heart of this amendment sits a slight misunderstanding about what nationalisation means. So to give a local example, I was proud to work with the Defence Secretary to secure the nationalisation, or the strategic acquisition, as the Civil Service preferred to call it, of a semiconductor plant in Newton Aycliffe in my constituency. And this was designed to protect the sovereign supply of the semiconductor chips which are vital to the UK, Italy, Japan global combat aircraft programme. There was a risk of that sovereign supply being lost from NATO soil. Now, Octric, as the company is now called, has its own board, its own chief executive, recruited from industry, along with industry experts supporting it. And it's, of course, supported by the Ministry of Defence, but it's operating as a commercial concern, as a company in which the sole shareholder is the British government. That's, I think, what we're talking about. So let's be clear, what we're not talking about today is the government acquiring a steel company and getting involved in the day-to-day running and making all sorts of detailed day-to-day demands. What we're discussing is providing the powers to allow strategic acquisition of a key element of the steel industry if required and if in the public interest. And I'm also concerned that given the importance of steel to defence and to our critical national infrastructure, forcing the publication of details set out in New Clause 5 could also compromise our national security when we're talking about using steel for such vital purposes. But I say respectfully to the honourable gentleman that, of course, Reform's slightly muddled position on steel strikes me as nothing new. In 2023, they appeared to be opposing intervention in Scunthorpe, now proudly supporting it. Last year, they talked of reopening blast furnaces in Port Talbot. In the recent Senate elections, I noticed that pledge had disappeared from their manifesto. So, Madam Chair, this bill deals with serious and crucial issues, not just for our national economy, but as members have said, for many of the constituencies represented by honourable and right honourable members here today, and does deserve to be taken very seriously indeed. So, before I finish, Madam Chair, I've got 3 issues I'd like the Minister to address, if he could, in his closing remarks. The first is to bring clarity to what nationalisation would mean in this context. So my understanding is that were British Steel to be nationalised, it would remain effectively a private company, but its primary shareholder would be the government, and commercial leaders with relevant sector experience would be brought in to run it. Can the Minister confirm that the best commercial minds from the steel manufacturing industry, other relevant industries, would be recruited to run the company, and that's how it would function? I think, Madam Chair, of comparisons from local government when I was a Cabinet member in charge of planning and housing and regeneration, where we had a number of subsidiary companies as a council, but they had operational independence. We recruited the best people from the relevant sectors. We didn't interfere in day-to-day operational running of those organisations. If the Minister could give clarity on whether that's a suitable comparison to what he envisages, that would be helpful. The second thing I'd like the Minister to address is a number of the amendments, quite rightly, seek clarity on transparency or accountability that members here quite rightly want some reassurance on. Now, I've expressed concerns that the commercial reality of this company operating means that some of what I think is being asked for just wouldn't be appropriate, wouldn't be reasonable, wouldn't be helpful, and could slow things down. But could the Minister give some clarity on the entirely reasonable and legitimate desires from members in this House to understand if British Steel is acquired, how things are going, how public money is being spent, what's being delivered, how that transparency might be brought to this House in an appropriate way. And then finally on New Clause 3 from the Honourable Lady for Richmond Park on jobs and industrial strategy transition. I won't get into the specifics of that amendment, Madam Chair, but I do think it flags an important point about how ministers will ensure that any acquisition of a plant will deliver social value, including jobs, apprenticeships, traineeships and other opportunities. Now, I've been very pleased recently to meet the new apprentices at the semiconductor plant I mentioned, Madam Chair, in my constituency, which was acquired by the Ministry of Defence. And I've seen for myself how that government intervention is delivering wider value to the community. A new apprenticeship programme has been established. 35 people have started working there additionally. More people are being recruited. Work is going in to expand that business and actually make it work better commercially, which is exactly what we want to see. So could the Minister also say more about the very important issues raised by the Honourable Lady around jobs, skills, apprenticeships, and how they might be looked at and how they might be considered in any potential acquisition? So to conclude, Madam Chair, I support the government's approach to this bill and have been happy to set out some of my thoughts on the amendments that have been suggested from across this House. I do think that given the importance of steel, it's entirely right that this bill seeks to move us to a more proactive position, that it seeks to give ministers more options to act in the national interest. And this is important not only to provide a more secure future for sovereign supply of steel, but also to avoid a permanent loss of our country's steel-producing capacity. So finally, I think a modern, dynamic, future-facing steel industry is critical to this government's ambitions for industry and modern industry. It's crucial, as we've heard from honourable members across this chamber, it's crucial and central to the ambitions of many of the communities represented today, and I commend the Minister with his significant expertise on steel for pushing this important matter forward.
Anne Davis.
Diolch yn fawr, Madam Cadeirydd. I rise to speak to Amendment 23, tabled in my name. This amendment seeks to strengthen the public interest test that decides when government may nationalise steel sites under the bill. Specifically, it would ensure that nationalisation can and should be used to prevent loss of jobs in Wales and to prevent the closure of steel sites in Wales. And why is this change needed? At present, the public interest test notes 3 specific factors where nationalisation powers may be used. 2 of these are, and I quote, the construction, maintenance and operational of critical infrastructure in the United Kingdom, and one of the others is to support the economy of the United Kingdom or any part of the United Kingdom. So while these could allow the government to intervene to protect Welsh steel sites, it offers no guarantee that they will. Welsh steel communities know all too well what happens when governments choose not to act. We've experienced this before. Port Talbot stands as the most painful example, where the blast furnaces were allowed to close in 2024, resulting in thousands of job losses and devastating a community that had a proud history of making steel for over 100 years. Before the closures, Wales had the largest workforce anywhere in the UK, with 9,300 people employed in this sector. This government has several years in opposition prior to entering government. They could have developed a plan to nationalise Port Talbot to safeguard jobs, as they have done for British Steel in Scunthorpe. They could have acted, but chose not to. And Port Talbot deserved equal treatment. Wales deserves equal treatment. The Welsh economy cannot afford another repeat of the calamity of Port Talbot. The need for certainty is not theoretical. Only recently, last Thursday night in fact, a major fire at Port Talbot caused significant disruption, and we are so grateful to the emergency service who acted so quickly, evacuated the area so no casualties were there, but significant damage was caused to the steelworks. And we've also learned that the installation of a new electric arc furnace at Port Talbot may be delayed for months due to an electrical connection issue, and I believe that that's a planning issue with the local authority. These events have not helped the precarious situation at Port Talbot. To safeguard the site and jobs, the government should make it clear that they will step in to prevent closure or job losses as a measure of last resort, a position which Plaid Cymru has consistently called for. Steel jobs in Wales are not just jobs. They're strategic assets. They're essential for the future of our economy, for major infrastructure projects, and for the development of offshore wind in the Celtic Sea. They're also the backbone of our communities, from one end of Wales to the other. Alongside Port Talbot, Wales is home to the Trostre Works in Carmarthenshire, Severn Steel in Cardiff, Tata in Llanwern, and the Steelworks in Shotton, which is in the northeast of Wales. Each one of these sites deserves the same level of protection that's being offered to sites in England. All deserve equality.
Would the Honourable Lady give way?
By all means.
I wonder if she's concerned, as I am, that the funds that have been put in place by government, £2.5 billion for the steel plan, are completely inadequate to match the enthusiasm of members across this House for these nationalisations. The NAO suggests it would be 1.5 billion losses just running the Scunthorpe plant alone without any investment, without any compensation for Jingy. And therefore the £2.5 billion rapidly gone. The truth is this House and this government is unable to put in place the numbers and the money that allow Scunthorpe sensibly to be supported and invested in, let alone the long string of 16 sites in Wales, which the Honourable Lady so bravely speaks up for today.
I thank you for your intervention. 500 million has been ring-fenced for Port Talbot. That money is rapidly gone with no benefit to the local community, which is another issue, which I'm not talking about here to be honest. But what I want is that we end this double standard. Welsh Steel must be given the same guarantees as English or Scottish or Northern Ireland. Well, I don't know if there's any Northern Ireland Steel. Equality. This is what we want, is equality for all the sites across the UK. The same security and the same commitment to preventing preventing closures and safeguarding jobs.
Luke Meyer.
Madam Chair, I'm very delighted to welcome this bill today, and I'll speak to a couple of the clauses and amendments, and I declare my role as chair of the all-party parliamentary group on steel and metals related industries, through which it's a pleasure to work cross-party in the interests of the industry. Just outside Middlesbrough, wedged between the gas pipes and the railway, is an old path, and 200 years ago, if you walked there, you would find sailors trudging through Saltmarsh hamlets. 100 years ago, you would have found steelworkers, hundreds of them, walking home on the tired commute, and the cinders underfoot gave the path its name, the Black Path. If you walk that path today, you see the remnants of a bygone age for Teesside iron and steel. You see a former railway station now disused, which was used for industry. You see a lost ironworkers' village. You see red wildflowers that thrive on former slag pile soil. And, of course, you come to one of the largest brownfield sites in Europe, the site of the former Redcar Steelworks, which once stood as a great shadow on our skyline. The heart of the region, pumping out steel across the world, and the phrase on Teesside goes, we built the world. Everything from the Sydney Harbour Bridge to Churchill's war rooms were made with Teesside steel, and it can never be forgotten that in 2015 the then Conservative government's laissez-faire approach to Chinese steel dumping denied us the intervention that we needed on Teesside. The closure of Redcar tore a hole through our region, and it cost thousands of jobs, and we should pay tribute to my constituency neighbour, the Right Honourable Member for Redcar, who at that point was a newly elected MP and was fighting tirelessly for the workers of Teesside. But we can never allow a situation like that to happen again. Of course, we cannot change the past. But steel is not our past, as the workers at British Steel Special Profiles in Skinning Grove in my constituency will tell you, or the workers at Teesside Beam Mill at Lackenby, along with the many supply chain SMEs on Teesside, and of course the Industry Minister, having run a Teesside Steel company for many years, knows that landscape well. And so I commend the decisions that the government have taken, particularly on British Steel, which have protected and safeguarded jobs in my constituency and my region. An independent analysis earlier this year found that British Steel alone supports more than £1 billion in GDP and over 20,000 jobs across the UK. And so we have seen a range of different interventions this year, including the steel strategy, including the measures on trade, which have been welcomed by industry as some of the most significant interventions in over a decade to support sovereign domestic production. And now we have this bill as well, which allows the option of full public ownership as the Minister says, another tool, a useful tool in the arsenal to protect sovereign capability. The public interest test, as set out in Clause 2, strikes a good balance, in my view, between the flexibility required to act in the national interest while recognising the need for limitations on excessive power. It should not be restricted any further, or we would risk leaving critical assets out of scope of the interventionist powers. I also want to speak to Clause 3 and the Opposition Amendment 12. I'm a little cautious about Clause 3. I think the powers enabled by the bill must not be overly restricted by the Sunset Clause, as future governments may not be as interventionist when it comes to our critical sovereign industry, and may not be guaranteed to renew them. And so if these powers are too quickly withdrawn, it will leave the industry with greater uncertainty. And it's for this reason that I also oppose Amendment 12. I understand the instinct behind it. Parliament should always be careful about broad powers, and it's our right to ask how they will be used and how long they will last and what accountability will sit around them. However, I do not support the amendment because, in my view, it would risk building this unnecessary uncertainty into the bill. The steel strategy published in March was right to recognise that rebuilding resilience in the sector will take time. it will not be job done within 2 years. And the challenges facing steelmaking, from energy costs and international overcapacity to supply chain fragility and strategic ownership, are long-term challenges. As the Minister says, the strategy is inseparable from this bill, and so I welcome it. I welcome the decisions on trade. It would be useful, I think, to get from the Minister today some clarity on CBAM alignment with Europe, which of course is a bit of a limbo issue at the moment. I was disappointed, however, not to see new measures in the strategy on industrial energy prices, which remain one of the greatest barriers to competitiveness for steel. And we have seen the British Industry Supercharger and the British Industrial Competitive Scheme, which help ease the pain, but we need to think much more strategically about the long-term energy future of industry. We are seeing the government race ahead with SMRs, and in my view, there should be an alignment here with ensuring that SMRs are based in industrial clusters and supporting industry there, but also vice versa, that as we move ahead with the SMR programme, we're making sure that British steel is used throughout the supply chain there. I think it was a courageous decision of the government to choose Rolls-Royce SMR for that programme when other international bidders were available. We need to make the most of that by ensuring that the procurement for those contracts and for that work uses UK steel. I worry, actually, that if we pass the amendments today from the opposition, we bake in that instability and that loss of control, and we don't allow some of those long-term issues to be addressed on an issue where government intervention will be needed to ensure long-term resilience in the national interest.
Would the Honourable Gentleman give way?
I'm happy to give way.
The Honourable Gentleman, he's giving a powerful speech showing great expertise. Is he confident, as so many critics of this steel plan weren't, that the £2.5 billion that has been found by the Treasury is sufficient to allow the interventions which he so enthusiastically supports? And if it isn't there a danger that we won't invest in these things? We will just bleed out public cash on facilities which continue to be uncompetitive and don't get renewed. Because if you don't put the right resource in, as France and other countries have arguably done, then we will be losing out, not winning.
Well, I thank him for his intervention. Of course, as a backbencher, I will always be fighting for more funding to modernise our steel industry. What I do know is that for British Steel in particular, the current owners are not responsible owners, and we saw last year the crisis that was created when they failed to provide sufficient supply to keep those blast furnaces running. We cannot allow the current situation to continue if we are going to protect our domestic industry. And so this bill is about the powers to be able to nationalise and ensure that the national interest is served. Whether there is sufficient funding is a question that I'll continue to push government on. We're not focusing today on clause 58, but the freedom to make the necessary fiscal decisions to support operational stability and competitiveness are also fundamental to the sunset clause issues we are discussing, as well, of course, as the potential for ongoing considerations around other critical assets which the bill might be used for. And so it would be helpful, I think, to hear more about the government's intentions on issues like energy and also procurement, as my honourable friend, the member for Newton Aycliffe and Spennymoor mentioned. We had a very positive intervention from the Cabinet Office last year, and I think the ambition to increase domestic steel market share back towards 50% is absolutely right, but the test will be delivery. For too long, we have had industrial strategies while also approving publicly backed projects that import vast quantities of overseas steel, and taxpayers rightly expect public investment to strengthen British industry and British jobs. So mechanisms like contracts for difference and other subsidy schemes must align much more closely with procurement objectives so that public money genuinely supports UK supply chains. I also think the forthcoming Defence Investment Plan is a major opportunity as well to ensure that we're using UK steel across the country in industrial communities to support national security as well. At the end of the day, economic security is national security, and Britain cannot become dangerously dependent on overseas steel for critical infrastructure or defence capability. I'm going to make another point as well. While I support the shift to electric arc furnaces and the increased focus on how we use domestic scrap is very welcome as well. I also believe Britain should seek to retain some primary iron capability. Other countries are investing heavily in technologies like DRI, and you only need to look at Luleå, for example, in northern Sweden, where an operational hydrogen-powered DRI facility is already producing steel. And this hasn't held the region back in any way. Economically, it's had the opposite effect, attracting inward investment in new industries from data centres to clean power. So I would like to hear a little bit from the Minister about DRI and whether we will be looking seriously at that as well. But I do not wish to stray too far out of scope of the bill today. The legislation was, of course, brought forward in the context of British Steel, but we shouldn't pretend that British Steel is the only critical asset that may ever require government's action. There may be other sites and other capabilities and other parts of the supply chain where future intervention is needed to protect jobs and sovereign capability and the national interest. And so my concern again with Amendment 12 is that it would make these powers too easy to lose, and a future government may not share the same commitment to active industrial strategy. They may not be as willing to renew the tools needed to protect the sector. So we shouldn't remove the extension mechanism now, because we may leave workers and industry more exposed later on. The opposition made the point that politicians shouldn't run businesses. Of course, the Industry Minister did run a steel business for many years and did so very effectively. I think they may mean that politicians from this country shouldn't run businesses. The bill is before us because of the approach that Xingye have taken. China's steel industry, of course, has long benefited from huge state subsidies and cheap state-directed finance, energy support and overcapacity policies. Beijing did not leave it to the market. It used state power aggressively to expand industrial capacity, and so I think that's worth bearing in mind. Madam Chair, I will finish on this point. While, of course, government cannot say which assets it wishes to use these powers for, it is evident that British Steel cannot remain in Chinese hands. And I do not know what the long-term ownership structure will look like. Perhaps it will be modernised and sold to a new buyer. Perhaps it will be taken into public hands and remain with steelworkers having some stake in the company they built. But what I do know is this: when a Labour government intervened to create the nationalised British Steel Corporation in 1967, Teesside enjoyed such high employment and high wages it was classified as one of the best places to live anywhere in the UK. It brought stability to tens of thousands of families and built the second largest blast furnace anywhere in Europe. In 1979, of course, a very different government took office with a very different theory of Britain, a small state and a blind faith in the global free market. And in just 5 years, our region had the highest registered unemployment rate anywhere in Great Britain. And by the end of Thatcher's premiership, almost 250,000 jobs in our region had gone. They took a British industrial economy and turned it into a globalised service sector economy. And today, of course, the Thatcherites are back with a new logo and a new face, and they will talk a big game on steel, but we have been here before, and it is my belief that only a social democratic government can truly protect our steel communities and equip them to face the future, because a social democratic government recognises something a foreign private owner cannot, which is the value of protecting sovereign industry even when the going gets tough. So this is about our jobs, it's also about our security. Will we be left exposed in a volatile world, or will we build for the future again? I hope this Labour government has the courage and ambition to do so. Thank you.
Minister MacDonald, I believe you wish to contribute again. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So much to say and so little time until the rising of the House. I think members who are standing may wish to take a seat, so we might be here for a little while.
In case you are confused, we have until 10 o'clock. Yes. Minister.
We're ready. We're ready.
No, indeed, Madam Chair. I was banking on 10 o'clock. First of all, I'd very much like to thank all members, including the Shadow Secretary of State and the Liberal Democrat frontbench spokesman and the Leader of Reform as well, for the extremely constructive and civil way in which this debate has been conducted. And I know that it comes from all members in the House, from a really enthusiasm to want to have a successful steel industry. In fact, there were many points of agreement here, I thought, in debating these amendments from the first part of the bill. The importance of the steel industry came through extremely strongly. Also, the importance and reliability of the use of public money as well. That is something that we all share across this House. And a third point, I think, is extreme care in the use of the powers of the bill as well. And I know that those people who moved amendments in that regard are concerned about that, and the government is also. And perhaps I could address some of those points, and I'll endeavour also to address some of the points that were raised by members during the debate. But maybe I'll start by addressing a bit of a recurring theme in the debate, which is about what nationalisation is. Yes, certainly we have to give way.
Minister Regan, I'm enthralled that he has until 10 o'clock to speak. So we'll have lots of if the Madam Speaker is agreeable, we'll have lots of interventions. But the one I want to make is this. Whether people agree with nationalisation of the steel sector is not the issue. Set that aside. The issue is, will we have a steel manufacturing sector that can produce the steel for all of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? Northern Ireland, but we need the steel from here. And also for our defence sector, which is really important. My pastor told me in my church just before Christmas, he says, there's 69 wars in the world. We have to be prepared for the world wars that we're going to have to fight. We need a steel sector to do that. And what the Minister is putting forward is a justification for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The honourable gentleman is quite right, of course. The steel sector is vital for our national security and our infrastructure, construction industries as well, throughout the whole of the United Kingdom, including in Northern Ireland too. He speaks very well about that. And so this point of nationalisation or national ownership is not an objective in and of itself. It's simply a pragmatic tool of industrial strategy that can be deployed with care in order to achieve legitimate aims of government. And if we think about some of the nationalisations of the past, it may be that some of those were driven by pragmatic use of industrial strategy. It may be some of them were driven by ideology. But in general, the way that a nationalisation of a business works is the government intervenes when a business is in distress or when a business is no longer viable, but it's important. And of course, those businesses are only returned back to the private sector once they're successful. And so, contrary to the narrative, I think that's often peddled around public ownership, the purpose of public ownership is to pick up businesses when there is a market failure or where a private sector operator is unable to continue. And we've seen that in other instances as well in the railway industry. So I do see nationalisation simply as a useful and pragmatic tool of industrial strategy.
Will the Minister give way on that point? I thank the Minister. I wonder if he shares my concern about the comments made by the Honourable Member from Beverley and Holderness. I wasn't sure if he was supporting nationalisation of British Steel, but there wasn't enough money, or that there was too much money, but then he seemed to support the fact that in Europe they subsidise the electricity, the government subsidises the electricity, and I felt he wanted that to happen here. Did he share my confusion? Because for me, I just want, for all the reasons members have said, a really strong, secure steel industry in this country.
Well, I thank my honourable friend. I think the member for Beverley and Holderness also wants a strong steel industry as well. But I think he perhaps has been quite clear that he doesn't see nationalisation as a tool to deliver that. I think that would be fair. And also he's concerned about the use of public money, which I also think is fair as well. And I shall address both of those points as I continue. But I'm very pleased that she's raised those issues. And perhaps it's an opportune time to mention that in her earlier comments, she asked me particularly if I could give an update on the current status of the Speciality Steels UK business, which I know affects both her constituency and particularly the constituency of my honourable friend, the member for Penistone and Stocksbridge. And I think that business in and of itself shows the power of a productive government intervention working carefully with industry. Of course, government's underwritten the costs of the official receiver to allow a proper sale of that business to take place. The official receiver is now in exclusive discussions with a potential buyer, and there was a high level of interest from the market in that business as well. And of course, as we look forward to a potential sale of that business, we can see that the really vital role that government's played there, recognising that steel undertakings are complex. It can be difficult to take time to assess them. They require high levels of working capital. And I think that contrasts significantly with governments that we've seen in the past, who, for instance, allowed steel companies to close simply by not allowing that process to continue. Well, perhaps I'll take the member for Beverley and Holness. Given that he was referenced, it would be helpful to give him the right to reply, perhaps.
Grateful to the Minister, and just for the to help his honourable friend. I don't think I said anything about subsidising. What I'm looking for, we would all like, I think, across this House, to see the continuation of steel, especially in a dangerous world. What I was questioning is, do we have a coherent strategy and sufficient funding in order to take the steel industry, the specific one in Scunthorpe and others, on the journey which the Minister set out, which is intervention to take it back to being a thriving industry. And I worry that there isn't such a pathway and there isn't sufficient resource, and therefore we could be in the worst of all possible worlds where we just bleed out public money without leading to the restitution of a healthy steel industry to this country. And that's what I'm looking for an answer to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, maybe if I address that. I think it's helpful for us to think about what are the potential options here. So there is agreement across the House that we want to have a successful and thriving steel industry. And the Government has made some serious financial commitments. So we've committed £500 million to support the transformation of the plan in Port Talbot, which has attracted another £500 million of private sector investment. We've committed £2.5 billion through our steel strategy. And also an additional £400 million has been committed to support the Forge Masters operation, which is also under public ownership, successfully under public ownership. And I think that we have to think about what are the potential options here. So given that government has put this money on the table and is seeking private sector partners to work with for all of our steel plants, the alternative would be the closure and the loss of those facilities. And I guess this comes down to a judgment as to whether we think the UK is capable of having a successful, profitable, investable private sector industry or not. It is the view of the government that it is possible for the UK to do that, not least when we compare ourselves with similar advanced economies in Europe. We're not talking about necessarily a comparison here with a low-cost economy around the world. And it's a matter of ensuring that we have the right business environment to enable that to happen. And so it is clearly beholden on government to arrange policy in such a way, and I think that our steel strategy, particularly and our trade measures, do provide that response, and that's what gives us the confidence that we have the resources in order to do that. And if you wouldn't mind, I'll just take this second intervention and then I'll give way to him at that point.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Minister. The Minister's been very generous. I want to take the Minister back to speciality steel, because it's not just the business itself, it's the supply chain. So, for example, the steel that's made in my constituency goes into F1 cars on almost every plane in the sky. So I think that this House, and many do, need to understand the consequential impact of staving British steel, but also all of our steel industry, to our whole economy, but also that of the global industries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this point about the supply chain is incredibly important, and you're right, she's right, the jobs and the economic value in the supply chain. But there was a point that was made by my honourable friend, the member for Spennymoor and Newton Aycliffe. He also referenced supply chains, and particularly how the needs of the supply chain relate to the measures in the bill. There are a number of amendments in the bill that ultimately the impact of which would be to slow down the ability of the Secretary of State to make decisions. And this was also a point made by the member for Boston and Skegness. And in this position where the Secretary of State is unable to act swiftly, then there is a risk of great uncertainty in the supply chain to employees and also to commercial partners, as was so rightly made by my honourable friend. And that can have real-world consequences for businesses that rely on trade finance or other forms of working capital support, as lack of confidence can quite rapidly turn into closures of businesses as well. And so whilst I do feel that some of those amendments are well-meaning, fundamentally they will interfere with the ability of the Secretary of State, I'm speaking particularly of Amendments 2, 3, 18 and 19, and reduce the speed and operational ability of the legislation, and of course reduce legal certainty as well. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. Does he believe that the government's current energy strategy is consistent with a successful British steel industry, or does he envisage that energy strategy having to change in order to lower industrial electricity prices?
So it is. I'm pleased he's raised that point because it was actually mentioned by a number of members during the debate. And just to go back to this point about having a business environment that creates a profitable and investable steel industry, clearly energy is part of that. If we think of some of the changes that the government's already made, increasing the rebate on the supercharger from 60% to 90%, and also, of course, the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme, which will support some of the downstream industry. Both of those measures will be particularly helpful in supporting not only the steel industry but other parts of heavy industry as well in this period between now and 2030, when the government's clean power mission fully comes online. And of course, at that point, we anticipate having not only clean energy but secure energy and lower cost energy as well. And if he were to consider the timescale of some of these investments that we are talking about in steel companies, they are not only multiple year investments in order to commission, but multiple decade investments beyond that. We can see that we have a pathway on energy that will enable us to get from here to 2013, 2030 and beyond. And I know the Father of the House, though he's not currently in his place, was concerned about this as well, and he was also concerned that the UK has the highest energy prices in Europe. We don't currently, and it is certainly our plan to ensure that we have competitive energy prices for industry with Europe as we continue. So, turning back to some of the amendments that have been moved today, there was quite some discussion around the sunset clause in the bill, and I know that there were a number of objections to that, but the case for the continuation of the sunset clause was made extremely well by my honourable friend, the member for Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland. And of course, as we stand today, the government has no intention of extending the sunset period, but we do recognise that we're living through particularly volatile times. There is geopolitical and economic uncertainty, and this is likely to have a bearing on the steel sector, and certainly in ways that it will be difficult for us to see at the moment. So it is our view that it's simply pragmatic to include this level of flexibility in the bill, and of course it is subject to the affirmative procedure as well. I think it's really important that I address some of the concerns of the member for Caerphilly, who raised with great passion and commitment the importance of the steel industry throughout the whole of Wales. And I know that in this House there is often a considerable discussion at Port Talbot, but of course, as she rightly laid out, there are steel works in Llanwern, in Cardiff, in Newport, in Trostre, in Shotton as well. I hope I've remembered all of them. And they of course deserve recognition and investment. But I could not disagree more that this government has treated the Welsh steel industry unfairly or not in an equitable way as compared with the steel industry elsewhere in the UK. The steel industry in Wales is the only part of the industry that has a ring-fenced fund. It's £500 million for Port Talbot. And she said that that's been spent with no benefit to the local community. And I frankly can't agree with that. That £500 million has enabled Port Talbot to invest an additional £500 million in a transformation of that steelworks that will secure steel production at the Port Talbot site and the future of the South Wales steel industry for decades to come, a significant investment to the local community. Now, I know that she, like I, would have preferred that transition in South Wales could have happened without the hard stop between the closure of the blast furnaces and the restart of the electric arc furnace. And just to say, I support Tata Steel's view on the installation of their electric arc furnace. But that decision to close was taken before the general election. It was taken before the general election, and the predecessor Secretary of State, the now Chief Whip, he was able to intervene at that point and get a much better deal for the workers in Port Talbot and the community in Port Talbot than the previous government has had. So I do share her frustration, her concern, but I think we need to be clear about where the indifference was to the blast furnace closures in Port Talbot, and it was not with the government, it was with the then Conservative government. I'll give way over here, and then I'll give way over here.
It's grateful to the Minister for giving way. As we're talking about the new electric arc furnace in Port Talbot, can he guarantee with certainty his confidence that when built, it will open?
Thank you. Now, I'm really glad that he's asked me this. I know the Honourable Gentleman has great experience in the property industry, and certainly with construction projects. And as I mentioned earlier in the debate, and he will know very well, in any construction project, you only really have certainty on the timeline when you've got out of the ground. And this project is still very much in the ground, and this is an opportunity for me to clear up some issues. So I know that the delay, as reported by Tata Steel, and this is Tata Steel's project, I have to say, not the government's project, the delay as reported by Tata Steel was related to an electrical connection. And quite specifically, the issue with the electrical connection is the soil condition in order to build a substation. And at the outset, assumptions, quite right assumptions were made based on engineering assessments of that soil condition. But honourable and right honourable members must be aware that there have been steelmaking activities on that site in Port Talbot for well over 100 years. Not all of those operations have been fully documented, and the ground conditions were considerably worse than had been anticipated. That's being dealt with now, and of course, as soon as the project gets out of the ground, then at that point we will have great certainty over when the electric arc furnace can turn on. But until that happens, I wouldn't, as a project manager, I would hesitate to give a cast iron guarantee, because, of course, you need to get out of the ground first. What I am looking forward to, though, is I'm looking forward to the delivery of the electric arc furnace in Port Talbot, because I think that's the point when the project will feel real. That's the point when the workforce can see the furnace itself. I've been around the shop, I've seen the space that's been created in the shop for the installation of the furnace. But once it arrives on the dock of Port Talbot, then we'll all feel as though there's a greater degree of certainty around that. And I know that will be a big boost to the workforce as well when it does happen. And I'm absolutely confident that will happen. But to say when, to pin it down to the individual week or month, I think is more difficult. Now, sorry, just to go back to the points from the members from Cyffredin, there was just one more point I wanted to make. And she called essentially for public ownership in Port Talbot, and again, I'm really sorry, but that is a point where we would disagree, because it is the government's view that where a steel undertaking is running adequately under private ownership, then that ultimately should be allowed to continue, because the government does believe in private sector involvement in private involvement in the steel sector. And this really goes back to a point that was made earlier about investment, and I think it was made by the Shadow Secretary of State, who was concerned about what she described as potential chilling effect on investment. But as I mentioned at the second reading, since we've published the steel strategy, and to the background of this bill being debated here, Severn Steel have announced an additional £100 million of investment in the industry, £100 million that wouldn't be there without our steel strategy. And of course, I've already mentioned the intense interest in the ownership of Speciality Steels UK also. So we can see that there is great interest in investing in the steel industry in the UK, and no wonder given the opportunity that our market presents, so long as we can get the business environment right in order to ensure that people can both invest and make money in the industry as well.
Would he give way?
Sorry, yes, of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I'm grateful for him for putting on the record, this Labour government's record, when it comes to Welsh Steel, because it belies the fact that there was 14 years of ruin from the Tory government and their failure to have an industrial strategy that caused decisions to be taken in Port Talbot before this government came into power, something they don't like to be reminded of, but we'll remind them about it every time, and something that Plaid Cymru will do well to remember. And I have great respect for the Honourable Lady and Reform when they turn up for their photo op outside Port Talbot. But what I just wanted to touch on is mentioned there, which is what my constituents are really grateful for, which is the steel strategy that this government has, and which Severn Steel, as he has rightly said, has resulted in £100 million investment in Severn Steel in Cardiff. And will he agree with me that not only is that a sign of the importance of the steel strategy, but also that for future UK steel making, at least half of that will be Welsh steel, and that's something that all people in this House should welcome.
Thank you very much. And I thank my honourable friend for making exactly that point. And he's quite right. We should absolutely welcome that 50% of the steel in the UK will be made in Wales. And as we do talk about Port Talbot specifically, but of course Severn Steel's plant has operated incredibly well for so long, making the rebar steels that are essential for our construction industry, not only in the United Kingdom, but also in Ireland too as well. They supply there as well, and long may that continue, and I'm sure their investment will help with that. Now, the member for Kenilworth and Southern raised a number of issues which I think were of concern, as I mentioned, around the operation of the bill, powers and public money, etc. But one issue that he raised particularly was around the comparison with the Banking Act, because he's quite right. I have indeed made great play about the similarity between this bill and the Banking Act, primarily to reassure members that, having already passed the Banking Act to great acclaim, this bill is following in that way, and we made a positive decision to do that. But he did mention that there was a requirement in the Banking Act for consultation. It was a requirement for the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I believe, to consult with the Prudential Regulatory Authority, the Financial Conduct Authority, the Bank of England. And that requirement isn't here. He's quite right to point that out. But of course, these are very different industries. The banking industry is highly regulated. There are statutory bodies that require consultation. There is no opportunity to replicate that in the steel sector because there are no such statutory bodies. So he very rightly made the point that it's important that we engage on the detail in this committee debate, and I thank him for raising that point and giving me the opportunity to mention it to the House. Yes, I'll give way.
Yeah. If I can. In relation to Northern Ireland, the Minister very quickly and very helpfully responded to my earlier intervention, but we will all be very well, and the Minister will be well aware of the economic position of Northern Ireland due to the winter framework. And that should the bill go forward, government must provide a cast iron guarantee that the nationalisation and supply chain structures outlined in this bill will operate seamlessly. Can the Minister give us that guarantee that that will happen, and that Northern Ireland won't be disadvantaged by any new tariffs or tariffs that are already in place, please?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Certainly, from the perspective of the government, there's no intention to disadvantage Northern Ireland, and the unique position that Northern Ireland holds, I know, is enabling Northern Ireland to attract additional investment above and beyond. In fact, the economic growth rate in Northern Ireland is incredibly impressive, and I look forward to seeing that myself when I visit Northern Ireland, I think in 2 or 3 weeks' time. So perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, I could move, having addressed the amendments, I could move on to some of the new clauses. But first, I'd like to acknowledge the incredibly constructive dialogue I've had with the member for Richmond Park in the preparation of the bill and the tabling of her amendments. So new clause 2 would place a requirement on the Secretary of State to consult with an advisory committee as part of his decision-making process. And the government does agree with the sentiment here. We've had wide consultation with stakeholders. But again, there is a practical reality here, and particularly a commercial consideration around the exercise of the powers in the bill. And so it's not possible for us to accept that. On new clause 3, the detail of jobs and an industrial strategy transition, I think that links very closely with the comments of my honourable friend, the member for Newton Aycliffe and Spennymoor, who asked specifically about this. And I would like to reassure Parliament that from a skills perspective, the government will assess any impacts of the transfer on jobs and skills and local communities. In fact, that's an incredibly important part of why we would seek to intervene at all. And following an acquisition, the company's objectives will be published as part of the shareholder framework document. And then finally, perhaps I could move on to new clause 5. Again, this was mentioned by my honourable friend, the member for Newton Aycliffe and Spennymoor. And I think this also comes back to where I started the discussion around the nature of the nationalisation. So government, whilst government in this situation would own a steel undertaking, and as the main shareholder in the business would have the opportunity to set the direction and appropriate strategic objectives, it is not the government's aim that the steel companies would then become an extension of the civil service, as amazing as my civil servants are, but instead that steel undertakings should be run by those people knowledgeable and skilled in the industry, as we've seen at Sheffield Forge Masters, and as, of course, as we heard at the semiconductor factory at Optrix as well. So I feel, having covered the amendments and the new clauses, and perhaps tried the patience of the House to a great extent, it would be wise to withdraw. But I would point out to honourable and right honourable members, there is an additional day of debate on the floor of the House on this bill tomorrow. And rather than me standing here and talking to myself for 6 hours, they would be most welcome to come back at that point. And so, hopefully, if I have addressed these points sufficiently, some of those who've moved amendments may see fit to withdraw them, but otherwise, I feel I have addressed those sufficiently for now. Thank you.
Marvellous. Shadow Minister, Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Well, thank you very much, Ms Gunny, and it's wonderful to see so many people interested in following this debate up till 10 o'clock tonight, which is the time that we have to scrutinise. But I just want to make a few remarks, if I may, because I think despite the fact that we still have another day tomorrow, there were a few things in today's debate which I haven't sufficiently heard an answer to. So, first of all, to pay tribute to the very wise remarks from my right honourable friend, the member for Kenilworth in Southam, and I encourage the Minister to take on board his points about the wide scope of the powers he's taking in this legislation. He is a former Attorney General of this country, so I think his remarks should be heeded with a great deal of seriousness. I also would like to reiterate the questions from my honourable friends, the members for Gainsborough and Brigg Immingham, who I think sought assurances that the blast furnaces were going to continue, and I'm not sure that we heard that actually on the record. So perhaps the next time the Minister gets to the dispatch box in these days of debates, he can clarify his intentions as far as that is concerned. As far as the public interest test is concerned, again, perhaps the Minister can clarify the very sensible remarks that were made in terms of the Regulatory Reform Committee and the fact that the public interest test is so broadly defined, and how would it ever be reversed once it has been invoked. I didn't hear anything about limiting the contingent liabilities or the sunset clause, Madam Deputy Speaker, or the impact that is in the impact report itself that it could have on investor confidence in this country. And finally, the Minister mentioned that he was willing to meet colleagues who've got concerns about the steel tariffs, which is a separate issue. Can I urge him over the next 24 hours to try and put some time in his diary so that colleagues can raise specific examples with him? And so on that, I would love to give way.
Just following up, on May 21st, the Business and Trade Select Committee met with more than 20 steel fabrication companies who are deeply worried about the potential loss of hundreds or thousands of jobs. So I second that in terms of the urgency, because July 1st is around the corner and this represents a major risk to that sector.
Indeed, and one of the suppliers is still in administration, as we heard. So I do think that he needs to rethink that deadline, and I hope that he'll find time in his diary, perhaps as early as tomorrow, to meet with colleagues from across the House on that. And so, with no more ado, Ms Ghani, I would like to see if I can press as many of the amendments as you'll allow, and we will test the view of the House on these issues.
Ms Baldwin, is it your pleasure that Amendment 21 be withdrawn?
Withdrawn.
Amendment by leave withdrawn. With the leave of the House, I shall put together the questions that Clause 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 12 has been selected for separate decision. I call Dame Harriet Baldwin to move Amendment 12 formally.
I beg to move.
The question is that Amendment 12 be made. As many in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Colleagues near benches should be seated. The question is as on the order paper. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are David Simmons and Alicia Kearns, and tellers for the noes are Tewa Awatami and Claire Hughes. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 81. The noes to the left, 267.
The ayes to the right, 81. The noes to the left, 267. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I shall put together the questions that clauses 3 to 51 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 3 to 51 stand part of the bill. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. New clause 2 has been selected for a separate decision. Sarah only to move new clause 2 formally.
I beg to move.
Stakeholder Advisory Committee.
The question is that new clause 2 be read a second time. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Who is it going to be that's pending? Colleagues should be seated. If they're near a bench, they should be seated. The question is as on the order paper. As many in that opinion say aye. Many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Tessa Munt and Charlotte Kane. Tell us for the noes are Tewa Awatami and Claire Hughes.
Order.
The ayes to the right, 65. The noes to the left, 257.
57. The ayes to the right with 65, the noes to the left 257. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlocked. New Clause 8 has been selected for a separate decision. Dame Harriet Baldwin to move New Clause 8 formally.
Contingent liabilities.
The question is that New Clause 8 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No!
Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No!
Tellers for the ayes, David Simmons, Alicia Cairns. Tellers for the noes, Taiwo Awatami and Claire Hughes. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 145. The noes to the left, 251.
The ayes to the right were 145, the noes to the left were 251. So the noes have it. Unlock. It has been drawn to my attention by the tellers that the numbers were incorrectly reported for the division that Amendment 12 be made. The correct numbers were 81 for the ayes, 266 for the noes. I will direct the numbers to be corrected in the journal. Order, order. That concludes proceedings for day one in committee. Order. Whip to report.
The Whip, I beg to leave to report that the committee has made progress and asks leave to sit again.
Committee to sit what day?
Tomorrow.
Committee to sit again tomorrow. Motion number 2 on sanctions. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 3 relating to business of the House, private members' bills. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 4 on energy. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Motion number 5 on retained EU law reform. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Motion number 6 on financial services. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. Motion number 7 on retained EU law reform. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. We now come to motion number 8 relating to the Backbench Business Committee. Taiwo Watama to move.
I beg to move.
No. No. Jen Kitchen to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion 9 relating to the Environmental Audit Committee. Jen Kitchen.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Mr Connor Rand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Being a parent is one of the greatest joys we can have in life. But let's be clear, it's also one of the hardest things we ever do. I remember the first year of my son's life and the happiness that those precious early moments brought both me and my partner. But I also remember the less precious moments, the daily battle every new parent has with their own anxieties. Why are they crying? Why aren't they sleeping? Am I doing something wrong? These questions swirl around our heads at a time when we are sleep deprived, emotionally drained, and totally unsure of ourselves. In other words, we are vulnerable. So what do we do in this situation? We seek out help, expertise, and the people that we think we can trust. Now, in the majority of circumstances, that's absolutely the right thing to do. Health visitors and the vast majority of nannies who provide responsible care give us vital support that helps parents get by. But what if, when we turned for help, the person who responded was not someone we could trust? What if they were not the expert they claimed or seemed to be? What if they had no qualifications, no training, and no accountability? Because when this happens, we run the risk of unimaginable tragedy. And of course, I'm happy to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for Altrincham and Sale West for bringing this forward. I spoke to him, I think it might have been last week, actually. I believe it was, in advance of this here coming forward. And I commend him for this. It's a really, really good debate. The Honourable Member will be aware that as it stands today across the United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, anyone can buy a website domain, call themselves an infant sleep expert or a maternity nurse, and change vulnerable sleep-deprived parents hundreds of pounds for unregulated, untested and potentially unsafe advice. Does the Honourable Gentleman not agree that sleep-deprived and vulnerable parents need to have security in that advice that they are taking, and it comes from a solid foundation, and that qualifications or lack of qualifications are clear when advice is offered? Again, I commend them.
Thank you, and thank you to the Honourable Member. I think the particular vulnerability that parents feel in the moment is one of the reasons why it's so important that we ensure adequate regulation in this area, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the moment we are running the risk of unimaginable tragedies day after day, and it is happening more and more as the support we used to provide for new parents has shrunk. In the gaps that this has caused, the infant sleep industry has boomed. And this industry is currently a wild west, where literally anyone, as the Honourable Gentleman referred to, can pose as an expert and give parents advice that puts their child's life at risk. Sometimes these people call themselves maternity nurses, practitioners or consultants. Sometimes they call themselves sleep trainers or specialists. Sometimes they provide care in the home. Sometimes they share their advice to vast and growing audiences on social media. But in all cases, there is no requirement for them to have any medical training or qualifications to justify their title. And there is... And of course, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and it's really interesting to hear this as a new parent myself. This is hugely concerning, and not something I was particularly aware of. Is there any advice he would give to new parents if they are looking to get support as to what questions they should be asking to ensure the so-called experts are actually experts and not these, as the honourable member from Strangford said, people without any qualifications at all?
Yes, and I will come on to some of that. I think it's always important for parents, whether they're following advice or performing these duties themselves, to think about safe sleeping extremely seriously. That's what any parent should be doing. And I think understanding the qualifications and medical expertise of those providing advice as parents is very important indeed. Additionally, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no legal accountability for the advice that is provided and no recognised standard for the support provided. Madam Deputy Speaker, in May, the BBC used undercover filming to expose two prominent figures in the infant sleep industry who were openly giving advice to parents on safe sleep that could result in the death of their children. That's not just my opinion. The NHS clinicians who observed the BBC's footage said, and I quote, that it was horrifying. And of course, the Honourable Member is an assiduous campaigner on these issues, and I'm always very happy to give way to him.
I thank the Honourable Member, and I thank you very much for thank him very much for getting this debate on the floor. He references the BBC investigation, and it was absolutely horrifying, the things that were put out on that. And actually, talking about experts, it's the Lullaby Trust as well that are huge leaders, particularly around safer sleeping. I was horrified with the lack of regulation, the Wild West, as he describes it. So would he agree with me that we need a proper legal framework, a proper regulatory framework to make sure that these charlatans that are putting out this bogus safe sleep advice out there on social media and in other channels are held to account, and to make sure that parents and their children are protected from these groups of people?
I thank the honourable member, and yes, I completely agree. I know he's worked with the Lullaby Trust, and I'm grateful to have met them myself and had their input into my campaign on regulation in this area. And of course, the government's already begun to set out quite rightly after his campaigning work the approach we need to take forward in early years settings, but I think it's critical that the whole sector, including advice provided in the home, has a sustainable legal framework going forward. The figures that were exposed, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the BBC in their undercover filming have thousands of followers online, have published widely bought books, and to any parent would look ostensibly like an expert. That such unqualified people can operate in that way without any oversight at all is terrifying. Madam Deputy Speaker, how can it be right that an industry dedicated to the care of babies is totally unregulated? We know the answer to that. It isn't right, and it must change, because without change, more children will die. I don't say this lightly. I say it because of what happened in my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, 2 years ago, a 4-month-old baby from Trafford died after being placed into an unsafe sleeping position on the advice of a maternity nurse who had no medical qualifications at all. There was no legal accountability for this death because no laws had been broken, but a family had been broken. Yeah. And I can't begin to imagine what the parents of this child have been through. There are no words to describe it, and I won't try to do so. But what I will try to do is ensure that change is the legacy of their tragedy. Yeah. And it's not just me that's calling for change. The senior coroner who worked on the case issued a prevention of future death orders to the Secretary of State, and in doing so called on infant sleep services to be urgently regulated. So what does this change look like? I have 3 main asks of the government and of the Minister today. Firstly, will the Minister explore the introduction of mandatory minimum safeguarding, training and qualification standards within the baby sleep industry and the nanny industry, as has been called for by the National Nanny Association and the Lullaby Trust and other organisations? I'm sure that we can all agree on the reason to do this, namely that people looking after children should have basic medical and early years training, including on safe sleep. This change could introduce standards and safeguards to an industry badly lacking in both, and it supports the majority of people who provide responsible, home-based care for children while cracking down on the dangerous minority who don't. It gives parents peace of mind and minimum legal standards to hold providers against. And the introduction of mandatory training and standards could lead to the development of a national regulated framework or register for all those providing home-based childcare. With a register, we strengthen safeguarding, give parents clarity and professionalise the sector. My second ask is that we need stronger legal protections for the title of nurse. And in response to the tragedy in my constituency, the government announced it will protect the title of nurse so it can only be used by someone with appropriate medical qualifications. And that is a really important step forward that I very much welcome. But what I would say is that people in the infant sleep industry are also calling themselves practitioners and consultants. So I would urge the government to explore legal protections for these titles too, as like nurse they do imply a level of expertise which often isn't there and which parents might rely on. When announcing that the government will protect the title of nurse, the then Secretary of State committed to seek wide input on the proposals in order to get them right. And I appreciate there have been changes since, but I wondered if the Minister could update me on this work and set out a timeline on when we can expect action. My third and final ask relates to the context in which the infant sleep industry has boomed. As I mentioned earlier, this is a sector parents are increasingly turning to as a support that used to be provided to the state, which has since been stripped back. The number of health visitors has almost halved in the last decade. And we know home visits are not happening consistently across the country as overstretched staff battle caseloads of up to 1,000 families. It's this vacuum that causes parents to walk into the Wild West of dangers. And so I would appreciate the Minister setting out the government's plan to invest in health visitors and infant care so we can protect children and their parents with the highest quality support possible in our National Health Service. Of course, I'm happy to give one.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and I'd like to commend the excellent speech that he is giving, and particularly the 3 points that he has made just then, which I absolutely agree with him. And I'd also like to put on record my thanks to Maria Cully from the National Nanny Association, who has been working tirelessly on this. She's one of my constituents. Indeed, I've met with children's and families ministers under this administration and previous administrations and not managed to get too much traction. So I absolutely back all of the calls that he is asking for. And does he agree with me that not only is it sleeping tutors, maternity nurses, but also those nannies that are completely unregulated, where we do need to have DBS checks, that we do need to have a compulsory national register for those nannies that want to come forward, and that we do have those minimal training standards that he is calling for. And finally, I'd just like to commend him, and I'd be over the moon to work with him to make sure that we can get this ask on the statute book.
Thank you, and I appreciate the support from the Honourable Member, and I think we owe it to people who are working in the industry and behaving responsibly to ensure that those standards are in place right across the industry. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is already doing vital work on safe sleeping. Safe sleep guidance in nurseries is set to become statutory, and Ofsted will now assess safe sleep practices during its inspections of early years settings. And I pay tribute to the Campaign for Gigi, the Lullaby Trust, and indeed the Honourable Member for Cheadle for the role they played in securing these truly transformative steps going forward. Now I believe the government must build on this progress, because if we accept the urgent need for safe sleep protections in early years settings, then why would we not apply the same standards to care that is provided in people's homes? This is about safety, accountability and support for every parent. Madam Deputy Speaker, of all the contributions I've made in this place so far, it is this that I feel most strongly about. I know from experience the difficulty of being a new parent, and I know in that time of stress, fear and confusion how vulnerable we are. That this vulnerability, combined with the desire we all have to do the best for our children, can lead us to seek support from those not fit to give it, is a truly chilling prospect. But this is what is happening, and we have a responsibility to do something about it. I hope today can be the start of that journey, and I look forward to working with and meeting the Minister and the charities working on this issue, and all those across the House who want to see real progress to develop the solutions we need to protect children and their parents from unimaginable tragedy.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to begin by thanking the Honourable Member for Altrincham and Sale West for raising this debate and by acknowledging the concern that has been raised recently in the field and by the media. And we are all deeply saddened to see the impact of those giving poor advice regarding infant sleeping. And public safety is and has to remain the top priority. And as he said, it is a difficult time, particularly for new parents. And I certainly recognise that helping an infant settle into that regular sleep pattern can be difficult for new parents and carers. It's a really worrying and stressful time, as he said. And rogue advice from so-called experts can have a damaging and devastating effect on those who seek reputable advice and guidance. Before I talk about regulation of the sleep industry, I want to just clarify that the Department of Education is responsible for the regulation of nannies and childcare services, which I think he did mention. And the early years foundation stage statutory framework sets the standards and requirements early years providers must meet to ensure that children have the best start in life and are kept healthy and safe. And all early years providers are already required to meet the safer sleep requirements set out in the statutory framework, which currently links to the NHS Safer Sleep Guidance. And the Department of Education is planning to update the wording in the early years foundation stage statutory framework so that the requirements are set out directly in the framework itself, and this is due to come into effect from September 2026, subject to the usual parliamentary and legislative processes. The Department of Education has already written to providers informing them of the proposed new wording and to remind them that they must meet current requirements. The Best Start in Life campaign provides parents and carers with NHS Safe for Sleep advice through a range of communications challenges, including social media, the website and email programme. And recently, we've collaborated with experts like Rosie Davidson, a paediatric sleep consultant, to support the promotion of safer sleep guidance, reaching approximately 40,000 parents through one post alone. The Healthy Babies programme supports new parents and families by offering integrated, preventative and universal support, including for perinatal mental health, parent-infant relationships and infant feeding in the 1,001 days from pregnancy to age 2. And by delivering these services through a physical and digital Best Start family health networks, we are ensuring that parents and carers have access to joined-up, family-centred advice and support that is delivered in communities where there are high levels of need. In January this year, NHS England published a postnatal toolkit to improve the postnatal care experience for women and their families, and the toolkit supports integrated care boards, their place-based partners and health and care providers to work together with service users and professionals to improve the postnatal care experience in both short-term and long-term maternal and infant health outcomes. And additionally, NHS England has published guidance for GPs on the postnatal appointment women should be offered at 6 to 8 weeks after giving birth. And this provides an important opportunity for GPs to listen to women in a discreet and supportive environment. Qualified health visitors and their teams also have an important role, as the Honourable Gentleman said, in supporting infant health, well-being and parenting confidence. They promote safe sleeping for babies and provide safe advice to parents, and services such as health visiting are being strengthened by providing over £13.4 billion of public health funding for local government over the 3 years from 26-27 through a consolidated ring-fenced public health grant. Maternity nurse, night nurse, baby sleep consultant or other terms for these roles are not regulated professions. And often those working in the sleep industry role will refer to themselves as a nurse to indicate they are suitably qualified to advise. And this can mislead the public by providing an impression that such individuals are qualified and professionally registered to provide a particular level of care, advice or care intervention that they do not hold, which puts the public and babies at risk. In May 2025, the Government announced our intention to protect the professional title nurse within this Parliament. And protecting the title nurse will make it a criminal offence for someone to call themselves a nurse unless they are registered as a nurse with the Nursing and Midwifery Council or part of one of a number of exempt professions such as dental nurses and veterinary nurses. And these new protections will apply to longer professional titles that include the word nurse, such as maternity nurse and night nurse. To ensure that we get these changes right, we will shortly be publishing a call for evidence on the protection of the title nurse. And I invite everyone here and interested in this debate to share their views, which will inform future legislation underpinning the Nursing and Midwifery Council that will implement this change. Because we want to hear from those working in healthcare, but also those in other fields such as childcare and care for animals, as well as the general public, to understand what exemptions should apply here and to ensure that those who may be affected by this change can feed in their concerns. And we're also seeking views on protecting other titles such as nursing and health visitor. However, ultimately this is about patient and public safety, and when someone seeks treatment, support or advice from a nurse, there is a legitimate expectation that the individual is suitably qualified and professionally registered. And our proposed changes will make it a criminal offence for someone who does not hold such qualifications and professional registration from claiming to be a nurse. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an important subject, and I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman for raising this, and I know there is other interest across the House. I do hope people will involve themselves in that call for evidence, and of course we'll continue to work for honourable colleagues to make sure that this is a safe place for parents.
The question is that this House to now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.